informed. There was no advance warning whatsoever that these attacks were about to take place. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Yes. There had been a general heightening of concern about the potential of terrorism over this summer, but no operational information that would have allowed us to have taken interdictive action against this specific event.
Does that suggest to you, Senator Graham, that there was an enormous intelligence failure here, that the massive resources of the U.S. intelligence community had no indication whatsoever about this highly sophisticated attack?
Well, what we do know is that there are several areas in which we have allowed our intelligence capability to degrade. We've allowed our human intelligence, spies, the people who can get inside the cells of a terrorist organization and give us information on motivations, intentions, capabilities that would allow us to interdict. We know that we have lost some of our eavesdropping capability, listening to what our potential adversaries are saying. We also know that we've not been making the investment in the analysis of the information that we collect so that we can use it effectively to avoid an incident like this. I believe this occasion will drive home the point that the only real protection against terrorism is the best possible intelligence, and that is the only intelligence that the citizens of the United States should be prepared to accept.
Senator Graham of Florida, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, thanks so much for joining us. And I want to go back to our congressional correspondent, Jonathan Karl. He's up on Capitol Hill, and I believe he has the junior senator from New York, Hillary Rodham Clinton, with him. John?
That's right, Wolf. We're joined here by Senator Clinton of New York. Senator Clinton, you've been on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue when something like this has happened, of course, when our embassies were bombed around the world. What do you think the president needs to come out and say when he comes out and addresses the nation shortly?
Well, I do have, some understanding of how difficult a time this is for the entire country, and we're all united behind the president. We are, as you saw earlier, with the legislative leadership of our country from both houses of Congress on both sides of the aisle, saying just as clearly as we can that this was an attack on America, and the President of the United States is our president, and we will support him in whatever steps he deems necessary to take, both in the retaliation that will be called for, and also in the very important work of rebuilding New York and the Pentagon. We can't let these evil acts in any way deter us from, making it clear that the United States is resolute, and we are going to support the president.
And are you getting any new information from law enforcement out of New York about just the extent of the loss in New York?
John, I don't think we even have an inkling of the devastation. We've not really had the kind of coverage at ground zero that would show what I'm hearing. Rubble sometimes up to your waist. Our firemen and police officers wading through dangerous circumstances, trying to see if there are any survivors. The numbers of people who are injured and who we fear are casualties, I think, will be terrible once they are fully understood. I'm very proud of New York City. The mayor, the police, the fire, all the people working in the emergency front lines have done a superb job. But, New York is the global city. It's the symbol of American leadership, and, these terrorists made a direct hit on who we are as a people, and New York has responded, and the national government has to stand behind us.
And, Senator, you had told us earlier that you had spoken at length with former president, your husband. What is Mr. Clinton saying?
Well, he's outraged and, deeply angry, as I think all of us are, but is absolutely behind whatever this administration chooses to do, because he knows how important it is to speak with one voice on behalf of our country. This is something that he and I believe strongly, having been on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. And let me say, too, that our country not only has to retaliate directly against those who perpetrated this attack, but we have to make it very clear that we cannot permit any state, any government, any institution or individual to pursue terrorist aims that are directed at the United States or any country with impunity. So I'm hoping that this is the kind of dramatic, terrible catastrophe that unites the entire civilized world, so that it's not just an attack on the United States. It's an attack on everyone who cares about, freedom and dignity and justice and humanity.
Now, we're told that the Congress has never been evacuated before, not during the War of 1812, not during the Civil War. This was an extraordinary day. Of course, you are coming back. We had the display of unity on the steps of the Capitol. But is any business really going to be able to be done here? I mean, we've entered a new phase here, haven't we?
I don't think so, John. I think that clearly, because of the uncertainty that surrounded first the attacks in New York and then the attack on the Pentagon, it was prudent for these buildings to be evacuated, and I certainly went along with that, as did my staff. I think, though, tomorrow you'll see that the Senate and the House will be back in session. We will be debating a resolution that really expresses our very strong feelings of outrage about this. And then we're going to be getting down to the hard work of determining what we need to do. I've told my colleagues that this is the kind of devastating attack and loss of life that is almost beyond imagination. And, New York is going to need a lot of help. I was pleased that, we asked for an emergency declaration of disaster. I talked with the governor, and he's been extraordinarily involved in all of this. But we're going to need the federal government, the entire nation, to stand behind New York.
Okay, well, Senator Clinton, we thank you very much for joining us. I know you've got a busy time ahead of you. Thank you. And Wolf, back to you.
Thank you very much, John. Just to remind our viewers, we're standing by in about 24 minutes or so. President Bush is expected to be in the Oval Office to address the American public on this tragic day in U.S. history here in Washington at the Pentagon early this morning. An American Airlines Flight 777, a Boeing 757 en route from Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, was diverted after being hijacked and was slammed in, crashed in to the Pentagon earlier this morning. Paula, this has been a traumatic day in New York as well. Paula's on.
Yeah, and some of the images, Wolf, we're about to see again will be forever etched in our consciousness. The whole life of the city, as Jeff Greenfield said, changed forever at 8:45 in the morning. You're actually looking at the second attack on the South Tower of the World Trade Center there. The attacks were 18 minutes apart. We're going to show you images of thousands and thousands of people leaving these buildings that are on fire. Some 50,000 people work in this World Trade Center complex. Many of the roads and bridges were closed today by the city, causing people to have to find their way home on foot. Mayor Giuliani now has declared the lower part of Manhattan off limits to civilians at least until Thursday. All New York City public and parochial schools are closed tomorrow. All businesses below 14th Street in New York City will be closed tomorrow. Both the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones will be closed tomorrow. Airports throughout the country will be closed at least through noon, although there are some conflicting accounts of that. And Jeff, as I stand here on this balcony night and look back at the smoke continuing to billow from the wreckage of the towers, it is
the smoke is billowing.
It makes you sick.
The only sound of church bells ringing. There's not a single sound of a commercial airline in the skies, which usually fill the night sky, and the Empire State Building, which is usually lit up at night, is dark in morning. It's a scene as a lifelong New Yorker, I could not have imagined in my worst nightmare.
I think one of the more poignant images this evening was watching our Congress sing God Bless America.
It actually was one of the more affecting things. You got a sense that the political community, which so often offers prepared statements and goes in a partisan battle, this time they are simply overwhelmed by what happened, and that was a kind of small effort at affirmation.
What happens tomorrow?
I think the numbness is really going to start hitting, and so will the casualty lists.
We have to confirm now that the New York Police Department is saying that at least 78 members of its department are missing tonight. A union representing firefighters here in New York City is saying of the 400 firefighters who were initially called to the scene, 200, Jeff, are presumed dead tonight.
And that's only the people that have been counted by an official city agency. If 200 firefighters perished in the collapse of one of those towers. This is why I think tomorrow is going to be, as I said, a tougher day than today.
We had earlier a gentleman on who was working on the 65th floor of the North Tower, the World Trade Center, and he said this is just becoming real to him for the first time. But I can imagine across the country, this sense of shock really will turn to outrage.
And I think in terms of the impact of this, when people wake up tomorrow, when we begin getting the casualty lists, people are going to want to strike as hard as they can, and the question will be when and at whom.
We're going to go back to Washington now, where Wolf Blitzer is standing by for another update. Wolf.
We've heard so far, Paula, from the congressional leadership, from members of President Bush's cabinet, from the Defense Department, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. On this horrific day throughout the United States, we're looking at these pictures earlier today at the Pentagon when an American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757 en route from Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, was commandeered and was forced to slam into the Pentagon. We do not know the number of killed and injured, although the number is expected to be very, very high. I want to show our viewers the extraordinary newspaper editions of both the Washington Post and the Washington Times are now coming out with special editions. Here is the headline, "Horror," in a special edition of the Washington Times. Similar edition of the Washington Post was put out today as well. On this day, we're standing by. In about less than 20 minutes, President Bush will be in the Oval Office to address the American public. Bill Hemmer is in Atlanta. He now has more. Bill?
Well, thank you. So much of our concentration for our coverage today has been focused on Washington and New York City, but there's another element to the story in Somerset County. That's in western Pennsylvania, southeast of Pittsburgh. United Airlines Flight 93, bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, went down in a field. CNN's David Mattingly, one of the first on the scene earlier today, now joins us with a live update from what's happening from that perspective. David, what do you have for us this evening as night has fallen there in western Pennsylvania?
Well, Bill, we are standing right in the heart of farm country in western Pennsylvania. I'm surrounded by cornfields, green pastures, and rolling hills. But tonight, this normally peaceful setting is teeming with emergency personnel, hundreds of emergency personnel and state troopers. Their mission tonight to lock down the crash site of the United 757 right here in this area. The plane went down in an old strip mining area. Views of the crash site indicate an impact crater about 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep and 15 feet wide. Officials report only small pieces of debris at the site, excuse me, giving you an indication of what kind of force was behind this crash. Now, residents say they were watching news coverage, and you can imagine their horror watching the news coverage in New York and Washington, D.C., and suddenly hearing a tremendous explosion here. And the plane crashed with such a powerful force that people miles away say their houses were shaken. The school a couple of miles away, windows were shaken. Students and teachers who were watching also on television at the time were reportedly very upset. Now, this evening, Governor Tom Ridge surveyed the crash site, and he called on Pennsylvanians for their prayers, their blood donations, and to volunteer their skills in this time of emergency.
We'd like to provide Pennsylvania's support if called upon to do so. And my plea to all Pennsylvanians is to, first of all, for your prayers. Secondly, for your blood. I think that the Red Cross would appreciate volunteers.
There is a great deal of speculation here at the crash site regarding the reporting of a 911 call that reportedly originated from the hijacked plane and was taken by a 911 operator in a neighboring county. Well, at this time, there's no confirmation here at the scene of the accuracy of that report. The FBI has reportedly, again, taken control of that tape, but tonight will not confirm or deny anything regarding that tape. So obviously, possibly a key piece of evidence also being looked at in regards to this crash site. Bill.
All right, David. David Mattingly on the scene there in Somerset County, western Pennsylvania. Again, 38 passengers on board, 5 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. And the indication David was given earlier by eyewitnesses who saw that plane go down, it appears that plane went directly into the earth again earlier today, 10:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll continue to canvass the country, and it should be pointed out that a number of Americans in many major cities across the country, and even in the small towns, still somewhat disturbed and in a state of shock over what we're seeing throughout the country today. Here in the city of Atlanta, it is quite unusual to see a heavy commuter city like Atlanta to have so few cars traveling on its downtown streets right around rush hour. But that was the scene we saw in this southern city today, and a number of malls indeed closed as well, as people again continue to react to what we have seen throughout the day here. The president will speak in 15 minutes time, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time from the White House, and certainly CNN will have live coverage when that happens. Back to Wolf now in Washington. Wolf.
Thank you, Bill. And this statement just released from the Office of Personnel Management, the federal government here in Washington. Federal agencies in Washington, D.C. Will be open for business as usual tomorrow, Wednesday, under what is called an unscheduled leave policy. That means federal employees may take leave without prior approval, but federal agencies will be open in Washington. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, is over at the White House getting ready, like the rest of us, to hear the president, but he has a guest. John?
Wolf, among those here helping the president prepare in the White House respond to this tragedy, Joe Albaugh, a close personal friend of the president, who is the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Tell us, sir, if you will, very difficult to get any numbers on those injured and killed, both at the Pentagon and up in New York. Do you have any preliminary estimates, and what can you tell us about the federal response to help with the rescue effort?
It's premature for any numbers, John. I can tell you, I can tell the country that we're doing what we need to do. Either our teams are already on the ground in New York and obviously here at the Pentagon, or they're on their way and will be there overnight.
4 aircraft, commercial aircraft hijacked in a single day. The American people watching the horror of this have to ask their federal government how.
Well, it is a stunning incident. It really is. The how and why will come later. Right now we're concerned with the recovery. Those folks that are missing, there are loved ones tonight that won't be home. Those are the folks we need to keep in our minds and in our hearts. We'll get to them as quickly as we can.
As you and other members of the President's cabinet meet here at the White House, one announcement from Secretary Mineta, your colleague, the Transportation Secretary, look for no more curbside check-in. Look for more security checks at airports and at train stations. Has the country, has our freedom to move about forever changed today?
I'm not sure that it has. For the short term, it will. And I think most Americans will appreciate that. They will understand it. They will leave for their airports or railroads earlier. It's the right attitude to have at this time.
I know your focus is on the emergency responses.
Absolutely.
You've been in these briefings today. Any indications at all that the United States government has any firm evidence of who is responsible for this?
That's not my department. I'm focused on the recovery right now. We have others that are focusing on that as we speak.
And lastly, I know you need to get back inside the White House. What numbers are we talking about? How many people from the federal government and people that are at your disposal are responding to these?
Well, we have over 5,000 people at FEMA, and I know everyone is deployed as we speak right now at some part of the country.
All right, Joe Albaugh,
We'll
Director.
do all we can.
Thank you very much, sir. We know you're very busy tonight. Thanks for joining us. Please keep us posted. Wolf, back to you now in Washington.
Thank you very much, John. And I want to bring back CNN's Nick Robertson. He's in Kabul, Afghanistan, where he's been reporting for us via video phone. Nick, tell us the latest. We heard those explosions earlier tonight. What is going on right now?
Well, Wolf, it's about 10 to 5 in the morning, daybreak here in Kabul. We'll certainly get a better idea of the extent of the damage caused by those explosions we heard overnight. A little under an hour ago, we heard from a senior Taliban official who confirmed that the city was attacked. He said it was attacked by 2 helicopters, firing rockets, hitting an ammunition dump in the city. He said that the helicopters were sent by the Northern Alliance. That is the forces that the Taliban are battling to gain control of the last 5% of Afghanistan. The Northern Alliance said that they were responsible for those attacks. Northern Alliance very, very upset with the Taliban at the moment. At the weekend, their senior commander was the subject of a suicide assassination attempt that the Northern Alliance blamed the Taliban for. So in the civil war that's going on here, things are very tense at this time. An audacious attack. One analyst described the attack this evening. The front line of the Northern Alliance, some 40 or 50 miles from this capital, they flew helicopters in under the cover of darkness, switched on searchlights when they got into the city, and fired missiles at the city. In a few hours, Wolf, we expect the United Nations agencies here and several international diplomats here in the city to consider their position. We understand the United Nations often at times like this will withdraw its staff. In a few hours, we'll find out about that. Wolf?
Nick Robertson, our man in Kabul, Afghanistan, thanks so much once again for joining us. Stand by. I want to bring in right now Paul Bremer, the former U.S. ambassador for counterterrorism. You spent many, many years studying these kinds of developments, perhaps not as horrendous as what has happened in the United States today. Whose fingerprints do you suspect are over this operation?
Well, as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee said earlier, it's early to make any conclusions, but there basically are four groups that you can imagine having the capabilities of doing this. Bin Laden is certainly one. The others would be some of the more radical Palestinian groups, which might be able to do this. And then, of course, there are two states, Iraq and Iran. And I think that's the list of possible suspects for the moment. And you've eliminated homegrown U.S. sponsorship the way that occurred at Oklahoma City. Yeah, I don't see that. That doesn't look to me to be the kind of operation those people have done. They are not suicide people. They like to get away. This is on a scale which goes way beyond anything, I think, that's domestic. Now, we spoke earlier in the day, and you, of course, chaired a commission on counterterrorism that released findings earlier in the year. A lot of speculation about an intelligence failure that could have been predicted. In fact, when I spoke to you earlier, and I've interviewed you earlier, there has been a lapse in intelligence gathering, the human intelligence gathering, in other words, running agents or spies within these terror cells. Right, and as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee said, I think it's the most important problem we need to address now. The objective of a counterterrorist policy is to prevent Americans getting killed. It's not the retaliation, it's to prevent the attacks. And if you're going to prevent the attacks, you have to know ahead of time about them. And the only way to do that is to have a spy among the terrorists who's willing to talk to you. Our commission looked at this rather carefully and concluded that we've got some guidelines, some rules that were established in the CIA in the mid-90s that have the effect of deterring case agents from basically trying to engage terrorist spies. And I think this kind of attack shows, again, the importance of intelligence, the importance of taking a very aggressive look at human intelligence. Well, explain to us why, theoretically, the CIA would put these kinds of rules in effect. Does it make any sense whatsoever not to try to penetrate these terrorist operations? My own view is that these rules do not make any sense, that in fact, if you're going to get good intelligence on terrorists, you're going to have to deal with some very unsavory people. The rules were put into effect because there were concerns at the agency at the time that it was associating the United States with people who might violate human rights or be criminals. Well, I sort of say, yeah, of course, that's what terrorists are. And if you're going to get intelligence about terrorists, you're going to have to deal with terrorists. That's a fact of life. And if you're running these unsavory individuals in these terrorist cells, you're presumably paying them for their cooperation. And as a result, I take it what you're suggesting, the CIA doesn't want to be in the position of having to tell Congress that they're paying these unsavory terrorists? Well, I think that's probably what led to these guidelines being imposed in 1995. I think that in the wake of this kind of an attack, we're going to have to take a close look at that, and my guess is that those guidelines will be changed. But what we have to do now is find out who did it, and then we have to prepare a retaliation that would, I hope, be the most vigorous military retaliation we can against the people who did it and any governments that were in any way contacted with this, including, if it's in Afghanistan, the Taliban. And I think that the day of sort of talking about terrorism is over now. We've seen the catastrophe that unfortunately many of us have been worried about. It's happened. Tens of thousands of people have been injured and maybe killed, and now's the time for real action. If the retaliatory strike does take place, and everyone assumes eventually it will, won't that, as some critics will say, just simply lead to more terrorism, the cycle of violence, as the State Department, and you once worked there, likes to call it? Well, I think you have to be careful not to talk yourself into a Hamlet syndrome when fighting terrorism. You can always make an argument against military retaliation because it's going to lead to something else. You can always say that diplomacy won't really work because other countries won't support you. You can say that economic sanctions don't work because other countries will violate them. And you can go down the whole list of options that are there and persuade yourself that none of them make any sense, and at the end you do nothing. And effectively, if you do nothing, then this is the kind of thing that happens. And I think the American public will, when they take a deep breath, want and indeed deserve a very strong reaction to this. And I think it will be interesting to see how many of our allies who are today giving statements of full support, how many of them are really going to be with us when the time comes for retaliation. Then's when we'll know who our real friends are. All right. Ambassador Bremer, it was kind of you to join us. Thank you very much. See you.
Let's go back to New York, and CNN's Aaron Braun is standing by. Aaron?
Well, thank you. We are waiting for the president whose day began in Sarasota, Florida, where he was going to make a speech on education. He then went to Shreveport, Louisiana, and then to Nebraska, to where the Strategic Air Command is based, and finally back to Washington. There are, it seems to us, moments in a president's term: the Challenger for President Reagan, the Gulf War for President Bush, Oklahoma City for President Clinton, now this, where the country looks to a president for information and reassurance. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, I expect we'll hear both today.
Expect you will, Aaron, on a day that defies description. The president, we are told, wants to deliver a message of, quote, resolve and reassurance to the American people. Mr. Bush back at the White House now for a couple of hours. He has been briefed by the vice president and members of his national security team, the key members of the Bush cabinet here as well, trying to direct the federal government's response to this crisis. Mr. Bush will address the American people, as you mentioned, from the Oval Office here at the White House after a day that began in Florida, saw him go to a military installation in Louisiana, then a second military installation in Nebraska. All this as he tried to stay in touch with the national security team, and all this as the White House, the Secret Service, and the military decided whether or not it was safe to bring the president back to Washington. They very much wanted the political statement of the president returning to the White House to try to dispel any notion that this was a country under siege. Still, this is a key defining moment for this president, 8 months into office. We're just a few minutes away from hearing him on this day of tragedy in the United States address the American people from the Oval Office.
And indeed, that political message that the government is functioning, that despite all that's happened, was repeated again and again by officials in Washington. Late today, I remember hearing Karen Hughes. It was almost the first thing she said. She was reassuring the American people that their government is running despite it all. This is the government continuation plan in the textbooks in Washington, D.C. This is a very young administration, and this is a major test, John.
That's right, Aaron, and at times there is a conflict, if you will, between the security arrangements and the political calculations. The president being kept out of Washington, the key leaders in Congress being taken to a secure bunker outside of Washington, all that part of a protocol. Go ahead, Aaron.
John, I'm sorry. I just want to tell our viewers that what they're looking at is a fire that continues to burn, and I assume this is a continuation until I'm told otherwise, at the Pentagon in Washington. These pictures that you're looking at now. John, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Quite all right, Aaron. The pictures, quite a devastating day, the scenes we are seeing today. What I was saying is there is at times a conflict between the security concerns and the political calculation. White House officials very much saying throughout the day they wanted to get the president back to Washington for the signal that sent. At the same time, there are a series of protocols they follow when they reach a full high terrorism alert, as the government reached today, not only for the president's security, but for everybody. The First Lady was out in public. She was taken to a safe location, just brought back to the White House this evening. President Bush now, though, meeting with his national security team in the Oval Office for what has to be an amazingly anguishing moment for him, but we are told he will deliver a statement offering reassurance and resolve to the American people, and promising once again, as he has twice already today, to dedicate all the resources of the United States government and to call on all our allies around the world to find out who is responsible for these attacks today, and the president will promise to bring them to justice. Aaron?
John, you know, this day it has been very long for all of us here, and we look back, you can still, I'm not sure you can see it on the TV, but we can still see the smoke coming off the Trade Center. 3 buildings have collapsed. These extraordinary pictures we've shown you of the planes as they literally hit that building is one of those images that none of us, and we suspect none of you, will ever forget.
And Aaron, you know, given the horror and the scale of the tragedy that we've witnessed, I'm going to pose this question to Jeff. You wonder if anyone can deliver a speech that is as big as what has happened.
That's exactly right, I think, Paula, that, you know, when President Reagan gave a speech after Challenger, that was an awful day. 6 people died. It was a terrible accident. Even Oklahoma City, horrible as that was the contained act of one madman. This attack on the United States, which is not an overstatement, in some way makes words almost, it's too much of a burden for almost any speech to bear. Yes, we want reassurance. Yes, we want resolve. Sure, we're going to get it. At the end of the day, you know, we still don't know how many people are dead because they can't even go into that rubble 2 miles from here.
And, you know, Mayor Giuliani, Jeff, late today, talked in terms of a week, maybe a week, before we really know how many people have perished in that building. It is a long time to wait. There were a lot of phone messages when I was downstairs earlier from people wanting to know the answer to that question. How many people have died today? And that is simply unknowable.
And you know what,
Aaron,
unknowable. That makes that so hard to answer is that city officials can't even get in within that perimeter area. There is still debris falling from these collapsed buildings, and there are an untold number of people still trapped.
And we know that there are a couple of hundred firefighters who are missing. There are 78 New York police officers who are missing. And nobody down there, 30 or so blocks away from where we are, wants to see that number go up. So they will wait until the building is as safe as it might get. It will never be safe to go in there. There will always be risk, but the risk will mitigate a bit over time, and then they will slowly start to go into the building, start to search for who may still be there.
And
that's why, days away.
And that's why but that's why the president's speech tonight has such a burden upon it. The stark reality of that makes what the president has to say tonight as difficult, probably as difficult a speech as any president, at least since Roosevelt's Day of Infamy speech.
Probably since Roosevelt. This is one of those moments. The president now just a few moments away from addressing the nation from the Oval Office. He has not been back in Washington for very long. But now, from the Oval Office, the president to talk about the extraordinarily horrible events of September 11th.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush from the Oval Office tonight, almost, not quite, but almost 12 hours since the attack on the World Trade Center, the first plane hitting the Trade Center just a little bit past 8:45 this morning. The president said there is a quiet, unyielding anger in the country. We were attacked, the United States, he said, because the country is a beacon of freedom. And in talking about the efforts to find the people responsible, he said, we, the country, will not only go after those who did it, but those who harbor them. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, joins us. John.
Aaron, the president also calling this a mass murder, and we've been unable to get any estimates on those killed and injured. The president using the term thousands when discussing those killed today in the attack. That last point you were just making could prove critical. The president saying the United States government will make no distinction between the terrorists who carried out this attack and those who harbor them. But just before the president was speaking, I checked in with a couple of congressional sources who are telling CNN that in private briefings today, key members of Congress were told by senior administration officials that the administration is, quote, confident, based on the early evidence in this investigation, quote, confident that Osama bin Laden is responsible for this attack. Now, in those briefings, we're told the administration did not say that with a certainty, but did say it was confident, that it had hard evidence in hand, that the investigation was continuing. That could be a significant thing to follow up in the days ahead based on the remarks of the president from the Oval Office to the American people tonight. Aaron.
Mr. bin Laden has been an elusive character out there for a long time now. I guess he is on notice today. I think the president pretty clearly made that known. But he has not been easy to find, Mr. bin Laden, has he?
He has not been easy to find, and there has been a great deal of criticism, some from the Congress, some from members of this president's cabinet now during the prior administration, that the United States government was not doing enough on the second point, not only to try to go after Mr. bin Laden, but to take action against those governments that provided him sanction. That a key distinction the president making tonight, obviously, as we learn more about the investigation in the days ahead and the outreach from this government to allied governments around the world and perhaps to other governments suspected of giving aid and comfort to Mr. bin Laden in the next few days as we assess the grim death toll and those injured in the days ahead. That's something else to keep an eye on as well. Aaron.
John, thank you. John King, our senior White House correspondent. Paula?
And earlier on, Aaron, we were talking with Jeff Greenfield about the challenge of the president delivering a speech where the toll has been so enormous. Jeff, your reaction to the president's words tonight?
They are the words that he had to speak. But again, the question is, when the president says, it may have shaken the foundations of a building, but it did not shake our foundations and ourselves. That's what a president must tell us, and it's what we want to believe. But I venture to say in the country today, there are a lot of shaken people, not just in this city. And I think the key is not so much the words that were said tonight, but what happens in the days and weeks ahead. How different a country are we going to find? How much are our movements going to be restricted by the need for more security? The only other point I want to underscore John King's point. Richard Holbrooke on our air said If the Taliban in Afghanistan is shielding bin Laden and he is the one responsible, they must feel the full force of our response. When the president said we will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who harbor him, I think that's very much the point he was making.
There was a report in an Arab newspaper that is actually based in London, where the editor actually indicated that Osama bin Laden had telegraphed this attack as long as 3 weeks ago. If that is true, one could expect there to be some political fallout from this.
Peter Bergen, who interviewed bin Laden 3 or 4 years ago, who was on air earlier, made the point that every time bin Laden has been involved in an attack on American interests or personnel, he has in fact telegraphed, as he did presumably with the USS Cole and other events. And he said bin Laden, who once targeted American soldiers, has now changed his view. Any American civilian, by virtue of being a taxpayer, bin Laden thinks, is complicit in what he regards as America's misdeeds. So, you know, that's why the speech tonight is just the first of a very long chain of events whose end we can't possibly predict.
Meanwhile, as we all know, New Yorkers wake up to a completely different landscape here tomorrow. Public schools closed, the stock market closed, all flights in this country, domestic, international, postponed at least until noon tomorrow, maybe even longer than that. Let's check back in with Wolf Blitzer, who also has some more insights right now.
Paula, I'm sitting in the Washington Bureau, as is Cardinal Roger Mahony, the Archbishop of Los Angeles. He joins us now. Cardinal Mahony, explain to our viewers what has happened today.
Well, I think the very soul of our country has been severely tested. There has obviously been a great wound inflicted upon us. And there's great uncertainty in people's minds. There's great anguish. There's great outcry. But there's a numbness and an emptiness. And I think when the President called upon us to reach into the inner depths of our being and find that source of light, I think he has given us the insight we need. We in this country are people who, by and large, believe in God. We are people who believe in prayer. And I think this is the time, this is the moment when we need to rally our sense of belief, our unity as a people who believes in trust in God.
And as we speak, Cardinal Mahony, we're taking a look at some videotape of the devastation at the Pentagon, not very far from where we're sitting right now. When parents will try to explain this evil that occurred today, how should they explain that to their children?
Well, I think this is a precious moment for parents and families this evening, because I think children will be particularly terrified as they see all of these horrible things unfold on television. I think parents need to gather their children. I think they need to gather the family. And in whatever faith tradition they might have, they need to link today with their scripture, with the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, the Quran, whatever belief system they have. This is an excellent moment to do it. I think also something that's significant today, as I drove over to the CNN headquarters tonight, and the city is quite dark. It occurred to me that terrorists live in darkness, and their evil deeds, they do not wish those to be seen. So I'd say to parents tonight, gather your family, get out a candle. If you have a candle, light the candle as a family, and let the children in the family see the hope that is in that light. And I'm hopeful that the President is going to declare a day of prayer this week, hopefully for all of us to come together in our various faith communities. But just as the terrorists tried through darkness to bring down the spirit of our people, I'd love to see people light a candle in their home, maybe put one in the front window. Let that light of hope and trust in God's providence in our lives, let that shine across our country tonight and tomorrow.
Cardinal Roger Mahony, the Archbishop of Los Angeles, thank you so much for those words. And I just want to throw back to our Aaron Brown in New York, but to remind our viewers that first crash occurred almost exactly some 12 hours ago when that first plane crashed into the World Trade Center in New York. Aaron?
Well, thank you, and particularly thanks to the Cardinal. Those were extraordinary words, and much needed, I think, to remind us how we might deal with the issues here with our children. I think all of us at some point today have wondered how we are going to explain this to them. Larry Eagleburger has been a part of a number of administrations in the diplomatic positions. He's, I think, familiar to many of you as well. He joins us from Charlottesville, Virginia, I believe. Again, good evening to you, sir. It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
I want to go back a few hours to a conversation you had, because if I remember it correctly, you talked specifically about two things that came up in the president's statement. One is that we need to be proactive. The country needs to be proactive in attacking terrorist groups before they attack the United States. And this is the point the president made, that it is not enough to go after the terrorists. You also must go after those who harbor the terrorists. Heartened by the president's words tonight?
Very much so. I thought it was a superb speech. I'll tell you something. I think we're all going to find that the American people are much tougher than some of the commentary tonight that I've heard would imply. And if you have the leadership that I think the president demonstrated tonight, and if we carry out the words he said, and we do in fact act hard against not only the terrorists but those who have housed them, I think we will find that we have struck a real blow for beginning the end of this terrorist tragedy that's taken over the world for so long. We won't win it all at once, but if we now really start to take seriously the words that the president said, both in terms of attacking the terrorists and those who mother them, I think we can begin to see this thing turning around. And I think the American people will be totally in support of that.
Secretary Eagleburger, what is it that you've heard from commentators or anyone else that made that perked your ear there, that suggested the American people did not have the resolve or did not have the toughness to deal with this?
Well, I don't want to carry it too far, but what I've heard is, you know, they're all shaken. There's some implications that we're not going to sort this out too quickly. All I'm saying is, whether we've been shaken or not, if you watched what went on in New York City today, and particularly the police and the firemen, but also average New Yorkers, in the ways in which they responded to try to take care of each other, I was in fact very much impressed by their guts and their ability to deal with these things in a rational way. And I think it showed a great deal about the city of New York, which has not always been my favorite place. And it also showed a great deal about the American people. And I think you're going to find that we are going to be really prepared to back the president all the way now. In this sense, I do think it's like Pearl Harbor, because it's Pearl Harbor that led us all to come together to defend ourselves against the Japanese. I think this is Pearl Harbor in a sense, in bringing us now to look at this terrorist issue as in fact we should look at it, which is, if we don't deal with it now, it will be so much worse as the years go on.
Secretary Eagleburger, thank you. It's good to talk to you again. If I could just second one thing he said. Of all of the images that we've seen in the 12 hours that we've been here, it is a scene of New Yorkers calmly evacuating the area, very slowly walking, no panic, no screaming, helping one another, that has stayed with us. It is not the most dramatic picture, but it is one of the most telling pictures we have seen about how people respond in moments of extraordinary crisis. Paula?
I'll also tell you, Arian, the story that hasn't been told is the generosity of the spirit of the New York people. I mean, a lot of New Yorkers get a bad rap here, but the fact is there was a plea made for people to donate blood, and at many area hospitals there were as many as 4 to 5 hour waits.
Yeah.
People lining up.
This is a city that has taken a number of terrible hits in recent time, but in moments like this, it is truly the best of us that we saw today. And I don't think it's simply New Yorkers. I think we would have seen this most anywhere else. But they're a tough group out there below us, 30 or 20 floors, and they handled an awful, awful experience today with extraordinary calm, to which I think we all are grateful.
All right now I'm going to check in with James Kallstrom, who was formerly of the FBI. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Well,
sir, can you explain to the American public how it is possible that 4 commercial airliners were hijacked in a several-hour period?
I don't think we can explain that right now, Paula. I mean, we'll be answering those questions in the future. I can tell you this, that everyone in law enforcement and the intelligence agencies prayed and hoped that something like this would never happen. It has happened. I thought the president gave a great speech tonight. I was particularly impressed. It's a bit redundant from the other speakers, but his discussion of there will be no difference between those that committed this horrendous act and those that supported, harbored, assisted this horrific act. I think that's a very, very key point. And as the days roll out, the United States, this great country we all live in, and the heroism that you saw on the streets of New York, I saw that day in and day out in smaller tragedies, and I'm sure we see that throughout the United States. But as the days wear on, the United States and the Allies, if they carry out what the president said, we'll be far better off for it.
If you would, sir, though, would you come back to the vulnerability that was exposed today? What is the significance that 2 planes were successfully hijacked from Boston? What is the significance of the fact that all 4 of these flights were cross-country flights?
Well, I mean, I think we can read into that, Paula. I don't know the answers. It would seem like the interesting and tragic thing is that people would give their lives that could also fly sophisticated airplanes, that they apparently could get on these airplanes through generally good screening techniques. I heard one report that they were carrying knives or box cutters, and that could be.
How do you get through security with box cutters on you?
Well, I'm not going to go into all the different ways that could happen, and I don't know exactly what happened. I don't think now is the time to try to figure that out. Obviously, people want to know that answer, but I think now let's concentrate on the dead, the families, those that are still alive in the rubble in New York, in the Pentagon, out in Pennsylvania. Let's work like crazy to find out who did this. That's what's going on right now. And let's bring those folks to justice. And let's do what the president said. Let's see no difference between those that did it and those that helped it, harbored it, assisted it. Let's do that.
If you would walk us through the process that begins tomorrow. Rescue workers still are not able to penetrate that perimeter area surrounding the World Trade Center because of falling debris, because of smoke. Walk us through what we can expect tomorrow.
More of the same. I mean, I think everybody is 24 hours a day now. I mean, I saw reports just a while back that close to 200 New York City firemen are missing. 40 or 50 New York City police officers are missing. And certainly all the people that are in the World Trade Center are missing. So there's been a valiant attempt already to save lives, and that'll continue.
All right, Mr. Kallstrom, thank you so much for your time this evening. Right now, Aaron and I are going to hand this back to Wolf, who continues to stand by in Washington.
Thank you very much, Paula. And I want to report what a senior administration official is telling CNN, that the President's National Security Council will be convening once again shortly to review what has happened and presumably to discuss some various options about what is happening. President Bush, of course, will be participating together with his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State Colin Powell, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, and the Vice President Dick Cheney. When we get some information on that, of course, we'll report that as well. But I want to bring in CNN's Greta Van Susteren. You were at National Airport early this morning when that American Airlines Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon. What did you see, Greta?
Well, let me tell you, first of all, I was on a flight on a runway to go to New York. It was canceled because they said 2 planes had run into the building in New York, so they canceled our flight. I got off the plane. I headed back to my car to come back to work. I was on the rooftop of National Airport's parking lot, which is about 2 blocks from the Pentagon, and I heard something funny. Well, no, first my husband said said to me, we better get out of here. And I thought it was a little bit strange. My husband's acting a little bit like an alarmist. I turned back to look at him. I heard something funny. I looked over his shoulder. I saw something. I'm not sure quite what it was, but low level. Then all of a sudden there was silence. Then there was a kaboom, and then smoke came billowing out. And I knew that it was the Pentagon. The Pentagon's about 2 blocks, of course, from National Airport, hidden behind some buildings. And there was just smoke and debris flying all over, coming up in the air. Obviously a very terrible sight.
And we're taking a look at some live pictures right now. You can see the fires still continuing at the Pentagon now, some 12 hours later. What was your first thought, though, when you heard that kaboom? Did you have any sense what was really going on?
At that point, I knew there was a big problem. I knew it was the Pentagon, and I knew that something horrible had happened, and I could see the magnitude of it. And it was really one of terror, because we had no idea, was there more coming? Was National Airport next? It was only 2 blocks away. Cell phones went down. I tried 2 cell phones, was having difficulty getting through. I finally did get through to CNN, but the traffic was tied up. You heard plenty of sirens and almost no information till I got in a car and did find out what happened. And always, in addition to having to witness this, several hours later, of course, I learned that someone who I know quite well, Barbara Olson, who's appeared on this network a number of times and whose husband is the Solicitor General of the United States, was one of the fatalities on the airplane. So obviously, and many other people, of course, are suffering tonight, but that, of course, is even more dismay.
And all of us, of course, who've worked at CNN knew Barbara Olson very, very well, and our hearts and our condolences go out to her family and Ted Olson, the Solicitor General. A very, very sad day for the Olsons, of course, for the entire country. Greta, put on your legal hat now. What is going to happen legally right now? Walk us through what we can expect.
Well, first, obviously, I can't tell you what the President of the United States is going to do, but there seems to be at least something the country is going to do. The President obviously has indicated the country is going to do something. But assuming that action is done, something is done, the President, there's also the possibility of some sort of legal remedy. It's not much of a remedy, but it has happened in the past is that we've gone over and nabbed terrorists, brought them back to this country, and tried them for terrorist acts here on American soil or for acts that they've committed against American buildings overseas. And of course, they can get the death penalty if proven guilty. What's interesting about this and what people should know is that oftentimes it's done in a conspiracy charge, and if you have any involvement in a conspiracy, for instance, you just stick your toe in the water of a conspiracy, you're in for the whole thing. So a lot of people can be brought into a conspiracy for almost just a minor act aiding the conspiracy. Not just the ones who were responsible for planning and causing the deaths, but if you in any way just assisted a little bit, you're in for the conspiracy and you could face the death penalty.
All right, Greta Van Susteren, thank you very much. Stand by. I want to go back to New York. Aaron, Paula, and Jeff are standing by. Guys, take it over.
Well, thank you. It is another day in Asia already. The Nikkei is open, the Japanese stock market. It is already down 5.5% to a 17-year low. This is not unexpected. It is the kind of thing that happens when there is instability in the world, and there is instability in the world today, certainly in our world today. Jeff, it seems like days ago that we began this. Tell me where you are right now.
I was thinking about waking up this morning in a city that was going to have a primary election for mayor and other city offices, in a country that was worried about an economy that might or might not be flattening, kids back at school for the first month, at a time when the big issues, when big events, when horrible events seemed behind us. That was the political climate we've all thought we'd been in. And we are going to wake up tomorrow in just a completely different city and a completely different country emotionally.
We wake up to a city tomorrow where the majority of the businesses below 14th Street, down towards the World Trade Center, are shut. Public schools closed, parochial schools closed, all private schools closed. No flights coming in or out of this country. Stock market closed. It's a new reality. And as Jeff expressed earlier on, I think you said it pretty pointedly, our luck ran out.
It is, when I walked off here for a short break around 6:30 or so, I thought about my daughter, who's 12 and a half, and I wondered if she, in her school, was taken into the gymnasium, as I was in November of 1963, when President Kennedy was assassinated. I remember everything about that moment, and I wondered if she will remember every bit of that moment as well. I wonder.
December 7th, 1941,
Yeah.
September 11th, 2001. I think this date may well have been in trade.
Larry King Live is coming up in just a moment. Before we go to Larry, we want to take you back to one of those moments today. It happened at the Capitol. Democrats, Republicans, senators, representatives gathered on the steps of the Capitol to show that the government was running, that they were there, and the country was strong.
Tonight with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
In human terms.
And David Halberstam, if in the past, if we look back to the day of infamy in Pearl Harbor, the next day we were at war against an enemy who we knew exactly who that enemy was and what we were going to do. Does the shadowy nature of this horror make it even tougher to rally the country?
I don't know, it makes it harder. It's harder to sustain. You can rally, can you sustain? There's a tendency going back to Pearl Harbor, Japan and Germany, later the Soviets, more recently Slobodan Milosevic, to underestimate democracies, to underestimate the power of democracies, the energy to think that we're decadent and weak. I think this is a very important moment because I think for the first time the full energies of this nation will be focused on something that has always been a little bit outside our reach, erratic little issues. This is a new kind of era we're in. I think when we put our full energies in there and we perhaps start making some of the surrounding countries and make them offers that they cannot refuse, the people who've harbored these terrorists in the past, it may be a different era, but I mean, this is a very new demarcation point.
Because we're down to our last minute, I want to show our audience and both of you, David, some tape of what remains of the World Trade Center, because it brings to mind something that the Senate chaplain said on November 22nd, 1963, when John Kennedy died. He said, "We gaze at a vacant space against the sky," which is what all of America and the world is doing now. And then he added, "But God lives, and the government of Washington still stands." David McCullough, is there any doubt, given this country, that we will, in the most important sense, get through the horror that we are witnessing now?
No doubt whatsoever. No doubt whatsoever. We are a much stronger, much more resilient, much more deeply, profoundly, truly patriotic country than we like to admit. And it's going to change the whole nature of what happens in this city of Washington in the next several days and probably for years to come. And I was reminded today of something Churchill said during the war when he came across the Atlantic. I think he said it in Canada, but he was speaking for both the Canadian and the American people. He said, "We haven't journeyed this far because we're made of sugar candy."
That's true also, David Halberstam, as a New Yorker of the city.
Well, this is a very gritty city. You don't become a New Yorker and stay here if you're soft of tissue. I think one of the great things, it would be a great mistake to underestimate the resilience of this country, the city. I mean, I think there's such strength. We didn't get to where we are. We didn't become a beacon for so much of the rest of the world. We didn't get that Dow Jones and all these other qualities out of nothing.
David McCullough in Washington, David Halberstam here in New York, thank you very much for joining us. I just thought it would help a bit at the end of this very long and horrible day to get some historical perspective on this event and realize that this country's been through a great deal, and we've made it so far and we'll make it again. I'm Jeff Greenfield in New York, and to take us through the rest of the evening, we go to Atlanta now with Jim Clancy and Colleen McEdwards. Lady, gentlemen, it's all yours.
It is midnight in New York, marking the end of a day that will forever change the city's skyline and forever change any notion of America's isolation, its safety, in an increasingly dangerous world.
Cameras capture the horror as the North Tower of the World Trade Center is rocked by a plane crash, and watch as another plane enters the picture, plowing into the South Tower.
New York gripped by chaos, and many fear the worst, with reports of thousands missing and presumed dead.
And the U.S. Capitol shares in New York's misery as a hijacked plane strikes at the nerve center of America's military might.
Hello from CNN Center, I'm Jim Clancy.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards. Our coverage of America Under Attack continues. Ahead, we'll go live to the scenes of the devastation.
But first, let's revisit the appalling events that transfixed America and the world on Tuesday, September the 11th. United States President George W. Bush saying he's commanded an all-out search for whoever was behind a series of attacks on U.S. soil Tuesday. The president convened a late-night meeting of his National Security Council after a harrowing day of death, destruction, and disbelief. The perpetrators aimed squarely at symbols of the economic and military power of the United States. The first of many shocks at the start of the workday in New York's financial district. American Airlines Flight 11, shown here in the first pictures. This is the first aircraft. Flight 11 slamming into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Emergency crews mobilized quickly. News crews did as well. Once again, these are the very first pictures that have come in showing the first plane, Flight 11, plowing into the World Trade Center. And then it was just about 18 minutes after that attack, another plane appears and also flies directly into the second of the Twin Towers. That aircraft, later identified as a Boeing 757 belonging to United Airlines. It had been hijacked while it was en route from Boston to Los Angeles. Now, the two planes had at least 148 people on board. Thousands of people were believed to be in the Twin Towers at the very moment of the attacks, as you see here. Now, the back-to-back attacks on the Twin Towers seemed unthinkable.
Unthinkable, yes, but then incredibly, it was a method of attack that was to be repeated. Just about an hour after the first explosion in New York, the Pentagon, the hub of the U.S. military, was hit by a third passenger jet. This, an American Airlines flight that had just taken off from Washington's Dulles Airport with 64 people on board. Smoke and flames rose from a section of the Pentagon that contained U.S. Army offices. That section of the building later collapsed, but it could have been worse.
We're fortunate in this part of the building in that the part of where the plane hit, one part of it was just beginning to be occupied. Areas had just been renovated. So part of it was occupied, but not all of it. And then the other area adjacent to that, more behind the heliport station there, some of those areas were the people had moved out to move to what we call the new Wedge 1 area. So some areas were not occupied to begin with.
All right, the Pentagon attack prompted a heightened security alert right across the U.S. Capitol. The White House Justice Department, State Department, and other federal buildings were all evacuated. Tourist sites were also closed.
All right, and as we follow things, as events uncovered on the ground, emergency services were racing to the Pentagon. Meantime, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center had become blazing beacons. Shortly before 10 o'clock Eastern Time, the first of the towers collapsed. It created a fog of dust and smoke and showering lower Manhattan with glass and other debris. Half an hour later, the second tower then gave way. Its steel and concrete core melted by tons upon tons of burning aviation fuel. A tornado of dust and debris sent people literally running for their lives. The buildings that had so much defined the New York skyline for a generation and taken 6 years to build were gone in less than 2 hours. Now, at this point, rumors were flying. There were false reports of car bombings, fires, and a second plane that was headed towards the Pentagon at that hour.
As is the case when things are unfolding. But one report actually did prove to be true, the crash of a fourth passenger plane, this one in a wooded area of Pennsylvania. Military sources denied that it had been shot down. Intelligence sources say they have some evidence that United Airlines Flight 93 was being diverted to Camp David. That's a presidential retreat in Maryland. Local emergency officials say they received a phone call from a man who identified himself as a passenger of the flight en route to San Francisco from Newark. The caller said the plane was being hijacked, crashed about 10 minutes later. 45 people were on board that flight. In New York, rescue crews are working through the night through deep rubble from several collapsed buildings. They are now looking for any survivors. There are reports that some cell phone calls are coming actually from beneath the debris.
We're still hopeful that we're going to find people, and we have not given up hope that we're going to be able to find some people.
We do know there are people in the building that are alive. We know that for a fact. I can't get into it right now, but we do know there are people in the building that are alive, and we're making every effort to get to them.
Well, the total number of dead will not likely be known for days because of the devastation here. President Bush says thousands of lives were lost. Officials in New York say at least 300 firefighters are feared dead in the collapse of the Twin Towers. 78 police officers at this point confirmed missing. And one insurance brokerage firm that operated in the World Trade Center says that only about 500 of its 1,700 workers have been accounted for. Officials at the Pentagon say as many as 800 employees may have been killed there. At least 60 injured people were being treated at hospitals in the Washington area. Now, the 4 plane crashes alone took some 250 lives, including some notable names, among them the man who created the hit television sitcoms Frasier and produced Cheers. David Angel and his wife were apparently aboard one of the planes that crashed into the Twin Towers. Jim?
The drama continues as well in Lower Manhattan this night. We're going to go to Rose Arce. She is there. She's a CNN producer who's been following this story. Rose, give us a picture of the scene.
I'm standing right across the street from 2 World Trade Center, which right now is about 7 stories high. It's just been completely shaved off at the top. And what is left of the 7 stories is the whole front end is just shaved right off the front of the building. You can almost see through it. There's also a walkway that connected 2 World Trade Center to the other side of the street. That walkway is completely flattened. And right next to me on the street are a line of fire trucks that have just been crushed. One has a piece of the World Trade Center on it. It's jutting. The piece of the World Trade Center is just jutting from the cab of the fire truck. And there's several others behind it that are also just completely crushed. One is on its side. There's a steady stream of rescue workers with what looks to be very heavy construction material, trying to clear out debris and clear a pathway so they can get in a little bit closer to that building.
All right, Rose, thanks very much. And of course, just a reminder, we are hearing reports that there have actually been some cell phone calls made, possibly from the basement there of the World Trade Center. We want to go to another part of New York now where Garrick Utley is for his thoughts about this terrible day. Garrick, some perspective for us, will you?
Well, the perspective is the very painful reality, Colleen, as we've been seeing all day and now into the evening. It's said, of course, that New York City is the city that never sleeps. And never has that been more true than on this evening, or actually now in the early morning hours of the day after, except the pain still reverberates here through the entire city. It's strange around here. It's dark. Of course, it's the void of night, and yet there's this eerie quiet, not just downtown where people are not allowed to go past police barriers, but here in Midtown, the streets are empty. Times Square normally jammed with people in traffic at this hour, coming out of theaters or restaurants or movies. There's nobody there. I was coming down Fifth Avenue tonight on a bus, the only way to get around town. Nobody there. Manhattan, of course, is an island, and in the way this island has now pulled up its drawbridges, at least, if not literally, metaphorically. The tunnels in and out of town, the Lincoln Tunnel and the Holland Tunnel have been closed to traffic. The bridges are closed to vehicular traffic. Only the George Washington Bridge has one lane open. for outgoing traffic, nothing coming inbound. But to give you an idea of how jittery people and police are here, bomb squads are everywhere, racing around the city, checking out every suspicious vehicle. In fact, one on the George Washington Bridge, or trying to approach the George Washington Bridge, was stopped and searched. They thought they had something there. It turns out to have been a false alarm. But everybody is working 24 hours through this evening. Let's look again at some of the scenes we had today. What we've gone through here in Manhattan is really 4 stages. First, there was the terror of the attack. We've been seeing these all day long. The pictures speak for themselves, the rubble that is there. The 2 planes, one at 8:45 a.m., 18 minutes later, the second jet plowing into those giant towers at the lower end of Manhattan. And scenes like this, not just on the street, but in buildings, places where people worked in stores there. There are the mannequins covered with dust, and of course the people covered with dust. And right after this initial terror came more of the aftermath. The survivors, the people being hauled out, traumatized, wounded, people trying to get in touch with their loved ones, a great jostling to get to public telephones to call home to tell their loved ones that they were safe, if they were among the fortunate few who were safe on this day. And then, of course, came the job of taking those who could be taken to hospitals. Hospitals are jammed here. At least 1,500 people, according to the latest official reports, have been taken into hospital. More than 2,000 are being treated or have been treated in triage centers set up around town, including the Statue of Liberty in New York City Harbor. Mayor Giuliani, as other officials, is not even trying to give an estimate of the death toll, but he did say, quote, "When we get the final numbers, they will be more than we can bear." He said it's horrendous, the number of lives lost. For example, 300 policemen, perhaps even more, are missing and feared lost in the collapse of the towers.
Garrick, if I can, let me interrupt you. This is Jim Clancy. Let me just interrupt you for a minute, because we have a new piece of footage that has come in that gives us another perspective, yet another perspective of the tragedy as it was literally unfolding this day, showing that second plane from a different angle as it slammed into the
I have something to say.
All right, they were rewinding the tape there, but an incredible angle showing that plane as it came in very low. You could see how low it was. Apparently they're from Battery Park. Taking a look. Can we roll it again, please?
We've seen it from the front angle before, but not from this angle.
Garrick Utley, I want to ask you something. As we look at these pictures, and we've looked at these pictures over and over again, and it affects not just the people that are in the United States that have been there in New York, but literally all around the world. Buildings, yes, they can be rebuilt, but there seems to be something in the psyche that may have been changed by the events of this day, such as the magnitude of what we've witnessed.
There's no question about this, Jim. Whether you're here in Manhattan and you saw that as an eyewitness, or whether you're on the opposite side of this world watching it via satellite at this moment, they're never the same pictures. Each one is this new experience again, whether we're just seeing the same picture 2 or 3 times or something new like that. And I'm sure more pictures and images will be coming from various sources in the hours and the days to come. What really strikes you, though, and I think strikes any journalist or any person down on the street, is not just what we saw with that plane going into that tower and the horror of it, but trying to think, each of us throughout this day, what were the people in that plane going through? Who was in that tower where those flames and smoke are right now, having their morning coffee in a styrofoam cup, looking out across beautiful New York Harbor on a cloudless day and seeing this jet? Nothing more to say, just watch. Nothing more to say, except just one detail, which I think has been reported, but I might offer some clarity, Jim and Colleen. That was the second plane that struck the towers. It came from the south over New York Harbor. which is the normal direction the planes approach for landings at LaGuardia Airport. Planes coming into Kennedy don't fly over Manhattan. Planes coming into LaGuardia do fly up the Hudson River on this side or the East River on that side. So a plane coming from the south, you'd say he's off course, but that's the way planes do make their approach. But that first plane at 8:45 this morning, it came from the other direction. It was going up a one-way street, so to speak. It came from the north, which is here, straight down over the center of Manhattan into that tower. We saw that image just a few minutes ago. So it was going against traffic. Everybody who looked up and caught a glimpse of that plane flying at hundreds of miles an hour in Manhattan knew instantly something was wrong. That plane had no business being there, but it was, and that's the result.
Garrick, as awful and as horrendous as what this country has seen, what the world has seen already today, I suppose come daylight tomorrow, when day starts breaking behind you there, it starts to get really grim, doesn't it? Because people may get a better sense of the devastation, a better sense of the toll in terms of human life.
Well, we don't know when officials will start to make any kind of an estimate on how many lives have been lost. The search, of course, will begin. It's going to be long and arduous because we've seen how much rubble is down there, and nobody's even guessing how long it'll take to go through the rubble. One way of approaching a figure of human loss will be by taking a survey or an inventory, a census, if you will. Each company, each floor had offices, companies, people working there. They know how many employees were there. They know who didn't come home. That's the kind of statistics, the numbers, the body count, sad to say, that'll be made starting tomorrow morning. Back to you.
Garrick Utley, thanks.
Thanks for that, Garrick. Well, of course, President Bush was in Florida at the time of the attacks. For security reasons, he did not return to Washington, at least at first. Instead, Air Force One flew to an Air Force base in Louisiana and then on to another in Nebraska. Then at dusk, the president finally returned to Washington, his plane accompanied by jet fighters. At the White House, he addressed a nation traumatized by a day of tragedy.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror.
This has undoubtedly been the toughest day of the administration of George W. Bush, without question. John King has been there at the White House throughout the day. He joins us now. John.
Well, Jim, President Bush at sleep tonight. At least the White House lights have been turned off, but we are told to look first thing in the morning for more efforts at sending reassuring signs from the president to the American people. He will bring a bipartisan group of the leadership of Congress to the White House and make another public statement. The president, immediately after he finished that televised address to the American people tonight, convened a meeting of the National Security Council, getting an update on U.S. troop deployments, getting an update on what the government knows about these terrorist strikes today. Also included in that meeting, an extraordinary meeting because of the extraordinary circumstances here today, the Transportation Secretary, the Health and Human Services Secretary, the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. They are now directing the government's response. Portable morgue sent up to the streets of New York, a grim sign there. Deployment by the thousands of search and rescue teams, medical personnel around the country. The administration, on the one hand, reacting to these tragedies today by sending out emergency help. On the other hand, trying to look ahead. We are told by sources that senior administration officials have told key members of Congress that they are confident that they are developing evidence linking these attacks to organizations and people associated with the suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. Publicly, the administration not saying that. This from private briefings to key members of Congress. But we do know in the president's remarks tonight to the American people, he said that the administration would not differentiate at all between terrorists and those who gave them harbor. The president will meet with his national security team again tomorrow. Secretary of State Powell out in public again in the morning as the administration, on the one hand, responds to this, and on the other hand, tries to decide what to do about it. Jim?
John King, as the investigation moves forward, and we know that's got to take its course, but when Americans wake up in the morning, will something have changed? Will they see a difference?
The White House certainly believes so. One of the reasons the president wanted to get back to the White House tonight, despite the security concerns, was to give a reassuring address to the American people, and certainly the symbolism of the president returning to Washington was important to the White House. Any Americans, we are told as of right now, the plan is to reopen the domestic commercial air system in the United States at noon tomorrow. But any American going to an airport in this country, to a major train station in this country, will see heightened security, no more checking your luggage at the curbside, a luxury enjoyed at most American airports. We are told there will be more random searches, more security personnel. The question is whether this is a permanent change of culture here or one that will fade in the weeks and months ahead. But certainly the country will awaken tomorrow still trying to count the numbers of those dead and injured, still trying to get an explanation from the president and other federal officials as to how this could have happened. 4 commercial airliners hijacked in the same day, what the administration is doing about it, the status of the investigation, and possible retaliation. Jim?
John, we saw earlier in the day the concerns for the safety of the president. Are those concerns going to remain in place?
Certainly, we are seeing on the streets of Washington, around the White House complex, extraordinary security measures taken. I was told by 2 senior officials earlier that there was a paramount concern of getting the president back to Washington because of the important political symbol that would send. But, as you mentioned, the president went first from Florida to a military base in Louisiana. At that point, there were plans to bring him back to Washington, but the White House was told that not all planes in the skies over the United States has been accounted for, I'm told by sources. At that point, the decision was made not to bring the president back to Washington until all the airliners known to be in the air over the United States were accounted for. It was only then, and then only after they rechecked the White House grounds, rechecked the security of Andrews Air Force Base, and arranged for that extraordinarily close contact fighter escort we just showed our viewers on television there, only then did they decide to bring the president back to Washington.
All right, John King reporting there live from the White House. Colleen?
All right, Jim, thanks. Let me get some phone numbers to you now. We want to make sure you get these. Airlines have released numbers for people who are concerned about their family members. Relatives of American Airlines passengers seeking information about relatives have this number to call, 1-800-245-0999. United Airlines says that friends or family members seeking information on flights may call 1-800-932-8555. United also says that it's going to post information on its website. That's www.united.com. Now, the U.S. Justice Department has set up a hotline for families and relatives of those who may have been hurt or killed in these attacks. They're encouraged to call 800-331-0075. Relatives can get information about victims as well as provide authorities with information if they want to. The hotline will also inform survivors of their rights and some of the services that are going to be available to them. The Pentagon also operating a hotline for staff to ring in and register their status. All Army personnel who work at the Pentagon are asked to call 800-984-8523 or 703-428-0002. Now, families seeking information on Army personnel are also asked to call that same number. The number for Navy and Marine Corps personnel, 1-877-633-6772. Jim?
There are many people, of course, that are still missing, still unaccounted for, and there are people doing their best to try to locate them, hoping against hope, perhaps, that some are still alive. Deborah Farrick is on the scene. She's about 20 blocks from the actual battery park, the area of the Twin Trade Towers where they used to appear on the skyline there. Let's join her now by telephone. Deborah?
Well, Jim, I just spoke to a retired police officer who was at the actual site of the explosion. He was there with his cadaver dog. He said that after about 5 minutes, the dog couldn't smell anything because the dust is so thick down there. But the way that the officer described the scene, he said that there are big cranes lifting very heavy beams as they sort through some of this debris. There are people from Emergency Services Unit and the fire department. They are using heavy saws to try to cut through whatever they can, trying to find pockets of people who may still be alive. Now, that whole area down by the Trade Center is in total blackout. There are no lights, and it is normally one of the brightest areas of the city, but that is now in total blackout. And one police officer told me that as you get close to the scene, apparently it is lit up like a stadium because they have brought in all of these very powerful floodlights. And as a matter of fact, We saw, I would say, about 20 trucks, flatbed trucks, carrying some of those lights down just about 10 minutes ago. Again, police officers, firefighters, sorting through the debris. They're trying to find anybody who may still be alive in the rubble. They're lifting beams. They are going through whatever they can. But again, the dogs that they had brought down there to try to find people are effectively useless because it is so difficult to breathe down there. Jim?
All right, Deborah Farrick, our thanks to you for bringing us up to date the scene as it continues to develop right down there at the World Trade Center location. Colleen?
All right, Jim. Well, U.S. officials regard Osama bin Laden as a prime suspect in the attacks against Washington and New York. He's believed to be in Afghanistan, and early on Wednesday morning local time, news of explosions in the Afghan capital, Kabul. Soldiers from the ruling Taliban say the explosions seem to come from a low-flying helicopter firing rockets. The United States swiftly denied any involvement, and CNN's Nick Robertson, who was in Kabul, reported that a rebel group had claimed responsibility for the attacks. A spokesman for the Taliban government denied that his country allowed bin Laden to strike from its territory.
We in Afghanistan do not allow Osama bin Laden to use Afghanistan's territory to launch attacks against any country around the world. We took away all communication devices from him, and he does not have any communication with anybody outside of Afghanistan. In any case, we will conduct our own investigation and find out what happened, and we denounce this terrorist attack, whoever is behind it.
And while denouncing the attack, the ruling Taliban say that they're going to conduct their own investigation. Now, Osama bin Laden, number one on the FBI's most wanted list. There's a $5 million bounty on his head, as we mentioned, believed to be hiding in Afghanistan. And for more on Osama bin Laden, let's go to Jean Meserve, who is in Washington right now. Jean?
Colleen, senior administration officials saying in briefings today that they are confident that Osama bin Laden was behind today's events. Why are they saying that? Well, we're going to talk to one of the experts, one of the few Western journalists who has actually met Osama bin Laden, Peter Bergen, writing a book on the man now, also our terrorism analyst. Thanks a lot for coming in. Intelligence sources have said repeatedly today they had no hint that this was coming. But you say there was, in fact, some foreshadowing at least.
The bin Laden organization has a tendency of subtly insinuating actions in coming weeks. If you think back to the Africa embassy bombings, the two American embassies that were bombed in 1998, bin Laden had a press conference in Afghanistan 2 months before the bombing talking about good news in coming weeks. And then the embassy was bombed. If you remember the USS Cole attack last year in Yemen, there was a videotape floating around the Middle East in which bin Laden was wearing a Yemeni dagger, which he's never worn in previous photographs. One of his aides said we should attack military targets, U.S. military targets in Yemen. And there has been a videotape floating around the Middle East just recently, a 2-hour tape, which lays out both bin Laden's general views and the tactics of his organization. And on the tape, bin Laden claims pretty directly responsibility for the Cole attack and says the victory in Yemen is just the beginning, calling for attacks on American targets. So he definitely implied in the videotape future actions. As a result of those implications, the United States took some efforts in the Middle East there was a security warning in Saudi Arabia. The embassy in Yemen was closed temporarily. FBI agents investigating the Cole were pulled out of the country. But clearly there was no indication that something was going to happen here.
You said this tape was floating around the Middle East. What do you mean?
Well, it was floating around in several. It emerged in Kuwait in June. A newspaper got hold of it. But then after that, it was put on the internet, and it was widely accessible on the internet. I was able to pull up my own version. And the tape is quite interesting in terms of the things that bin Laden says on it, and certainly the implication of future plans.
Why is he the prime suspect in this particular series of events?
But partly you've got to ask yourself who has the motive and who has the capability. Obviously he has the motive. He's hated the United States for a long time, and he seems to have the capability. This was obviously a very sophisticated operation. You needed people who were willing to commit suicide. We've seen suicide attacks by his organization in the Africa bombing and the Cole bombing. And also you needed commercial pilots.
And did he have those, or did he train those, recruit them?
We know that in the past he's had commercial pilots on the payroll. He's had his own plane. He flew around from Sudan to Afghanistan. He was flying from Kenya to Sudan when he lived in that country. So he had at least 2 pilots capable of flying commercial jets at that time. Now, whether he's able to get 4 is an open question.
Now, I heard some other terrorism experts citing some other possible suspects today. They named Iran, Iraq, and possibly some Palestinian factions. Would you cross all of those off your list?
Well, I'd hate to cross anybody off the list, but I think in terms of the Palestinians, Palestinians have been very directed at Israeli attacks. If this was a Palestinian group, why didn't they just fly a plane into Ariel Sharon's residence? Iran has been looking for much closer links with the United States.
Quickly, can they find him? Can they punish him, as has been promised by the President of the United States, or is that going to be a very difficult task?
It's very hard to find somebody. You need information not about yesterday or even today. You need information about 2 hours from now, and that's very difficult information to get about a particular individual.
Peter Bergen, thanks so much for joining us today. And a note about Washington coming in here a few hours ago. The city was absolutely silent. It's very eerie. There's little traffic. There are few pedestrians. Parts of the city cordoned off. The only thing that is there in great numbers, police. They are out in great force this evening here in the nation's capital. Jim, back to you.
Okay.
All right, Gene, thanks. So we want to actually show you some of that exclusive video here on CNN. We showed it to you about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, let's look at it again.
This is the second plane. Watch carefully from the left.
That plane hitting the World Trade Center about 20 minutes after the first one. The first one hit just shortly before 9 o'clock, about 10 minutes to. Again, that's a reverse angle, one that we've not seen before.
And you looked, and earlier we could hear the sounds of the people in Battery Park looking on to this, screaming, just seeing more of this horror unfolding in their city that led to the destruction of a landmark of New York this day, and perhaps has forever changed the way Americans are going to look at whether or not they are isolated from the issue of terrorism. This has changed a lot.
Yeah, as one member of government said earlier today, the days of talking about terrorism for the United States, he said, are over.
There was a lot of reaction from all around the world. Reaction coming in the form of shock, dismay, and sympathy for the American people. Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon declared Wednesday a day of mourning in Israel. Flags there are going to be flown at half-staff, and emergency rescue units are being sent to the United States.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness who seek to destroy our liberty and our way of life. I believe that together we can defeat these forces of evil. At this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people. Our hearts are with you, and we are ready to provide any assistance at any time. The government of Israel has declared a day of mourning tomorrow as we bow our heads and share in the sorrow of the American people.
It's important to note, too, Israel has been on a heightened state of alert. Now, at the same time, Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat denouncing the attacks, calling them a crime against humanity.
It is very difficult for me personally, for anyone, to speak about what had happened. It is not only against the Americans. It is not only against the American people or against the American government. It is against the whole international human being. Unbelievable, unbelievable. I am sending my condolences for President Bush, for his government, for his American people, for this unbelievable disaster what happened. This is touching our hearts, and it's very difficult to explain my feelings, my pain. God help them. God help them. God help them.
Arafat offered help in tracking down those responsible. Several radical Palestinian groups, including Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, have denied any involvement.
All right, let's talk a little bit now about the reaction in Europe. European leaders unanimous in their condemnation of the attacks. British newspapers all carried pictures on the front page of their morning edition. Messages of condolences and expressions of support poured in.
This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy, and we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
В борьбе с террором, с этой чумой 21 века.
It is an impudent challenge thrown down to all humanity, at least to civilized humanity. And what has happened today once again emphasizes actuality of Russia's proposal to unite efforts of the international community to fight with terrorism, with this plague of the 21st century. Russia has experienced terrorism, and that is why we exactly understand the feelings of the American people. Addressing the people of the United States on behalf of the people of Russia, I would like to say that we are with you, and we share and feel your pain in full. We support you.
Avec une immense émotion que la France vient d'apprendre ces attentats monstrueux.
It is with enormous emotion that France has just learned of these monstrous attacks. There is no other word that have struck the United States of America. And in these unbelievable circumstances, the entire French people, I can state, are with the American people. I express our friendship and our solidarity in this tragedy. I assure President George Bush, of course, of my total support. France, you know, has always condemned terrorism and condemns it unequivocally and believes it must be fought in every way. That is why I'm asking you to excuse me immediately. I have to return to Paris.
Dies ist eine Kriegserklärung gegen die gesamte zivilisierte Welt.
This is a declaration of war against all civil societies. Whoever helps these terrorists or protects them goes against all fundamental values on which the coexistence of nations is founded. The German people support the American people in this hour that is so difficult for the people in the United States. We remain strongly committed to the United States of America.
An act of unspeakable violence took place today. And this is a moment where people are reflecting on the nature of that tragedy and standing firm against that kind of violence and with the people who have suffered from it.
I want to express, in the name of the European Union, our entire solidarity with the United States, with our American friends, and with the American people, with our allies.
Well, perhaps you can imagine how much the attack on the World Trade Center has unnerved global financial markets. Already feel fearful of recession, and of course some of those markets around the world are open now. Richard Quest in London has been monitoring the situation there for us. Richard?
Good morning, Colleen. This was, of course, an attack right on the very heart of the World Centre for Capitalism. So it's not surprising that as soon as the news became clear, there were very sharp falls in share prices across Europe, and that's been seen again in Asia overnight. Let me update you briefly. Tokyo's stock market is down around 6.2%. In Hong Kong, the market there down also around 9.5%, following on from what was seen in Europe. The US Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, he's in Japan at the moment and is to return to the United States. He's had discussions not only with the chairman of the Fed, Alan Greenspan, but with the various securities regulators. Their key goal now, of course, to restore confidence in the system, to maintain confidence in the business and markets of the United States. And to do that, the Fed has made it clear it will pump whatever money is necessary or needed into the system. I understand that discussions have taken place about not only providing cash to ATMs, to banks across the United States, where there may be massive withdrawals of cash from people worried about being able to have access to funds, but also the Fed will be standing behind companies, banks, in case there's some form of credit crunch. That's what could cause the recession in the US.
CNN's Richard Quest, thanks very much in London. Jim?
President George W. Bush is trying to calm and reassure the people of the United States as well as his nation's allies. In a televised address, he said America was looking for those responsible for these attacks and those who harbored them. This is the full text of his address.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages.
All right, we were listening there to President Bush as he spoke directly to the nation from the White House. Clearly they're trying to allay some of the fears people may have about financial markets and other things, conveying a deep sense of what had happened in the day, a deep sense that he was facing a complete change in the way the U.S. is going to have to deal with one of the major threats it faces, terrorism. For his part, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell rushed back to Washington from South America. He told reporters U.S. officials had received no specific warnings, in his words, in advance of the attacks.
You also heard the president making the point that America will be open for business, as he said, including the Pentagon. The rescue and recovery effort, though, continuing into the night at the Pentagon, where American Airlines Flight 77 crashed. CNN's Bob Franken joins us now with more on that. Bob, how's it looking there this evening?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It's 15 hours, more than 15 hours since the plane crashed into this side of the Pentagon. You can see in back of me there's still smoke. The fire is still burning. As a matter of fact, the various firefighters are still in what they're calling a defensive position. They haven't really attacked the interior. They're going to do that with the break of the light of day. They're going to literally peel back the walls, we're saying. They're going to peel back the walls and go in there and take a very aggressive stance and finally be able to put out a fire, I said, started about 15 hours ago, and was witnessed aghast from some people who were driving from the highway right over there.
I looked off, looked out my window. I saw this plane, a jet, American Airlines jet coming, and I thought, this doesn't add up. It's really low. And I saw it. It just went, I mean, it was like a cruise missile with wings. Went right there and slammed right into the Pentagon. Huge explosion, great ball of fire, and smoke started billowing out, and then it was just chaos on the highway as people either tried to move around the traffic and go down either forward or backwards. We had a lady who was in front of me who was backing up and screaming, "Everybody go back, they've hit the Pentagon."
There's still no official estimate of casualties. We're being told now by one of the local fire chiefs that there could be between 100 and 800 deaths inside. Of course, we know there were about 65 people on the plane that actually crashed into the building here. The Rumsfeld, the defense secretary, held a briefing just a few hours ago, and he was not really able to give many details on casualties.
There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Now, it's very, very important to the Pentagon that it reopen tomorrow. The defense secretary said he was determined that at least some of the services would be conducted here. There will be an opening of this building, but individuals should check with his supervisor to find out exactly whether he or she should come to work. And some of the work that will certainly be going on today will be very preliminary planning, at least, of the ultimate retaliation once they can figure out who it is they're going to retaliate against. Colleen?
Understood. Bob Franken at the Pentagon tonight. Thanks very much. Jim?
As the United States tries to come to grips with what has happened this day, the magnitude of the tragedy, thousands of people, more than 300 firefighters' families trying to deal with this problem, victims perhaps in their thousands, all trying to deal with missing people or people that are known to have died in the violence. Among those victims in the attack on the Pentagon, a person perhaps familiar to many of you CNN viewers, Barbara Olson, an attorney. She was frequently a commentator here on CNN. Her husband is U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson. He says she called him twice on her cell phone from inside the aircraft, telling him that it had been hijacked by men with knives. Barbara Olson was not originally scheduled to take that flight, but she delayed her travel plans to have breakfast with her husband on Tuesday, his birthday.
And this is really disturbing as well. A man on board one of the doomed planes actually called his mother as the aircraft was being hijacked. Mark Bingham was a passenger on United Airlines Flight 93 that was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. Called his mother in the Bay Area minutes before the plane crashed near Pittsburgh.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark,
And he said, "Hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham." Giving me his last name. And he said, "I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane."
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, "Well, who are they, Mark?" And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, "I don't know who they are." He became distracted there, as if someone was speaking to him, and he said it's something to the effect of, "It's true," and then the phone went dead.
Authorities in New York City not giving up hope of finding more survivors. CNN producer Rose Arce is on the scene in Lower Manhattan. Rose?
I'm right across the street from 2 World Trade Center, which is still surrounded by a plume of smoke, and in the foreground you can see where a building on Vesey Street is still on fire. But for the first time tonight, we're actually seeing rescue workers inside 2 World Trade Center. All day they've been behind barricades, being pushed farther and farther back because of falling debris. And now, for the first time, they're actually on the catwalk that surrounds it's like right above the first story of World Trade Center. There's only about maybe 7 or 8 floors of the building left above them. It's just been shaved off at the top. It's completely blackened. The windows are darkened. There's really no sign of anything going on in there, but they're walking around in there. They're going through the windows. It looks like they have some access, at least to what is the 2nd floor now of the building, and are looking around inside there. You can see some flashlights. You can see someone walking around.
Rose, you're describing the situation there for us very well, but there's no power in the area, is there? And this is indeed a very dangerous operation, isn't it?
Yes, there is. There actually is power in one building across the street. I don't know if it's a generator or...
All right, we were talking...
The entire area is only lit up by emergency lights. It's virtually a ghost town in Lower Manhattan, except for just the area right around where the plane hit the building and where there is debris, and, as I said, for the first time, an active rescue operation.
How many people are in the building? Any idea?
As far as rescue workers, I've only seen maybe a half, like I said, on this catwalk. And then down on the ground, there are just hundreds of firefighters that have reached here for the first time and are trying to clear through the debris in the adjoining buildings. There's also a triage center that's been set up across the street from 2 World Trade Center, where you can see several dozen people getting oxygen. There's some flying glass. There's this thin flying glass in the air that seems to be getting in people's eyes. So there's people's eyes to try to clear them.
All right, Rose Arce, CNN producer, down at the scene in Lower Manhattan.
And all day the Red Cross had been calling on people to donate blood, to get out there, give blood, because so many people have been injured. Jean Meserve is in Washington now, and we want to hand it over to her for a moment to talk about the Red Cross, how emergency services handle this kind of thing. Jean, where you go?
Colleen, people in Washington and in New York and all across the country want to help in a situation like this. And this afternoon, the Federal Emergency Management Agency said the way to help was to contact the Red Cross and give them blood or give them money. And here with me today is Shelley McCaffrey. She's a Red Cross volunteer. Thanks for coming in.
Hi, thank you.
First, let's talk about the blood situation. How does it look right now? Have you gotten a lot of donations?
We have had a wonderful response, and the truth is, blood donations are going to be needed in the long run. This is going to be an ongoing problem for many months, so it's important that people call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE and make an appointment and keep their appointment. And again, this will be many months.
And people in Missouri can give blood, and it will be as helpful as people in greater New York.
Sure. They can contact their local blood region, make an appointment close to home, and if they call that 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, they can make that through that number.
Why is the need for blood going to last for months? One can understand weeks, certainly, but months.
Right. Again, even if we use the blood that we have right now, it will need to be replenished, and it will be ongoing. We're going to have many, many months, and of course we don't know what's going to happen. We are still in the middle of hurricane season, and the Red Cross will be there through all other disasters, including this one. So it's so important to keep that blood supply going and to make sure that Red Cross is there to save lives every day through the next few months or however long it takes.
Well, what about the cash donations? Are those flowing into you as well?
Yes, it's wonderful to see the response of the American people at a time like this. It's so traumatic, and people want to know how to help, and the truth is, turn to the Red Cross and be there for us so that we can be there for the American people. People can donate by contacting their local chapter. That's really the easiest way to go about it. Call the local chapter, look it up in the phone book, or contact the Red Cross at 1-800-HELP-NOW.
You were mentioning that your website has just been flooded
Right.
with people who want to help.
It's wonderful, and in response to that flooding, America Online has also instituted helping.org in order to help the Red Cross and to funnel some of those donations through their website as well. So if you're having trouble with the internet, that's another option to go in addition to redcross.org. But again, contacting the local chapter really is the most important way and the most effective way to get that donation to the Red Cross.
What about people who want to volunteer their time?
That's also a wonderful way to help out. However, the Red Cross has trained volunteers. It takes many hours of training. We want to make sure that we have the right people in the right place at the right time, ready to go whenever needed. So again, contact the local chapter, look it up in the phone book, make that call. Tell them that you want to volunteer, and they will put your name into our network of 23,000 volunteers nationwide. They'll give you the training, and then when you are needed, you will be called upon.
We've been talking today over and over about how unprecedented these events are. For the Red Cross, is this also unprecedented?
Absolutely. It's such a traumatic incident to have something like this happen right on the American soil, and we've been receiving such support from our international sister societies. It's just been incredible. It's so traumatic for the American people, so emotional and so deeply trying, but of course we'll rise to the occasion.
Tell me about that international support.
Right. The American Red Cross has been receiving calls of condolence and offers of support, whether it be financial or material, from our sister societies, the British Red Cross, the German Red Cross. And it's so amazing to experience that international support in the same way that those other countries are supporting President Bush and are supporting the American government. We are also receiving that same support. And right here in America, it's so wonderful to see the people rally around that Red Cross, that symbol of help and hope that is the same worldwide.
Shelley, before we leave, why don't you once again give the phone numbers, the website, so people can contact you if they want to.
Everybody can contact us at 1-800-HELP-NOW to make that financial contribution. That's also available in Spanish, 1-800-257-7575. Or people can contact us at redcross.org or helping.org to make that online secure contribution. If people want to give blood, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, or contact that local chapter.
Shelley McCaffrey of the Red Cross, thanks so much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
Our coverage of the day's events and the aftermath will continue in just a moment. Stay with CNN.
A day of unimaginable horror in the United States. A hijacked airliner smashes into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York.
Minutes later, another jet slams into the South Tower.
U.S. President George W. Bush is promising now that he's going to find the perpetrators as terrorist attacks on U.S. landmarks change the very landscape of American life.
All right, we're going to continue on here, I think. We're supposed to have a little animation there, but let's keep going.
All right, I'm Jim Clancy.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards. We're going to continue CNN's coverage of the most devastating terrorist attacks ever to take place on American soil, continuing that coverage for you right now. It is now thought that several thousand people may have perished in New York and Washington on Tuesday. This is the new New York City skyline. Let's show it to you right now, with an eerie void where the World Trade Center used to be. The twin 110-story buildings collapsed Tuesday after hijacked airliners crashed first into one tower, then into the other.
A short while ago, we received pictures of that first plane that hit the North Tower.
Actually, we don't have those pictures right now. We're just getting things sorted out here. Bear with us. But 18 minutes later, in a terrorist operation of extraordinary precision, a second airliner hits the South Tower, and we've been showing you video of that from a couple of different angles. Hundreds of people ran for their lives. Debris showered lower Manhattan.
Well, you know, and as we look at the skyline now, Colleen, and see it darken, and we've heard reports that, yes, there are some rescue crews that have gone down into that area that are looking for some of the debris. There's only about 8 stories or even less remaining of World Trade Center building number 2.
CNN's Deborah Fayerick reporting even that cadaver dogs haven't been able to do their jobs there because that coating of dust is so thick.
Looking like a nuclear winter after this devastating strike, an audacious strike involving the hijacking of 4 separate airliners in one single day. For the cases that we know about, those hijackers were using knives or cardboard cutters, utility knives, which actually a razor blade, perhaps in plastic, perhaps that's the way that they got them through the security checks at airports. But an incredible day.
And actually, you know, one of the things we've been hearing later this evening is that there's even maybe cell phone calls coming from that area, so still lots to sort out in New York. But right now we want to go to CNN's Bill Hammer, who's got a look at the day's terrible events. Let's look.
8:45 a.m. East Coast time, an airliner smashes into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Minutes later, 9:03 a.m., a second jet slams into the South Tower.
You can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now.
Officials in New York close airports around the city. Tunnels and bridges shut down. At 9:30, President Bush tells the world the U.S. has been hit by an apparent terrorist attack. Within 10 minutes, the FAA shuts down every airport in the country, the first time this has ever happened. 9:45, an explosion at the Pentagon after another plane slams into the headquarters and the symbol of the U.S. military. 10 o'clock, New York City. The South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses, raining debris onto the street. Less than 30 minutes later, as evacuations continue, the North Tower falls.
Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car.
Gotta move back.
In that same half hour, back in Washington, part of the Pentagon collapses. Further west, outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a plane crash reported in Somerset County. Plans go into effect to protect the government. Much of Washington is shut down. Federal buildings and the White House are evacuated. Members of Congress point to the possibility the attacks are the responsibility of Osama bin Laden, a Saudi millionaire blamed for other terrorist attacks. As part of emergency measures, the president cut short his trip in Florida, first making a stop in Louisiana, declaring the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible. He's later flown to Nebraska, where he convenes with security officials. 1:44 p.m., a state of emergency declared in Washington, D.C. 2 U.S. Navy aircraft carriers and 5 other warships leave Norfolk, Virginia, headed to the New York City area. The FBI says it believes the 4 missing planes were hijacked and is working on the assumption the morning's events were a coordinated terrorist attack. Then about 6 o'clock Eastern Time, explosions rock Kabul, capital city of Afghanistan. The White House denies this was any sort of retaliatory strike, but rather part of the ongoing civil war in that country. Bill Hemmer, CNN, reporting.
We have all witnessed over and over again, in person or even on television in the United States or around the world, the incredible images of the tragedy that unfolded in Washington and New York City this day. Some of us are better than others at expressing the emotions that those images draw out of us. One of those who is good at it indeed is Garrick Utley. He joins us now from his city, New York.
Well, Jim, I feel like most of our colleagues here today, and even those of you who have been watching this for what now nearly 16 hours, what can words really say? The fact is, we've been watching those images, those pictures, and perhaps we forget that behind each camera and each image is a camera person, a man or a woman who was there near the Pentagon or here in Lower Manhattan. They were standing there. They were on the front line today, and they didn't flinch. What we want to do now is share again some of these images, but also with the words, the thoughts, and the experiences of that person who took those pictures. He's camera operator Tom Muccio, and here's what he saw and what he lived through today.
When I started filming the Trade Center towers this morning, I thought I had woken up in a nightmare. The flames, all these people running, trying to get out of Manhattan already. Then the first tower collapsed. Then day turned to night. A man turned up covered in soot, still carrying his briefcase. People were crying. Some just stood not knowing where to go. I kept thinking about my family, my colleagues, whether they were all right, whether I would see them again. It felt like the end of the world. Then I looked and the second tower collapsed. It was gone. It looked like an exodus. People were coming out of nowhere covered in towels. A barman closed his bar in front of us. Today there would be no business as usual, although somebody started to clean his fire escape around Wall Street. After we saw this woman call her family, we called ours too to let them know we were okay. People stopped to tell us what they saw.
People running, their hair on fire. People were jumping out of the World Trade Center. Jumping out because they don't know what to do. So, I mean, they're dead by doing that.
This man was taking this boy away from the scene.
His classmates, their parents work in the big building.
This couple was reunited and fine. We were invited into a hotel on Wall Street which was serving food in a makeshift room. We met the lucky ones too. This man overslept and he didn't get to work on time. He worked on the 78th floor of the World Trade Center.
From what I understand, my whole office is dead. Everybody died up there, jumped out, or burned.
When we got to Wall Street, the stock exchange was closed. The police were blocking our way. We found a policeman 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center who was guarding a piece of one of the planes. He was waiting for a forensic team to come and pick it up. I felt the nightmare was just carrying on. When we got closer to the World Trade Center, policemen were getting more and more nervous. Then we finally saw it, through the smoke. The remains of the World Trade Center looked like a broken fence. It felt like covering a volcano eruption, dust everywhere, inches thick, pieces of paper covering the ground from the buildings. Again, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Broadway. It felt like a very bad horror movie. On the way back to the office on the empty highway uptown, I thought about all this senselessness, about these terrible acts, and about the freedom to do evil.
The pictures, the thoughts, the experiences this day of camera operator Tom Muccio. Truly one of the real reporters on the front line of this tragedy. Back to you, Jim and Colleen.
All right, Gary Cutley, thank you for that. Well, we want to show you once again some of the video in case you've just tuned in. Video that is coming to light as the day wears on. That an angle of the second plane as it plowed into the World Trade Center. That videotape, perhaps because the cameraman was trapped down there in lower Manhattan and couldn't make his way out, just coming to us now. Terrifying, awesome, so much pain in a picture of what happened this day in New York City, and indeed the pictures have been nonstop.
And that being United Airlines Flight 175, 65 people on board that plane. Jean Meserve is watching things in Washington for us tonight. Let's go to her for the very latest. Jean?
Colleen, President Bush started his day in Florida, but returned to the White House just as the sun was setting. The arrival designed to show that the United States leadership will not be cowed. A short while later, Mr. Bush addressed the American people and the world from the Oval Office. Let's listen to his full address.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
Following his address, Mr. Bush attended a national security meeting. CNN senior White House correspondent John King is perched on a building near the White House this evening. John, what happened at that meeting and what's happened since?
Quite an extraordinary meeting, Gene. The president not only meeting with his national security, military, and defense team, but also bringing into that meeting the transportation secretary, the secretary of health and human services, the federal emergency management director. All that because so much of this now proceeding on parallel tracks. On the one hand, the federal government taking extraordinary steps to make medical personnel, portable morgues, and others available both in New York and at that scene over at the Pentagon. The investigation is also underway. We are told at that meeting by senior sources that it was discussed that the administration is building evidence that it believes points to people and groups associated with Osama bin Laden. The administration declining to say so publicly, but we are told by sources that was discussed at that meeting with the president and also has been discussed in private briefings senior administration officials have given members of Congress. Now, priority one for the president is to send reassuring signals to the American people that their government is at work during this investigation and during the recovery operations underway in New York and at the Pentagon. And to that end, we are told the president will bring the bipartisan leadership of Congress to the White House tomorrow for a public event. The rest of the president's scheduled tomorrow and for the rest of the week on hold, as the president obviously will be on hand at the White House to meet again with his national security team and assess anything he needs to do, both to respond to what has happened here in the United States, and we know there are troop deployments and other security precautions being taken overseas as well. Gene?
John, any word about the prospect of retaliatory strikes?
You obviously heard the president in his remarks saying if and when there are retaliatory strikes, they would not just be limited to the suspected terrorists, but also to anyone who harbors them. That taken, of course, as a signal to some that even the president was leaning a bit forward with the bin Laden connection. But I spoke to a senior official immediately after that session tonight who said, don't expect anything on an imminent basis. This official said, we're going to get this right. We're going to take a little time, he said, to sort this out. Gene?
John, will life be different tomorrow for the president and also for average Americans in terms of security precautions?
Life will be different for the president and the entire country. We have seen around the grounds of the White House behind me, it is dark in the complex now, but extraordinary security circumstances throughout the day. Indeed, as the president flew back to Washington today, if you looked out the window of Air Force One, you could see military fighter jets in very close proximity to Air Force One, and the president was brought back hours later than they had hoped. At one point, they wanted to bring the president directly back from Florida. Then he made a stop in Louisiana for a military base. They decided not to bring him back immediately because at that time, we are told, not all of the aircraft in the skies over the United States had been accounted for. The White House was not willing to bring the president back into Washington until all those aircraft had been accounted for and until other security steps were taken. Now, as for average Americans, we are told the plan is to reopen the nation's air traffic control system and therefore the nation's domestic air travel at noon tomorrow, barring any new troubling information overnight. Any American, though, going to an airport or a major train station in the days ahead, we are told, will see extraordinarily new, stringent security measures. Gene?
Senior White House correspondent John King, thank you. And now back to Jim Clancy in Atlanta.
All right, Gene, thank you for that. Well, earlier we heard what it was like for a professional cameraman on the scene at the World Trade Center this day, but what was it like to really witness the attack as an amateur, as someone who was there for another reason entirely? That's what happened with Dr. Mark Heath this day. He went to the scene to see if he could help the victims of the first attack, and he wound up being caught in the second.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Can I get a toot? I'm just getting a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. This is the car I hid behind. It saved my life. Oh, wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Oxygen. Don't have oxygen.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him.
10-4.
Thanks. They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area. See if I can help, so that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I just seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. No one trauma. Gonna go wash my eyes out. Yeah, that almost made it worse. Looking north on the West Side Highway. You guys going in?
Yeah.
Come with you.
Let's go, Doc.
You know, you might not want to get too much closer because the more buildings could come down, then we're not going to help anybody.
All right.
I think we should. Yeah.
Where's the incident come out?
Let's just.
Oxygen.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just wait right here. Let's just station up right here. Okay.
All right, Doc.
Why don't we set up? Can you hang IVs from this pole here?
Okay.
Okay.
Where'd you get gloves there, buddy?
Yeah. We just heard another explosion. They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there. Just gonna wait here until they bring some people out. I was hooked up with some firemen with some first aid stuff.
What do we got?
You know what?
Anything?
Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Hold on to tie again to all units that are available. We're going to have a new command post on Murray Street and West Street. Any units available, report it when you're all up to this.
Any suggestions? Should we set up here for medical work? Think this is safe enough?
And there we have it. One man's journey, an incredible journey through a day of disaster. That was amateur video from Dr. Mark Heath. Colleen?
All right, Jim. Well, disaster relief agencies say they're rushing blood supplies to New York City and to Washington as well. People have been jamming donation centers to help the untold number of victims of these attacks. The American Red Cross says it has 60,000 units of blood in several East Coast cities that it can ship to hospitals in New York City and Washington. Even people on the other side of the country in Los Angeles have been lining up at blood donation centers. Authorities say they will continue to need donations, though, over the next 2 weeks, even longer, we're hearing now, perhaps even a couple of months to replenish their supplies. Officials say the most needed blood types, O positive, O negative. They are the universal blood types that can be transfused into anyone in an emergency. Now, at hospitals throughout the New York area, medical heroics are going on. Michael Oku is standing by at St. Vincent's Hospital and Medical Center, which is one of the trauma centers closest to the World Trade Center. Michael, go ahead.
Colleen, they call this a city that never sleeps, and I'm sure that tonight in New York,
no one is doing that. And yet, despite that, there's a very eerie silence that's broken across the city tonight, as you can well imagine, only occasionally broken by the sound of emergency medical vehicles. I'm standing in Lower Manhattan, just south of 14th Street, and if you can look just north of me, you can see that police have set up barricades so that no one can come below this part of New York City. And it limits traffic to this part of New York City to just the occasional emergency medical vehicle and to police vehicles. I'm standing just about 2 blocks west of St. Vincent's Hospital, which has been set up as the main trauma and triage center here in New York. As of 10:30 last night, which was the time of the last hospital press conference, officials at St. Vincent's Hospital said that there were 327 patients who had been admitted. 50 to 55 of them were in critical condition, and they also reported, of course, that there were 3 deaths. Most of the victims, they say, had suffered from severe burns. Most of those burns had been burns that were sustained in the face, and there were occasional cases in which patients suffered from cardiac arrest, some from existing conditions which were, of course, triggered by this trauma. Now, Governor Pataki was here earlier at St. Vincent's, and he reported that he met with victims as well as some of the doctors who worked on some of the patients here. He said that every story seemed to be an unusual one, and you can imagine there are no usual stories tonight. For the most part, the scene outside the hospital looks like this. Dozens of men and women in scrubs, under portable lights, waiting. Basically, gurneys that have been set up, wheelchairs, office furniture covered in sheets as they await more victims, more people whose lives they are hoping to save. That's what the scene looks like outside St. Vincent's Hospital tonight, and what I have to report is probably one of the most eerie nights that I've spent in the city. The hospital says that they will have another briefing later this morning at 6:30. Back to you.
All right, Michael Oku, thanks very much. Jim?
As America came under attack, so too did its financial sector. Wall Street virtually shut down this day because of the attacks in New York City, as well as across the country when all airlines were shut down. President Bush going on television to reassure not only Americans, but others who have an interest, who share in the globalization that has taken place within the financial world. And markets are reacting to the events in the United States yesterday. Let's go to Richard Quest. He joins us from London. Richard.
Many thanks, Jim. Of course, there was no trading in the United States, so the initial financial reaction has had to come from overseas. Europe saw very sharp falls as the news came in from New York and Washington. That's been followed up overnight in the Far East. Asian markets are down between around 6 to 10%, 10% in the Hong Kong market. The worry, of course, is clearly what this will mean for the wider issue of the economy. Clearly, business will be seriously affected as Wall Street is paralysed. Simply those who can't even get to their offices to do business, let alone those who have actually been affected by the crashes. Overall, nobody can really say at this point the extent to the economic effect. We do know that the Fed is planning to pump money into the economy. That's designed not only to prevent a cash shortage, ordinary consumers who may just be taking larger sums out of the bank, but also to prevent any form of credit crunch, Jim.
All right, when you look at the markets, is there any way of telling how long-lived this might be, this steep drop that you see in Asia right now?
I think that one has to put this into 2 different categories. On the one hand, there is the market's reaction. That can unwind itself in a matter of days. That is simple panic. We've seen markets react before. 2 weeks later, you wonder what had happened. Much more serious is the effect to business confidence. Bearing in mind, the World Trade Center had over 435 tenants in those 2 buildings alone. They come from more than 26 countries around the globe. There were major financial institutions, Morgan Stanley, Keefe, Bruyette and Woods, Credit Suisse First Boston, just some of those who are actually in the buildings. Now, taking away from that and moving slightly further afield, you've got, of course, the collapse of number 7 World Trade Center. You've then got all the other buildings nearby where people simply won't be able to get to work. The ripple effects will start to be felt. And that's why it's vital that people like Paul O'Neill, the US Treasury Secretary, who's now leaving Japan and heading back to the United States, Alan Greenspan, the chairman of the Fed, who's at a bankers' meeting in Basel in Switzerland, and the SEC, are all coordinating at the moment, not only to send a message that they will provide the money necessary for corporate America to continue, but also to restore confidence in the market system.
All right, Richard Quest reporting to us there from London. Colleen.
All right, and of course, as we've been telling you all along, some of the rescue efforts still going on tonight, especially in New York City, and we've actually got some tape in just now that we want to show you of those night rescue operations in and around the area of the World Trade Center. Just backing it up there a little bit. Let's see if we can get it rolling again. You can see some of the areas that have been lit. We heard earlier from a report from CNN's Deborah Farrick, who was down in that area, that they do have dogs there. They've got cadaver dogs searching. Even that is being made difficult because there's so much dust on the ground. She was saying that even the dogs can't really do their work. So still a lot to sift through. There have been reports this evening of telephone calls, cell phone calls being made, possibly from the basement area of that complex. None of that's been confirmed, but of course rescue officials hoping and trying to see if there are people still alive. They want to be able to get them out. We heard earlier from the New York mayor that more than 300 firefighters they believe are missing and presumed dead, and dozens of police officers as well who were surrounding that building when the two towers essentially crumbled into dust. So you're looking at some pictures there in and around the World Trade Center of the night rescue operation still underway at this time.
And incredible pictures, because really that's our best look really at the destruction that we've seen thus far, because it was enveloped in clouds of dust for so long during the daylight hours, very inaccessible. But you can see the way that the buildings are simply gone. All you see are the shell.
Yeah, you see a few floors there, Jim, just a few, obviously badly burnt out.
But having worked there, and you know, CNN had its New York bureau in the World Trade Center when the network first started on the air 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago. And when I look at those pictures, you know, it's hard to believe. And as many people have noted on this day, there's a sense among the people in the United States that there has to be retribution for this. The death toll alone is going to be staggering. We've been warned about that. No one even knows, no one can even estimate. Although United States officials say there have been no credible claims of responsibility for Tuesday's attacks in New York City and Washington. And they remind everyone it's still too early to speculate about exactly who may be involved. Still, some U.S. intelligence officials are telling CNN there are good indications, that's their words, that people linked to Saudi exile Osama bin Laden might be responsible. As the World Trade Center burned furiously, smoke billowed above the Pentagon, and the White House was evacuated, one security expert declared, "This isn't an act of terrorism, this is an act of war." Noting there was no direct evidence, several experts pointed out that few terrorist organizations around the world were capable of mounting such an audacious attack. They mentioned only one man by name, a name repeated by U.S. officials for years.
There is not the slightest doubt that Osama bin Laden, his worldwide allies, and his sympathizers are planning further attacks against us. Despite progress against his networks, bin Laden's organization has contacts virtually worldwide, including in the United States, and he has stated unequivocally that all Americans are targets.
For almost a decade, Osama bin Laden has been accused or suspected of coordinating attacks on the United States, on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia, on U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, in the suicide mission against the USS Cole, at the World Trade Center in 1993, and the list goes on. Terrorism experts paint a picture of bin Laden as a Saudi-born revolutionary determined to end U.S. involvement in Saudi Arabia. In interviews, bin Laden has renewed his vow to bring jihad, or holy war, against the United States. Specifically, he said Washington had failed to get the message from bombings aimed at U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia.
We declared a jihad, a holy war, against the United States government because it is unjust, criminal, and tyrannical.
Terrorism analysts warned earlier this year Osama bin Laden was turning his attention to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, hoping to win armed converts and gain global political momentum out of the chaos of the collapsed peace process. Bin Laden's wealth, estimated by some at around $200 million, is seen as key to not only recruiting militant followers, but funding carefully planned and coordinated attacks. U.S. officials blame Osama bin Laden in the attacks on the U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, which they say were carefully timed to increase the dramatic effects of a simultaneous onslaught against U.S. interests.
Get the cameras out of here. Let's go. Get off.
It is precisely the same strategy that appears to be at work in the financial and political centers of America in the latest attacks. U.S. officials assert that bin Laden initiated his terrorist network during the war in Afghanistan, later moved to training bases in Sudan, and is currently being sheltered by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban. The Taliban say they have been warned the U.S. will hold Afghanistan responsible for any attack on U.S. interests linked to bin Laden.
There are governments like Afghanistan which are engaged in the smuggling of heroin and the harboring of terrorists. Governments such as Afghanistan, I think, have to be considered criminal organizations.
Sanctions against Afghanistan are already in place. U.S. missile strikes hit bin Laden's training facilities there in 1998, but missed the 44-year-old leader of an organization he simply calls the base. Earlier this year, reporters who visited bin Laden in Afghanistan said he appeared to be in a race against time, a race to see who could strike first, the United States or Osama bin Laden. It may be weeks or months before those behind what is apparently the worst terrorist strikes in the history of the U.S. are known. What is certain is that Osama bin Laden is already high on the list of suspects. One Arab journalist says Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack against the United States. He's joining us now. Abdul Bari Atwan, editor of the London-based Al-Quds newspaper, joining us from London. Tell us a little bit more about this warning. There have been many others, haven't there?
Well, actually, I believe this could be a work of consortium of many organizations, Islamic organizations, which they declared war against the United States. The anti-American feeling is very high now in the Middle East and the Muslim world because what's happening on the occupied territories, and many people accuse the United States of actually helping the Israeli and protecting them. So groups like bin Laden and other Islamic fundamentalists, actually, they would like to come out and say, look, we are targeting the United States. The United States is supporting the Muslim and Arab enemies, which is the Israeli, and we are taking revenge of what's happening. So we learned from sources that, they are really at work to hit American target. But nobody expected that this target will be in New York itself or in the Pentagon. So the place of the attacks was surprising to everybody.
Abdul Bari, Osama bin Laden has been said to be really trying to turn Afghanistan not only into what he would term a pure Islamic state, but into a base where there are people who would support exporting, if you will, his brand of Islamic revolution.
Well, actually, I interviewed Osama bin Laden on Afghanistan in November 1996, and I did see his camps and his followers there. the man is ruthless, and he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world. And he recently managed to recruit a lot of those highly educated Arabs who were even educated in the United States itself and some Western countries. So I'm not surprised if he is surrounded with experts in different fields. And we noticed that the attack against the American destroyer Cole in the seaport of Aden was highly sophisticated attack, highly sophisticated on the bombing, the information gathering, and the monitoring of the movement of the American warships. So I'm not surprised if those highly intelligent people, highly educated people actually were behind the planning of the attacks against the World Trade Center.
When people look at this and they see it in the narrow confines of one day, people saw Palestinians standing up and cheering these attacks in Nablus, in refugee camps in South Lebanon where they've languished for half a century. When they look at that, on one hand, it creates a sense of anger. And there has to be a sense as well from some among the Arab world that this is not going to lead to an improvement in the situation, and certainly not a change in the U.S. position.
Jim, you are absolutely right, but we have to put into our consideration there are 300 million Arabs, and those people are very few who actually were dancing in the streets, whether in Nablus or in refugee camps in Lebanon. The Palestinians definitely will suffer because of these attacks, because they want the American involvement in the peace process to be revived, and they want the American to be the sponsor of the peace process and to intervene and put an end to the Israeli aggression against their people there. So we cannot say those people representing the Arabs, but we have to ask our questions. Why America is targeted? Why the American people are targeted? Definitely there is something wrong in the American foreign policies. So these wrongs has to be readdressed, has to be rectified, and we want more involvement from the United States on the Arab-Israeli conflict to revive the peace process, to put an end to the Israeli atrocities. Also, there are Palestinians killed in the West Bank and Gaza Strip every day by the Israeli tanks, by the Israeli missiles. So we have to understand the frustration of some people, but this doesn't mean that we should support any terrorist acts against innocent Americans in New York and Washington, anywhere in the world. It is a terrorist act. Everybody condemned in the Middle East.
Abdulbari Atwan of Al Quds, our thanks to you for being with us there. Colleen?
All right, Jim, thanks. I want to show you some tape again now that we're just getting in. We're just starting to get some nighttime footage rolling in of the efforts that are going on there. This is the rubble around the World Trade Center, and actually maybe I need to be corrected. That doesn't look like nighttime. Perhaps that's from earlier in the day. John, maybe you can just let me know for sure. Regardless, that is the rubble around the area of the World Trade Center. You can clearly see parts of building, all that dust that rained down, all the debris. In that debris, we saw earlier sheets of paper from the offices in there. Only a few floors of that building remaining standing. Still a fair bit of dust there. We saw in pictures from nighttime just a few minutes ago that a lot of that dust has settled. Rescue workers on the scene. And there you see them there. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani saying 300 or more firefighters believed are missing, believed dead, and dozens of police officers as well.
Can't see.
All right, those pictures obviously from earlier of the rubble around the World Trade Center. Jim?
Devastation this day also in the nation's capital. Let's go now to the Pentagon, and Bob Franken live for an update on the situation there. Bob.
Well, it's been about 16 hours, Jim, since the explosion here, since the plane collided with this west side of the Pentagon, and you can see it's still smoldering a little bit. They're still waiting for the embers to stop going so they can actually go into the building. We saw just a moment ago some of the supervisors. They were lowered in what looked like a bucket. They were actually being lowered into the bombed out building where the plane had hit so they could take a look and just see what the status of the fire was. The plan is at daybreak to literally peel away the wall a little bit and then go in. Of course, about 15 hours ago, we had some video that was shot shortly after the plane had collided with this side of the building. You can see that there was quite a bit of firefighting effort going on. There were literally hundreds of firefighters going. They were trying to put out a blaze that's still going till now. They fought all day with this, and of course there was also an evacuation of the injured. We don't have any sense of the casualties yet. We've been told that they could number in the hundreds. There could be more than 100 dead. There are wide estimates. The Pentagon is not giving any estimate. Perhaps we'll know more tomorrow when officials are actually able to go inside the building. A plane, of course, collided shortly after 9:30 this morning. A plane that was flying from Dulles, and of course it was taken by hijackers. That is the report, of course, and was then moved into the Pentagon, causing the damage that it did. Now, people talk about retaliation, and the Pentagon is already thinking about that, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff says that he will have the forces necessary.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
And tomorrow they will be ready to open the Pentagon. It's become a matter of pride here. At least they're going to be opening part of the building. The Defense Secretary said he's determined to do that to prove to the world that terrorism cannot knock down a building, cannot knock down the spirit of the American military. Jim?
Bob, the toll of dead and injured there at the Pentagon, does anyone know for sure?
As a matter of fact, the Pentagon is quite assertive about the fact that no estimates can be made. There was a local fire chief who said that the deaths could range between 100 and 800. Pentagon officials think that that is way too high, the 800 number, but it is clearly possible that there could be deaths that number in the hundreds.
All right, Bob Franken reporting there live from the Pentagon. Colleen?
All right, Jim, the attacks brought much of the United States to a halt as people watched events unfold transfixed. Schools, offices were closed. Highways across the country fell into gridlock as thousands of people returned to the sanctuary of their homes. But nowhere was the sense of shock so profound as in Manhattan. Greg Clarkin has that.
The terror attacks on the World Trade Center paralyzed New York and brought life to a standstill across America. Manhattan was sealed off minutes after the attacks on the Twin Towers. Tunnels and bridges closed, subway and commuter rail service suspended. Hundreds of thousands of people staggering out of the financial district on foot, on highways usually clogged with cars. Many scrambled to call loved ones only to find payphones and cell phones rendered useless. The World Trade Center was a major hub of telecom equipment, and call volumes swamped phone networks. Manhattan's supermarkets were jammed and long lines formed at cash machines. New York City police precincts were sealed off, and an urgent plea for blood was issued as hospitals throughout the metropolitan area were pressed into service.
Right now, at last count, we were utilizing over 50. I think it'll be over 100 and that was as of a half hour ago. And we're utilizing all of the hospitals in New York City. We're utilizing the hospitals in Westchester and Rockland, Nassau County, northern New Jersey.
For the first time in United States history, airports across the country were shut down, and they'll stay that way until at least noon on Wednesday.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow.
Amtrak canceled train service between New York and Boston. Greyhound canceled a big chunk of its service as well. Government buildings and businesses across the country were evacuated. Security tightened along the U.S. border with Mexico and Canada. NASA shut its centers down, and even some offshore oil drilling in the Gulf of Mexico is suspended. Stock trading was canceled, and financial markets will be closed all day Wednesday. Major League Baseball canceled its schedule for the first time since FDR's death in 1945 and for only the fourth time in its history. The NFL is considering canceling Sunday's games. Across the U.S., tourist attractions and landmarks shut down. Disneyland, Disney World, and Seattle's Space Needle among them. Back in New York, the mayoral primary election was also canceled. Greg Clarkin, CNN, New York.
All right, for some insight now into how Americans view the attacks, CNN, USA Today, and Gallup conducted a public opinion poll just before the president's speech. 86% of those questions said they considered the events an act of war. But the majority agreed the U.S. military should not strike back until it is clear who is responsible for the attacks. And 78% said they were confident of President Bush's ability to handle this situation.
Some relatives of the people killed had to deal with this attack right as it was happening. A man on board one of the planes called his mother as the aircraft was being hijacked, and this is so upsetting I can't tell you. Mark Bingham, a passenger on United Airlines Flight 93 that was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, he called his mother just minutes before the plane crashed near Pittsburgh.
That I love you very, very much. In case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Giving me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying, I think he said, I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane.
In his seat?
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there as if someone was speaking to him, and he said it's something to the effect of, it's true, and then the phone went dead.
An emergency dispatcher in Pennsylvania where United Flight 93 crashed said that he received a call from a passenger on board the plane as well, and that man repeatedly said, we are being hijacked, we are being hijacked. Jim?
Millions of people all around the world remained riveted to their television screens for hours once they heard about the attacks. Ann McDermott has more on the U.S. public's reactions to what they were watching.
The pictures were just so insane that all these University of Southern California students could do was stare. But the younger ones had questions, lots of questions.
But when I first saw on the news, I sort of wondered how protected we really are in America. Think they'll be able to catch all the people involved?
Their teacher, for once, had no answers.
How? Why? These are the questions.
And here's one more.
Do you think anything like this would ever happen again?
Will it happen again? Psychologists say that's what can make people so crazy at first.
It's not that we're afraid of the unknown. In the face of the unknown, we fill it in. We think there are monsters out there, and we actually end up frightening ourselves more.
Many of these people in an LA area gym admitted they were frightened and came here only for something to do.
I'm looking at the streets and it looks like Beirut, and I can't believe it's my backyard.
The smoke continues to billow out of the Trade Center building 6 hours.
I think we're definitely going to go to war.
This Korean War vet sure hopes not, but he knows the feeling.
I see what it says right there. America under attack. People didn't have to die.
But they did die, and America's in mourning. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
All right, we are actually coming to the end of this hour of coverage of America Under Attack. It has been about 16 hours since all of this horror began. The attacks on New York and Washington Tuesday, September 11th, will never be forgotten by those who experienced them firsthand or by the millions of people around the world who actually saw them unfold.
I heard the sound of a jet
I assumed it was like a Navy jet or something like that, just flying by.
And we heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere.
Then I heard a large explosion. I thought it was a sonic boom. And when I heard the explosion, I looked up, and what I saw red, and I saw debris start to fall down.
As soon as it got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
There was an enormous fireball. There was fire, debris falling to the ground, and then just a whole kind of mushroom of smoke that sort of just billowed up. And I just stood there in absolute disbelief.
There was a lot of people hurt. They were lying on the floors, coming down the stairs. A lot of people had asthma attacks while they were coming down. It was bad.
Everybody was screaming. Everybody was running. The cops were trying to maintain the calm. And in that haste, people were stampeding. People started screaming that there was another plane coming. I didn't see the plane, but I turned around, and the second building just exploded.
And we see a second commercial jet flying extremely low actually collide into the south tower of the building. At that point, we decided just to get out of there. People were just going crazy at that point, evacuating.
I saw people jumping off the building. Many, many people just jumping.
And people were just climbing, they were just falling down. I saw about 6 people falling down from the building from the binoculars. I saw a lady with a black suit, she fell down, and a boy with a white shirt, he fell down, and it was horrible.
If you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh my God.
Everybody was on top of each other trying to come down, and then somebody finally calmed the crowd down to get them to come down the stairs in an orderly fashion and get them out of the building.
We saw the south tower collapse to the ground, decimated, and then later, it was very amazing to see the north tower standing there by itself after years and years and years of seeing them together. And then all of a sudden, the north tower just collapsed upon itself and just fell to the ground. It was a cloud of dust that covered all of downtown Manhattan.
These New York policemen and firemen, God bless them, they kept us calm. They tried so hard to keep us moving north, and it was just absolute horror. It was horror.
Now, those are the words from the day America came under attack. Let's take a look at some of the pictures of the day, of the damage that has been done as a demarcation line is crossed, in the words of some, a line that separates past from future in the way that the U.S. is likely to deal with terrorism, and the realization, above all, that it is not isolated, that it is not safe because it is sheltered between two oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific. Many people that you heard their voices there never believed they would see these kinds of scenes as a result of a deliberate act of violence. But that is indeed what was witnessed in New York City, in Washington on this day. People believing that the security that had been in place would prevent these kinds of scenes. The utter destruction of two of the landmark buildings in New York City at the very heart of the financial district, symbols of, as some would say, of capitalism, of America's financial strength. But they were laid low this day by two hijacked jetliners that were plowed into the side at a horrible cost in human life. The news continues now on CNN.
Ultimately, to bring all of those responsible to justice, whatever form that takes.
It's clear now, as it was on December 7th, 1941, the United States is at war. The question is with whom? In December of 41, we knew. Today, we really don't.
They don't know now, but U.S. intelligence officials say they believe they soon will. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
Now, key to all of this is the fact that Osama bin Laden has been in Afghanistan. Afghan officials, the ruling Taliban there, have said unequivocally that they have been warned by Washington that they will be held responsible if it was determined that Osama bin Laden took actions, did terrorist acts against the United States or its interests. Now, joining us from Kabul for more on this story is Nick Robertson. He's joining us by video phone. Nick, what is the latest from there?
Well, Jim, certainly there is a lot of apprehension within the senior Taliban ranks here in Afghanistan, not only in Kabul, but in their spiritual capital, Kandahar, about 300 miles south of here. We also know this morning in Kabul that the United Nations agencies here in Kabul are preparing, very likely to pull out from here. Local staff are being paid their salaries, and there will probably likely be a skeleton staff of UN officials left in the city and in other cities around the country. We also know that some of the smaller non-governmental organizations, aid groups here in the city, are also preparing to pull out. 10 German groups, we are told, will pull out, 4 of them today. Last night, of course, the Taliban moving very swiftly. Foreign Minister Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil talking to journalists saying that they were not responsible, Afghanistan was not responsible, that they condemned terrorism in all its forms, and they said that Osama bin Laden couldn't be responsible for what had happened. Mullah Omar, the spiritual leader of the country, issuing a statement very quickly as well, Jim, indicative of the apprehension that possibly Afghanistan could be a place where retribution might be sought. But certainly Mullah Omar's statement, Osama bin Laden, he said, could not be responsible. This type of terrorism, he said, was too great for one man, Jim.
Still, the feeling persists that there is going to be some kind of retribution by the United States, and we could see the reaction coming there from Taliban officials. How many of them in the government are what you might consider supporters of Osama bin Laden? That is, they agree with him, his philosophy.
Well, the Taliban have given sanctuary to Osama bin Laden, they say, for his war efforts in expelling the 1980s Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, a 10-year occupation. Osama bin Laden came here and fought with the Mujahideen. And for that reason, when Osama bin Laden came to the Taliban in 1996 looking for a safe haven, they felt honor-bound under Afghan culture, they say, to give him a place to stay. Certainly, Osama bin Laden is a figurehead, not only in Afghanistan, but in this part of the world. He is somebody that some young followers of Islam might look towards as a particular type of leader that they behold. Certainly, as the Taliban prosecute their war to gain the control of the last 5% of Afghanistan, a civil war in the north of the country here, having an ally like Osama bin Laden to help rally more troops to their cause. This is a war of attrition, the civil war here, Jim. Many troops die on the front line, frontal assaults, troops driving across open plains being mowed down. The Taliban do need a lot of troops here to fight this war. Osama bin Laden and his supporters would certainly be a good rallying point for Taliban in trying to recruit people to that army. And certainly we have seen this in some instances, Jim.
Nick, there have been reports that Osama bin Laden is calling Muslims from around the world to join his forces in Afghanistan to support the country, even export out of Afghanistan some of the same fundamentalist beliefs that he holds. Do you see evidence of that?
Well, Jim, 2 years ago, we were traveling in the north of Afghanistan in territory held by the Northern Alliance, who are the last opposition holding out against the Taliban. There, we were taken to a jail and shown prisoners they told us were from mostly from Pakistan, one gentleman from Britain, and several others, some from China, some from other countries. These people told us that they had come to learn how to fight in training camps in Afghanistan and had then gone on to the front lines to fight in the war against the Northern Alliance, and that's why they were captured when the front lines changed. These people have told us other supporters, other fighters, other terrorists, some people might call them, frontline fighters, the Taliban would call them, told us that they'd come to Afghanistan to get training in fighting techniques, in techniques of using explosives, in techniques of using weapons, rocket launchers, machine guns, etc. They'd then taken those skills to the front line for the Taliban, but they said they were also quite capable of taking those skills and exporting them back to their own countries of origin. Certainly the predominance of the people in that jail we found were mostly from Pakistan, and it has been well documented that the Taliban are able to draw ethnically from the Pashtun population in Pakistan a considerable degree of support, and there is a wealth of evidence that would point to the fact that there are many young people that would come from Pakistan to assist the Taliban in their fight in Afghanistan.
All right, our thanks there to Nick Robertson, one of the few correspondents in Afghanistan that is at the moment one of the focal points of attention. Colleen?
All right, Jim, we do want to show you some more fresh pictures that are just coming into CNN now. This is tape, but it's quite fresh from the area in Lower Manhattan around the World Trade Center. Our crew's out there busy tonight giving us a look at the search and rescue efforts which go on. You can see really the utter devastation there, just twisted pieces of metal and rubble. Take a look at that panning up shot. Let's just listen to this for a while. You can see still plenty of steam and smoke in that area. Let's have a listen here. Most of that damage on the ground, of course, caused when the two towers literally disintegrated. They burned and fell to the ground, one after the other, just spewing rubble all over the place. I want to also show you some tape that we just got in a couple of hours here. This is exclusive, a reverse angle of the second plane hitting the tower. Let's look.
That's just a frightening shot.
Officials saying it's the fire that caused the buildings to disintegrate relatively quickly. You can imagine both very large planes carrying a lot of fuel, literally pumping that fuel right into those two towers.
These planes fully loaded with fuel. Yep. Every one of these planes was hijacked. All four of them was bound for a transcontinental flight, meaning they were fully loaded. Bombs, literally, petrol bombs. That were plowed there into the World Trade Center and then also, of course, into the Pentagon.
All right, and also late in the day yesterday, we also saw some naval movements, some movements of naval ships, and CNN's Jean Meserve is in Washington right now. She's got some new information about this. Jean?
That's right, Colleen. We talked earlier today about the movement of forces along the East Coast. Now we have information about the movement of naval assets on the West Coast. They are being moved to protect the West Coast and also Hawaii, according to Navy officials. Let me tell you what's being deployed. An aircraft carrier, 2 guided missile cruisers, 5 guided missile destroyers, 5 guided missile frigates, a rescue and salvage ship, and a fleet oiler. All of those vessels based on the West Coast. Once again, those being deployed along the West Coast and some further out, one presumes, to protect Hawaii. Earlier today, a couple of aircraft carriers left Norfolk, Virginia. They were deployed along with some other ships with the intention of protecting the East Coast. The aircraft carriers in particular, it was hoping could monitor and help control the airspace over both New York and Washington, D.C. And another note, the USS Enterprise, which had been relieved of duty in the Persian Gulf, has now been told it must stay there. So that's the latest on military assets and how they are being put in place early this morning. Also here in Washington, another item. We have seen that the entrances to 3 of Washington's major tourist attractions have been closed to vehicular traffic. The Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial, and the Lincoln Memorial have now all been blocked effectively to vehicles. Unclear whether they have also been blocked to pedestrian traffic, since at this hour of the morning there is none for us to monitor. This does not come as a surprise. There is a state of emergency here in the District of Columbia. Much of the city was cordoned off for portions of the day. Certainly around the U.S. Capitol today, blocks and blocks were closed. Vehicles had to divert for blocks to get around that building. So there are a few of the updates from the city itself. Across the river in Virginia at the Pentagon, rescue efforts do continue at this hour. You can see there a live picture of what's going on. Plans are for in the morning to peel away part of the facade of this building and go in and do a thorough search. Arlington County officials have told us that the toll at the Pentagon could go as high as 800. 100 to 800, the range of people missing at the Pentagon. So that is the latest here from Washington. Now back to you in Atlanta.
All right, Jean Meserve, thank you very much. Condolences have been pouring in from around the world tonight. Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has expressed his condolences to the American people. Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat has also condemned the attacks. For more now on the reaction in the Middle East, we are joined from Jerusalem by Gerald Kessel. Gerald?
Good morning, Colleen. And for Israelis, it's as they watch the horror unfolding in New York and Washington, the equation is horrifyingly simple. Not so much just an attack on America as Israelis perceive it, but somewhat akin to this headline that we have here in the leading Israeli newspaper, which talks of a world in shock, because the way the Israelis see it is that this is a question, a day of reckoning, a day to stand up and be counted on which side anyone is in the battle, as they say, against terrorism, for or against. And there are no neutrals, say Israeli leaders. This is a day in which it should be made plain that there's no place for terrorists to have a haven or to seek a sanctuary.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness who seek to destroy our liberty and our way of life. I believe that together we can defeat these forces of evil. At this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people. Our hearts are with you, and we are ready to provide any assistance at any time. The government of Israel has declared a day of mourning tomorrow as we bow our heads and share in the sorrow of the American people.
Along with the day of mourning, Israelis have been asked to donate blood, and people have been going to medical relief centers to donate blood, which will be sent along with the emergency rescue squads. The Israelis have a couple of such squads who have specialized in handling incidents such as the collapse of buildings, like as they did when they sent a squad to Nairobi after the bombing of the U.S. embassy there. Israel also taking its own security precautions, the airspace closed to all foreign aircraft or other than those that have Israeli security clearance, the Israeli Air Force on high alert, and other efforts to make sure that security has been tightened. On the Palestinian side, the Palestinians, like leaders throughout the Arab world, have expressed condemnation and have expressed their solidarity with the American people and this in the hour of trial. Here's what Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat had to say to CNN last night.
لقد صدمت وصدم شعبنا الفلسطيني.
The Palestinian people and I were shocked.
وشعرنا بالألم العميق من جراء هذا الحدث الخطير.
We felt a deep pain as a result of this extremely dangerous act.
الذي أصاب عددا من المؤسسات الأمريكية.
Which hurt many American institutions.
وأوقع العديد من الضحايا الأبرياء من أبناء الشعب الأمريكي الصديق.
And caused many casualties among the friendly American people.
الضحايا الأبرياء.
Innocent American victims.
إننا ندين هذا العمل الإجرامي الأليم.
We condemn this criminal, painful act.
ونعرب عن تعاطفنا مع أسر الشهداء الضحايا.
We express our sympathy to the families of the victims.
ولقد أرسلت رسالة لفخامة الرئيس بوش.
I have sent President Bush a message of condolences.
معبرا عن مشاعري ومشاعر الشعب الفلسطيني الأليمة بهذا الحدث المروع.
In which I have expressed my and the Palestinian people's sad feelings in regard of this horrible act.
ووضعت فيها إمكانياتنا المتواضعة تحت تصرفه في هذه المحنة الصعبة.
I also conveyed to His Excellency our readiness to put all of our humble capabilities at his disposal at this time of sorrow.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
And the Palestinian leader also denounced certain scenes that were on display in the streets here in East Jerusalem. A small number of people who were showing their support for that action, those terror actions in the United States. Also in the town of Nablus on the West Bank. Here they were in Jerusalem. There were only a small crowd, but there was a crowd of several thousand in the town of Nablus, where cries of God is great and support for the terror actions against the United States. The distribution by people of candy, a traditional show of a sentiment of support and of delight. That very much a reflection of the anti-U.S. sentiment that has been spreading throughout the Middle East because of the United States' perceived support of Israel in the ongoing year-long now bloody confrontation. And indeed that confrontation has been deepening overnight with some intense fighting around the town of Jenin in the northern part of the West Bank. A number of Palestinians reported killed in that intense fighting.
All right, Gerald Kessel updating us from Jerusalem. Thanks, Jim.
Well, along with the condolences that are pouring in, there are also questions being asked, and one of those questions is how were the hijackers able to board the plane in the first place? We get more on that and the situation with airport security from Charles Feldman.
When TWA Flight 800 exploded after taking off from Kennedy Airport in 1996, U.S. transportation officials were already at work revising domestic aviation security. New screening measures at airports were put into effect. Passengers were required to show picture IDs. All this, even though TWA 800 turned out not to be an act of terrorism. So, how could 4 airliners be hijacked on the very same day? The fact is, terrorism experts say, there is no realistic way to stop terrorists bent on a suicide mission. Terrorism expert Brian Jenkins.
Years ago, I was asked by a congressman, Mr. Jenkins, if I gave you all of the resources that you wanted and all the authority that you needed, could you guarantee that there would not be another hijacking? My answer was, yes, sir, I can. We ground all of the airplanes.
Making matters worse, when various government agencies and news organizations test airport security around the nation, it often comes up short. Published reports from 1999 show that Boston's Logan Airport, from which 2 of the hijacked planes originated, had at least 136 security violations over a 2-year period, this when federal aviation agents tested security there. And just this July, the Transportation Department announced it was seeking almost $100,000 in penalties against American Airlines for having lax security on at least 6 flights checked by special agents. American, which had 2 of its planes hijacked in the attacks, says the proposed fine covered alleged procedural failures involving checked baggage and not failures at security checkpoints. So what happened to all the heightened security?
It's not that the measures are at fault. It is that over a period of time, absent a major threat, there is always the temptation to do business as usual and to forget for a moment that this threat is real, remains real.
But at least for the near future, business will certainly not be as usual.
There will be higher levels of surveillance, more stringent searches, airport curbside luggage check-in will no longer be allowed. There will be more security officers and random identification checks.
But we are a nation that likes to move fast. We are impatient with long lines and security checkpoints that slow our travel down. So, if history is any lesson, security over time will again get lax. Terrorists can count on it. Charles Feldman, CNN, Los Angeles.
Now, it probably is not difficult to gauge the mood of the American people at a time like this. Gallup pollsters did that Tuesday afternoon, though, making telephone calls that no one ever imagined would be necessary. Joining us now from Princeton, New Jersey is pollster Frank Newport with more on that. Frank?
Indeed, Jim, this was our poll together with a scientific sample, the immediate reactions of the American public taken Tuesday night, the 11th of September. We've heard the term on a lot of this coverage, war. We ask Americans, do you consider this an act of war or not? Evidence is pretty clear, as you can see here. 86%, almost 9 out of 10 Americans agree that it is an act of war. However, when it comes to military response, we do get a sense of restraint from the American public. We offered 3 possible alternatives for retaliation: immediate strikes against known terrorist operations, even if we don't know exactly who did it. The middle alternative was strike, but only after evidence of exactly who did it, even if that takes months, and no military action at all. Obviously, Americans want military action, but look at this. Significant majority of Americans say wait until it's known exactly who did it, then military action. The reaction emotionally, we've seen in a lot of the coverage, is very, very strong. In fact, we find here that 87%, almost 90% of Americans, including a lot of older Americans who lived through Pearl Harbor, tell us this is the most tragic news event that they have witnessed in their life. Worry about themselves or their family being involved in terrorist activities, that's up. We've tracked that measure, unfortunately, going back to Oklahoma City. It was 42% then in the mid-90s. It had fallen. Just last night, you can see 58% of Americans say they're at least somewhat worried about the possibility of a terrorist attack. Finally, confidence in President Bush to handle the situation is high, very and somewhat confident. We've got almost 8 out of 10 Americans expressing confidence that he will handle the situation. Jim, that's an update on the immediate reaction of the American public. Back to you.
All right, Frank, thank you for that report. Colleen.
All right, Jim, thanks. Well, relief agencies say that they are rushing blood supplies both to New York and Washington, and they say Americans are rolling up their sleeves, quite literally nationwide, to make sure that there is enough blood to treat the wounded. Thelma Gutierrez reports now from Los Angeles.
At the American Red Cross in the heart of Los Angeles, a long line formed outside the door. Dozens waited to come in and donate blood.
I lived in New York for about 12 years, and so I really wish that I were there to help more directly. So this is the little I can do.
Inside was a scene staff members say they had never witnessed before. Donors, hundreds of them, lined the corridors, sitting on the floor and any place else they could find space, waiting for their names to be called.
I have never seen this type of turnout. I've been here for 5 years. This turnout is just, it's amazing. It's amazing how when a tragedy like this happens, people are just moved to do something, anything they can to show that they care.
15 Red Cross technicians drew blood while volunteers kept the lines moving. They were overwhelmed by the response. One Red Cross center estimates 250 units of blood was collected on Tuesday, an unprecedented amount in one day. The problem remains in how to transport the supply. According to a spokeswoman, the blood must first be tested. The Red Cross is negotiating with the military to deliver the supply to the East Coast. The wait to give blood at one Southern California center was up to 5 hours, but the staff said no one complained. Thelma Gutierrez, CNN, Los Angeles.
Well, we're going to continue with our coverage of this day of disaster, the attack on America, and we're going to be joined by John Mann and Relitza Vasilova here to take over for us, Colleen.
That's right. They're moving in, we're moving out. I'm Colleen McEdwards.
And I'm Jim Clancy. As we go, we want to recap here some of the latest pictures that we have in. This is from Lower Manhattan, the scene of the devastation today in what is undoubtedly going to be the worst terror attack in the history of the United States, a terror attack that may change everything, that Americans themselves overwhelmingly see as nothing short of an act of war.
Turn around.
About whether the U.S. economy was facing recession. This type of unprecedented action here in the United States, we're just not clear what kind of impact this will have on consumer confidence at a very fragile time. We'll have to wait some days before that is evident. We will not have stocks trading in the U.S. tomorrow. We also understand that Instinet is not trading U.S. stocks in Europe until we're able to come out of this. One of the big focuses when we are up and running again, of course, will be the insurers, as is often the case here, with so much damage and loss of life. There are two areas really of insurance that are going to be covered, which is liability and property. And some of the last time, you know, it's eerie. We have been through this before at the World Trade Center. Many of the people coming out saying this is round two for them, and hopefully the last time out, insurers paid $510 million in damages in the wake of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. They're a big focus. I know that they're suffering losses abroad in both Asia and Europe in terms of insurers. Some of the companies last time that were affected: American International, Hartford Services, Cigna, which sold its U.S. property insurance to the Bermuda insurer ACE, and Lloyd's of London. Of course, we do not know if they are the companies that will again be facing liabilities on this side. We have had a statement from Chubb already, but we are going to have to wait until we can sift through them. You know, as I said, a lot of these companies at least have some satellite offices, even if they're not these insurance companies. Others that are involved in life have satellite companies down there. We understand that Paul O'Neill, the Treasury Secretary, is making his way back to the U.S. Obviously, as Richard mentioned, the Fed has come out and said they will provide the liquidity needed to keep the markets moving. So still a sense of shock here, but hopefully things will slowly get back to business. I also should mention that a lot of employers will keep their people home tomorrow and not bring them into Manhattan. So we're going to slowly grind forward here. Liz? Actually, I think we're going to Jonathan Mann, perhaps. Jonathan?
Maggie Lake, thanks very much. There is enormous uncertainty now. The money is one thing, but the center of everyone's concern, of course, the people. It could be weeks before the fate of all those who are in or near the World Trade Center is known. Michael Holmes has more.
Move it! Come on!
Even in the chaos of the aftermath, it was clear the casualty list would be obscenely long.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to know the things that we are stepping over. It was horrific, absolutely horrific.
Survivors, the walking wounded, and those who were just passing by the World Trade Center, ghost-like, covered in dust and ash and disbelief.
If you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh, my God.
Everybody was on top of each other trying to come down, and then somebody finally calmed the crowd down to get them to come down the stairs in an orderly fashion and get them out of the building.
The dust was everywhere, blanketing entire city blocks, an eerie war zone scene, stunned survivors being guided to buses or simply walking silently away from the scene. Emergency workers did their job.
Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Witnesses spoke of how eerily calm the survivors, even the injured, appeared to be. People ran, but there was little hysteria. The buildings housed thousands of workers. Thousands more visited each day. It will be days, maybe weeks, before the number of dead is known. It could be in the thousands. It all depends on how many of those 10,000 workers managed to evacuate before the buildings collapsed. The injured are easier to count, and they too number in the thousands. There are 170 hospitals in the New York area, and all were on maximum alert, many swamped with casualties. Injuries ranging from shock and asthma attacks brought on by that dust, through to broken bones and severe head injuries. And then there were the burns. Hundreds of people burned from head to toe, said one doctor. Here, another on what he saw.
There was one, a burn patient. I mean, it's very difficult to see burn patients. They're charred. They're charred. Their skin is coming off. They're in tremendous pain, and you know, it's tremendous suffering.
Officials were worried about blood supplies, but as soon as that became known, hundreds of New Yorkers lined up to donate, as did Americans across the country, jamming donation centres. Disaster relief agencies working with the military to transport thousands of pints of blood to New York City and to Washington, where survivors of the Pentagon attack were also in need. Among the dead and injured in New York, hundreds of firefighters, rescue workers, police officers, people who'd gone to the scene after the first plane crashed into the Twin Towers to help the injured and evacuate the survivors. They were inside when the buildings collapsed. And at last count, more than half of the 400 firefighters who went to the scene never reported back. Michael Holmes, CNN.
Assuming they got any sleep overnight, Americans will be waking up this day to headlines that will probably still seem very unreal. In some ways, this might be seen as the day the 21st century really began for the American people. Back now to New York, and once again, our Garrick Utley.
Well, really, it's speaking of headlines, we've just got the first edition of one New York newspaper. It's the New York Post. As you can see here, Act of War is on the front page. Get it right there. World Trade Center bombed, and there's a picture, a still photo of that one plane heading into one of the World Trade Center towers. We're still waiting for the New York Daily News and the New York Times. They're having trouble getting their papers in, as the Post did, from across the rivers where the printing plants are located, because the bridges and the tunnels have been closed. Today we see many of these images, and yet things that were not captured on videotape can also be very telling and very important. For example, early this evening I experienced two or three things. The skies were quiet over Manhattan after the explosions occurred, because air traffic, of course, had been grounded. Until about 7 o'clock this evening, and suddenly I was outside and I heard a noise, a strange noise. It was a U.S. Air Force fighter plane flying over Manhattan. One fighter, rather high, streaking across this city. Never heard that before here. A few minutes later, trying to get transportation. There are no taxis in town, very few buses or subways running. At the edge of Central Park, where tourists love to come, there is one of those horse-drawn carriages, the hansom cabs. Just one, a horse, the carriage, and its rider, its driver, looking for fares, alone in an empty street at Central Park South. But there were no customers out on the streets this evening. Finally, you find a bus, get on a New York City bus, and guess what? No charge. Everybody rides free these days and these nights in Manhattan. Those are some of the little things that aren't recorded on videotape, and here now are some of the pictures we've really been seeing over these past several hours. Let's go to them once again. We saw this extraordinary sight, the Exodus. We really can't call it anything more than that. People leaving Manhattan this afternoon. Maybe you've seen these scenes before. In lower Manhattan, the Brooklyn Bridge, famous to so many people. Just look at that. And look how orderly everyone is. Concern, anxiety, certainly, but order. No panic here. Amazing in view of what had just happened a few minutes before, after the planes struck the building. It comes down. Only 30, 31 years old, the World Trade Center towers, and down they came. Down they came after the fire in the towers reached 1,500 or 1,600 degrees or even more. That melted the steel. As it melted the steel, shell or frame, the floors collapsed, each on the other, and down they came into rubble. And amid this, the chaos, understandable chaos, confusion, fear, fleeing, the pure, basic human instinct of self-preservation. And yet, even in these scenes, again and again, the reports of how many individuals helped each other, helped pull them along, their friends, their colleagues. And tonight, the rescue efforts continue. Heavy machinery as well as floodlights, runoff portable generators have been brought in. There are up to 10,000 rescue workers in Manhattan, working day and night. Still no estimates as to what the casualties will be in the World Trade Center bombings. But the work continues. It has only begun. Which also raises another question, a question that New Yorkers will be asking as they get up this morning, and perhaps people across the nation will be asking too. Was this it? Is it now over? As horrendous as it was the taking down of the two towers here, the bombing of the Pentagon, the bombing of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. Is that the end of this terrorist attack by whomever organized it? Or could there be more attacks? We don't know. We don't want to raise any undue concern. But the fact that New York City security officials and federal officials, security officials, are saying keep the bridges and the tunnels closed tomorrow, keep the airports closed, keep the planes grounded, means they are obviously very concerned that there may still be another attack out there, some terrorist out there. Earlier this evening, bomb squads could be seen racing through the city, checking out every suspicious vehicle. They don't know, the security people, we don't know. And of course, we'll never know until it happens again, if it does. Relitza?
Garrick, certainly that there is a massive loss of a sense of security that Americans will have after this event.
Certainly, there's no question about this. This is, as has been said many times today, the single most traumatic direct attack on American territory and lives since December 7th, 1941. And this, too, will be a day that will last for many, many years in infamy. And yet, I think Americans are not totally surprised by this. Shocked, yes. Surprised, no. We understand the world today. We understand the dangers. We see what happens in the Middle East. We understand the terrorists in Afghanistan and elsewhere in this world. We see it via satellite all the time. We see it in the news. And so this scene is a reminder that, yes, it could happen again. It is, as somebody also observed looking at these documents, these memos, these expense accounts, the letters that floated down from the World Trade Center towers. Whatever the high-tech age has brought us, we are not yet a paperless society.
Garrick.
So much invested in those papers and those lives and in those jobs. Yes, Relitza.
Garrick, thank you very much.
Back to you.
Many nations around the world are more familiar with terrorism than the United States had been, but still the reaction elsewhere has been enormous shock. CNN's Christian Amanpour joins us from London. Christian?
Jonathan, indeed, the day after, the sense of shock and naked fear is growing, not diminishing. Here, the normally staid British newspapers, the broadsheets, are using headlines like Doomsday America. The cerebral Financial Times has got a massive front page which says assault on America. And even the Figaro in France saying the new war. The sense here is that this is an act of unparalleled barbarism. It is not just the biggest single act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but according to everybody I've asked, this is the single biggest recorded act of terrorism in our memory. We can't think of anywhere that something like this has happened, as far as we can see, way back even in 50 years. The British cabinet is meeting in emergency security session today. The Prime Minister has gathered his Home Secretary, otherwise known as the Interior Minister, his Foreign and Defence Secretaries. They have issued statements, certainly last night, the British Prime Minister saying that all democracies and all the world must now unite, not only to defeat, but to eradicate this act of barbarism and these kinds of movements that create this kind of upheaval and disaster and calamity. The French President Jacques Chirac called this an attack on freedom itself. The German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder called it an attack on the entire civilized world. Presidents across Europe, from Russia to Italy to France to Germany, are all saying that the world, the democracies, must stand firm, not only offering moral support and sympathy to the United States, but a new resolve to combat this kind of naked aggression, they're saying. In the Arab world, all the moderate Arab leaders, most of whom are allies of the United States, have condemned this. Even Libya, which has its history of antagonism with the United States, has condemned this attack and has sent sympathy to the United States. The only country not doing so is Iraq, which, as we know, is in current state of ongoing war with the United States and, in fact, the United Kingdom. Here in Britain, there has been heightened security, not only at the airports where I flew in today, where there are policemen with submachine guns at the entrances to the airport. There are no planes allowed to fly over central London, but also in other areas of government buildings, there is a heightened state of alert, as there are in many other capitals. It is increasingly jittery. We've heard stories and reports of hoaxes, fake bomb alerts, people being told they had to evacuate a building in Frankfurt only to discover that this, in fact, was not a real attack. And indeed, Downing Street, the Prime Minister's residence here in Britain, was evacuated of all the journalists shortly before their national security meeting, and no reason was given for that. But a state of shock settling in here and around the world, Jonathan.
Christian Amanpour, thanks very much. Relitza?
Now, for more in the mood in Paris, we're joined by Jim Bitterman. Jim.
Yes, Relitza, good morning. The news here has been dominated, of course, by the attack this morning. One of France's leading commentators said that we are entering a new world here this morning, a world which will be dominated between the conflict, will be dominated by the conflict between radical Islam and the West. And he said that September 11th will mark a pivotal date between the before and after that conflict. Afterwards, of course, there was swift reaction on the streets here in Paris. Within hours of the attack in New York, the American embassy in Paris was closed and evacuated. The employees told to go home. It remains closed this morning, and there's no sign of when it might open again. At American institutions around town, there is much tighter security this morning. Most remain open. But American flags have been withdrawn from outside the buildings in case anyone should want to try another attack. At the American Cathedral, a service is scheduled for later on today.
Sont une épouvantable tragédie.
President Jacques Chirac went on television last night to call the American attacks a terrible tragedy. And he ordered a top security alert, which will mobilize thousands of French troops and put them on the streets of Paris. But so far this morning, there is little sign of any military activity, and it's not clear that there has been any specific threat to the country. Nonetheless, French on the street this morning were nervous about what happened in New York and feeling very vulnerable even here.
Oh, we don't feel in security nowhere now.
You don't feel secure anywhere?
Nobody is safe in his own country, and this is awful, I think.
There's a special meeting of France's anti-terrorism committee going on right now. Once again, the Interior Minister has emphasized that there is no specific threat against France. One leading newspaper here, as many have, compared the attack in New York to Pearl Harbor, but it took it one step further, saying that, like the attack on Pearl Harbor, perhaps the attack on New York will bring the United States out of its isolationism. Belitza?
Jim, what kind of offers for help to the U.S. are being contemplated?
The French have offered to do anything they can to help in this situation. I think they have sent some special teams to help look for victims in the rubble. But basically, there's not a whole lot they can do from here. They have canceled, by the way, I should have probably mentioned, they've canceled all further Air France flights today to the United States, just as a precautionary measure. So we're seeing that kind of global shutdown of the airlines that we saw yesterday afternoon. It looks like it's going to take place at least through part of the day today. Elisa?
Jim, thank you. John?
Beyond France, the European Union as a whole is trying to make its voice and concern known. Diana Muriel joins us now with the latest from a meeting of EU foreign ministers in Brussels. Diana?
That's right, John. In fact, there's a series of emergency meetings taking place here in Brussels. Right now, the European Commission is holding an emergency session. We'll be hearing more from them in a press conference in approximately an hour and a quarter, where Romano Prodi, the head of the European Commission, is likely to make some remarks, as well as Chris Patton, who's the Commissioner for External Relations. As you said, the European Union foreign ministers will also be holding a meeting this afternoon here in Brussels, and we'll be hearing more from them later. And NATO, which has cancelled a meeting in Budapest, the chiefs of NATO returning to Brussels, they'll be holding their own meeting later, and again a press conference. In fact, the Permanent Security Council of NATO is currently in its second meeting of the day, in coordination with the US authorities, coordinating security measures here in Europe. At the same time, the response here in Brussels is one of absolute shock. In fact, the Belgian authorities have provided a team of 5 medical officers who are specialists in burns from the burns unit of the major hospital here in Brussels. We understand that they will be sent to America in response to American requests for assistance, as well as 5 police officers from the federal police here who are specialists in identifying corpses. The airport in Brussels is at a state of high security. There is a lot of disruption to flights around the region. Of course, there are no flights to the US, to Canada, or indeed to Israel today. But the security measures will continue until further notice. We understand that no flights will be going to the US until approximately midday Washington time. But of course, that has to be confirmed. Back to you, John.
Diana Muriel, thanks very much.
And it has been an unbelievable and tragic 21 hours here in the United States today. Here are now some of the most enduring images that were caught on camera.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The plane was coming in. I noticed it a second before it hit the building. It looked like it was moving slowly, and it lined itself up to hit the building directly.
The doorman goes to me, wow, I never seen a plane flying so low. And we looked out at it, all of a sudden, boom, it seemed like it wasn't even real.
I'd say the whole takes about, looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out. And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Listen, hold on just a moment. We got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
I'll tell you what's going on.
It just went ba-boom. It was like a bomb went off. And it was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, they were coming out on a mezzanine level there, and another explosion came right from it, just everyone flying right in front of me. Everything just went boom.
There's a huge crowd, I'd say about hundreds of people on the streets that come from south to north. I've been really thousands of people that have been running from inside these buildings. You know, it's a very heavily trafficked area in downtown, the World Trade Center. Many of them were inside the building when they felt the explosion. And they say there was just pandemonium. There was no warning, no alarms, no anything. Everyone just raced from their desks.
There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
They started slowly evacuating the White House about 30 minutes ago, and then in the last 5 minutes, people have come running out of the White House and the old executive office building.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
Well, arriving at the Pentagon a short time ago, there was a huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon. The plume of smoke is enormous. It's a couple of 100 yards across. At its base, it is billowing into the sky.
There is a lot of confusion here at the Pentagon. It appears that something hit the Pentagon on the outside of the 5th corridor, on the Army corridor. Several Army officers I talked to reported hearing a big explosion, seeing shards of metal coming past their window. The Pentagon has been evacuated. Emergency services personnel were rushing to reports of several people trapped in the building. Most of the building's 24,000 people are outside of the building or in the center courtyard.
The White House is reporting that the Capitol building has been evacuated and the Treasury Department has been evacuated. Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, is exceptionally tense and clearly taking steps as if it is virtually under siege here.
There has just been a huge explosion. We can see a billowing smoke rising, and I'll tell you that I can't see that second tower, but there was a cascade of sparks and fire, and now it looks almost like a mushroom cloud explosion, this huge billowing smoke in the second tower.
hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. Because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Can I get a toot? I'm just in a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. This is the car I hid behind. It saved my life. Wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Don't have oxygen.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him.
10-4.
Thanks. They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area. See if I can help, so that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I've just seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. No one trauma. Gonna go wash my eyes out. Did we just heard another explosion? They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there. What are we You know what? Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
We have a report now that a large plane crashed this morning north of the Somerset County Airport, which is in western Pennsylvania, not too terribly far from Pittsburgh, about 80 miles or so.
I don't think there are enough words in the English language, or there are enough appropriate words to describe the range of emotions that I think Pennsylvanians share with their neighbors in Virginia, New York, and the rest of America after literally witnessing the most brutal act of terrorism perhaps in mankind, at least in recent history.
This is CNN.
The day after a massive and unprecedented terrorist attack on America,
a nation mourns.
A major recovery effort is underway in Lower Manhattan right now, a search for thousands of innocent victims and hundreds of their rescuers who were lost in the destruction.
And good morning, I'm Vince Cellini along with Carol Lynn. And Lower Manhattan this morning lying in a mountain of rubble, fewer than 24 hours after the world's worst ever terrorist attack.
That's right, Vince. Efforts are underway at this hour right now to find what is feared to be thousands of victims. Now, here are some of the latest pictures, and as you can see, heavy equipment is now on the scene for helping.
Among the victims, more than 300 firefighters are missing, feared dead. They were among the first crews to enter the World Trade Center area after the initial plane crashes.
We also have new pictures of those terrible moments when two passenger jets became missiles aimed at the Twin Towers. More than 20 hours later, it is still seemingly unbelievable that this even happened. CNN's Garrick Utley is live in New York for the latest on the rescue operation. Garrick, do we yet know how many people survived, how many people died?
We can't even begin to speculate on that, Carol. The mayor, other government officials have said they've not even tried to guess, although the figure will obviously be in the thousands. It's now just after 5 a.m. as you well know, here on the East Coast of the United States, here in New York City. And this is the time that this metropolis usually starts to come to work, get up and get at it in the New York way, but not this morning. Nobody's really coming into town. The streets, even at this hour, are still empty. The only sounds we hear is the occasional siren of an ambulance or a police car racing around Manhattan Island. The rescue work, as we saw just a moment ago, is continuing. It has been going on all night down at the World Trade Center site. The generators or the floodlights were brought in. The fire department is still there. Rescue workers are starting to move the rubble, the giant earth-moving machine. But of course, this is going to go on for days and days. And what is really hard for many, I think, of us to understand or comprehend, that what seems to have been a trauma that has gone on for an eternity has really been with us for, 20 hours now. And it started under such different circumstances.
It was such a beautiful morning. The air was clear over Manhattan, the sky a rich blue. The two twin towers stood tall, anchored in bedrock of granite, so secure, so unshakable. And then, we have seen smoke and destruction before, but we've never seen madness like this, or catastrophe like this.
The tower just came down.
It was a morning when words could only begin to express the horror.
It was like a blizzard, but a blizzard that wasn't cold, a blizzard that had no wind. It was just hot.
There was an enormous fireball. There was fire, debris falling to the ground, and then just a whole kind of mushroom of smoke that sort of just billowed up.
We knew that some of what happened this morning could happen, that there could be another attack on the World Trade Center as there was 8 years ago, that terrorists might attack the Pentagon and hijack commercial flights. But how could we imagine that all this could happen? That much of the government would be shut down, the capital of the United States evacuated, and the White House, that the president of the most powerful nation in the world would take evasive action for his own security. Across this nation, from airports closed down to home to workplace, we watched and tried to comprehend what we were seeing. It took time after the shock of the terror to digest the dimension of the human tragedy. We tried to imagine what those caught in the soaring towers, in the doomed planes in the Pentagon went through. Before the end, we can only wonder what happens next. The president vows action.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
Retaliation, even revenge, may feel sweet one day, but right now there are only the remnants of terror, the pain of the tragedy, and the tears.
And now there is the morning after and the days to come, and the morning newspaper, another one, has reached Manhattan Island, New York's Daily News, the largest circulating tabloid in the United States, the oldest one too. The headline is simply, "It's War," in red letters, pictures throughout the newspaper as throughout the other journals coming out in this city and across the country this day. Really telling us nothing new, except that it's war. The question, of course, Carol, is if we know where the battleground is. It was right down here in Lower Manhattan. It was in the Pentagon today or yesterday. The search there continues. The question is, where is the enemy? And that's what we will be asking for days and weeks to come.
Certainly.
Carol?
And how do we find the enemy? Thank you very much, Garrick Utley, reporting from New York. We will get to that matter in just a moment, but right now we want to talk about the recovery operation. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani says hospitals have so far treated 1,100 people. Catholic Cardinal Edward Egan arrived at St. Vincent's Hospital to administer last rites to a dozen victims. CNN's Michael Oku is monitoring the situation at St. Vincent's, and he joins us now live. Michael.
Carol, in a couple hours, most New Yorkers will awaken a city with a gaping hole in its skyline. But there is absolutely no lack of compassion or empathy in many of the people at this scene on this night. Walking along, I should say that many of the pedestrians here at St. Vincent's Hospital, which of course has become the main triage center here in New York, have greeted each other with knowing nods, which, as you can imagine, is not common practice here in New York. It's been a very strangely silent night. Just north of here, a couple of blocks on 14th Street, the police department has set up barricades, and that's limiting the traffic just south of 14th Street to residents, police vehicles, and occasionally emergency medical vehicles whose sirens occasionally punctuate and break the eerie silence. Now, about 40 minutes ago, we saw 3 victims. And in fact, in the last 1 minute, we saw a 4th victim who we identified as a police officer. They were rushed into the hospital, but it is unclear whether any of those victims sustained injuries associated with the World Trade Center attack. Hospital officials here at St. Vincent's said that they have admitted 327 patients associated with the attack, 50 to 55 of whom were in critical condition as of 10:30 last night, Eastern Time. Many of those victims sustained severe burns, many of those burns to the face. Officials say that they will have another briefing at about 6:30 this morning, and we will be here, of course, live for that. Back to you, Carol.
All right, thank you very much. Michael Oku, outside of St. Vincent's Hospital this morning. It could be weeks before we know the absolute total number of people who were injured and killed. And of course, the hunt for suspects does go on. Last night, President Bush, in an Oval Office address, promised to hunt down those responsible, denounced this failed attempt, as he called it, to scare the United States. But what are the administration's options? Former State Department spokesman and former Assistant Secretary to the State Department, James Rubin, joins us now from our London bureau. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning to you.
Well, certainly Americans will be waking up this morning asking, how could this possibly happen? And we have learned that just last month, security officials had warned about Osama bin Laden's threat to American installations overseas. Just last Friday, the State Department issued travel warnings to Americans. So how is it that the American intelligence community failed to detect that something like this could happen?
Well, I suspect that is the $64,000 question that's going to be examined day after day by the committees of Congress, by the intelligence community itself, and by the administration. Clearly, what we've seen is an attack not just on the United States, but on the nerve center of the civilized world, which is what the World Trade Center is. And I think in terms of the administration's options that you mentioned earlier, I think first and foremost, they're going to have to nail down if this really was Osama bin Laden. It certainly has all the fingerprints of an Osama bin Laden or his followers' attack. It follows closely on ideas that were discussed in previous attacks, namely to take over jetliners and crash them into American facilities. It follows on their attempt to destroy the World Trade Center before. So it has all the fingerprints of Osama bin Laden. I think the important point that President Bush stressed last night is that we are not going to allow governments to come up with ridiculous arguments, such as the Afghanistan government, that somehow Osama bin Laden, who's masterminding these attacks, is a guest of their country and therefore can't be turned over. We're now at war. The lower part of Manhattan is a war zone. The United States has never been attacked like this before. It looks, unfortunately, like it may be on the scale of Pearl Harbor in terms of the deaths of Americans by surprise. And Americans are going to respond to that war. And the key question is whether the President of the United States is going to be able to gather the civilized countries of the world, all of them, one by one, putting the question to them, are you on the side of the civilized peoples, the peoples who believe in not just freedom but in safety and security, or are you going to be on the side of these evil terrorists? And that diplomatic campaign has already begun, and it's going to be an enormous challenge because there's no way to combat this kind of terrorism and prevent it from happening again without the support of large numbers of countries in the world.
Which raises another question, Jamie. How far should the United States go in going after sympathetic governments who might be supporting Osama bin Laden? Of course, you know that it's thought that he's being harbored by the Taliban in Afghanistan. So even with a united front, what options do the administration have in going after the Taliban?
Well, I don't think there's any question that the Taliban are harboring Osama bin Laden. They've been doing so for some years now. I don't think there's any question that there are other individuals around the world who have been part and parcel of his fundraising apparatus and who have given aid and comfort to this enemy of the United States. In terms of military options, economic options, diplomatic options, at this point I think it would be premature for me to say, except to say that when people talk about military action, it should not be thought about as retribution. It should be thought about as preemption. This organization has acted before, time after time, against the World Trade Center, against the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, against the USS Cole. If indeed they acted yesterday, as it looks like they did, they are going to act again. And the use of military force is not for some retribution or revenge, if it comes to that. It's to deter and preempt them from acting another time and killing even more people than we've seen in the last 24 hours.
So, Jamie, take us into the process then. Take us into behind the scenes at the National Security Operation and at the State Department. What discussions are being had today? Who is sitting at the table? And what decisions are likely needed to be made in the next 24 to 48 hours?
Well, I think on the domestic side, obviously, the emergency system is going to be put in place to try to help the city of New York and the state of New York deal with its tragedy in Lower Manhattan and obviously the tragedy at the Pentagon and in Pennsylvania. On the foreign policy side, the national security side, I think the first order of business is to determine if there are any other potential capabilities for these terrorists to take over aircraft again, and I think by stopping the flights and changing the security apparatus by which pilots operate will be prime on the agenda. On the diplomatic side, I think what will be happening is that the Secretary of State or his representative now, because I gather he's flying back from Peru, will be asked to canvass the world's governments to try to ascertain the level of support we're getting from all of the key countries. We need a coalition against terrorism, and that coalition has to be more than just our NATO allies who are committed by treaty to defend the United States if it comes under attack, but also countries like Russia and moderate Arab states and other countries, perhaps even the Chinese, to commit with us in this battle against terrorism, so that if the Osama bin Laden organization is proved to be responsible, that those countries support us in whatever measures we need to take, not to act in revenge, but to act to prevent them from doing it again to another civilized country, because this is just the beginning of what they see as a permanent campaign against the United States and the civilized world. So I think all of those steps are being taken. And finally, there is a reassurance that has to take place, and I think President Bush has done a good job so far, but he and his administration need to do an even better job today, tomorrow, and in the weeks to come to reassure not only the American people that all these steps are being taken, but to reassure the financial markets, to make clear that the United States nerve center of commerce in Wall Street may have been attacked, but our nerves are made of steel, and we're going to go forward and continue our daily business in the business of America, because that's what these terrorists are trying to prevent. And he needs to convince every American citizen that they need to get up in the morning and do all the things they used to do, and do them perhaps with more care and more caution, but to not let the terrorists win by changing our freedoms or changing our habits.
James Rubin, former State Department spokesman from London. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Washington, D.C. was in the crosshairs of terrorism. Senior White House correspondent John King and national correspondent Bob Franken on the scene for us this morning in the nation's capital. First, let's go to John King. John.
Well, Vince, in the hours ahead, look for the administration to move aggressively on several fronts. First, an effort by the White House to make the case the federal government is doing all it can for the rescue and the relief operation. As part of that, there will even be a symbolic blood drive on the White House grounds this morning. Also, Secretary of State Colin Powell will be out making the round of morning news shows, also delivering remarks here in Washington, promising a thorough investigation and promising, as Jamie Rubin was just speaking about, to reach out to governments around the world to build a new coalition against international terrorism. Now, the president will awake this morning and be briefed once again by his national security team. He will also have a bipartisan meeting with the congressional leadership at the White House and deliver some public remarks after that statement. That, an effort by the White House to show continuity and resolve that the government is at work, even as the investigation and the rescue and relief efforts unfold. Now, Mr. Bush last night delivered a nationally televised address to the nation, certainly a defining moment for this president on a defining day for the country. Mr. Bush, speaking to the American people from the Oval Office, said the nation was gripped by what he called a quiet, unyielding anger.
The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation.
Now, Mr. Bush also said as the investigation continues, the United States would make, quote, no distinction between the terrorists and those who harbor them. The administration publicly saying the investigation continues privately, though we are told, at a national security briefing at the White House last night, as well as in private briefings to key members of Congress. Senior administration officials are saying that they are confident the evidence collected so far points to the suspected Saudi terrorist Osama bin Laden and associates and organizations affiliated with him. The administration promising to take retaliation when its investigation is completed. One official I spoke to last night after this meeting said they were going to take their time. This official saying they wanted to make sure they sorted this out before acting. Again, look for more words from the president later this morning after he receives an update on the latest on the investigation, as well as the relief and rescue operations underway at the Pentagon and in New York City. Vince.
Well, John, in reading some of the information you've transmitted to us overnight, United Flight 93, which crashed in Pennsylvania, may have had a more specific target. I wonder if you can elaborate on that.
Still some speculation involved in this, but we are told that law enforcement officials and other administration officials in their briefings to key members of Congress said that based on the information they have so far, they believe that that plane was turning south, heading toward Washington. Three possible targets. One, the presidential retreat of Camp David outside of Washington in Maryland. More likely, though, according to our sources, the White House or the U.S. Capitol. They believe that plane was ultimately headed for Washington. No explanation yet as to why it crashed in Pennsylvania, but that is what we are told. Key members of Congress are being told as the investigation unfolds. At least so far, they believe that the target for that plane was here in Washington. Vince?
White House senior correspondent John King, thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you throughout these early morning hours and into daylight on Wednesday. Well, the Pentagon is the nation's military nerve center and an important symbol of U.S. strength. On Tuesday, September 11, 2001, it was a target. Officials now say as many as 800 employees died in the attack on the Pentagon. CNN national correspondent Bob Franken is here with the latest. Bob?
Well, this morning, when regular business hours occur, there's going to be an attempt at a small victory. That is to say that the Defense Secretary has ordered that parts of the building that can be open for business will be open for business. That is a small victory over the big loss of yesterday when a plane crashed into it. You can see it in the back of me. We're going to find out, or start to find out as the day unfolds, just how significant, how big that loss is. Once daybreak occurs, officials are going to check to see if the fire has receded enough that they can go into the building, start combing through the rubble, and finding out in human terms just how many casualties there were. That, of course, is going to be an extended process. The Pentagon has just steadfastly refused to give away any information about the number of people who they expect might have been killed. They're talking about figures that might go into the hundreds, although the Pentagon says that some estimates that have gone as high as 800 may be far too high, but they're going to find the grim task of doing that. They're going to start that this morning. Business is still going on at the Pentagon. There is still military planning going on. There are some efforts, in fact, to make sure that the United States remains protected on both coasts. Flotillas of military ships, including aircraft carriers, have been sent to sea on both the east and west coast and along the coast of Hawaii to protect against any contingency. Nothing is expected in particular, but of course, this tragic day was not expected yesterday. Vince?
Bob, before we let you go, President Bush talked about how important it was to have business go on as usual. You touched on this. And how important is it to show some semblance of order, things taking place as they should at the Pentagon?
Well, it's going to be difficult to do that. It's quite interesting. Only about half of this building is really considered safe enough to conduct business, although, of course, it was not half that was really wiped out by the airplane that crashed into it. You can see in back of me there were 3 of the corridors that were hit. There is actually 17 miles of corridors in the Pentagon, and about half of that is going to be considered structurally unsafe, at least not proven to be safe, but that other half is going to be open for business. That is the half that will include so many of the vital functions here, the Military Command Center, the offices of the top-ranking people, the secretaries and deputy secretaries. Business will be going on there, and of course, it's business in time of crisis.
Thank you very much. CNN national correspondent Bob Franken.
Well, Vince, amid the chaos in New York and Washington, there was another hijacking and plane crash, and this time it was in Pennsylvania. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed in a field near Pittsburgh. There were 45 people on board, and no one survived.
What we're doing is maintaining the scene. We have 150 troopers, both mounted on horseback and on foot, in 2 separate perimeters, keeping the scene as pristine as possible, protect it for the further investigation, and to make sure that no one is injured through a biohazard or wants to get into the crime scene.
And just a few minutes ago, John King reported that government sources are telling CNN United Flight 93 was likely headed for a government target, possibly the White House, the Capitol, or even Camp David.
Well, so many people have outpourings of emotion. We'd like to hear from you, and to do that, you can contact us by email at this address, daybreak@cnn.com. Please include your name and where you are writing from, and this might be an opportunity for you to express your views on this terrible, terrible turn of events.
Also, as a service to our viewers, Vince, some of you might want to grab a pen or pencil throughout the day. We're going to be broadcasting telephone numbers where you can call for information about passengers, flights, that sort of thing. So these numbers will run throughout the morning, so go ahead and prepare for that if you need to. Also, a handful of people who died in the plane crashes had one last chance to say goodbye to their loved ones. In fact, one man called his family in San Francisco from United Flight 93.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Giving me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the airphone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there, as if someone was speaking to him, and he said, it's something to the effect of, it's true, and then the phone went dead.
Her son, Mark Bingham, was on the flight that crashed in that field near Pittsburgh. Now, John Ogonowski was the captain of American Airlines Flight 11, and his plane crashed into one of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center. His family spoke out yesterday.
I ask all of you for your prayers for, as I refer to him, as Brother John. And I ask you to also pray for our whole country today in this tragedy that's impacting our whole country.
Mr. Ogonowski leaves a wife and 3 daughters. Vince?
4 planes hijacked and brought down in one day. It has many questioning the safety of the sky. Paul Baum is the editor of Aviation Security International, a former security chief at TWA, and he joins us from London this morning. Good morning, Mr. Baum.
Good morning to you.
Sir, this is the question that many Americans are asking right now. How could this happen? How could 4 commercial airliners be hijacked in the morning? And it's just beyond belief. How did it happen?
Absolutely, it is an absolute tragedy, the real nightmare scenario for the aviation security industry and, of course, for the American people and the world as a whole. The only thing that could have been worse would have been if it had been a chemical or biological attack on one of these cities. It would appear that the real failing has been on the intelligence side in preventing these incidents. In the past, intelligence has worked. You only have to go back to 1995 when American intelligence basically thwarted, in what was known as the Bojinga plot, the blowing up of 12 American airliners on one single day. That day, American intelligence worked. September the 11th, 2001, unfortunately, it all fell apart. And the pictures that we've all been witnessing are those of really of a war scene. You could have been seeing those pictures of the Balkans or of the Middle East, and yet this was downtown Manhattan, downtown Washington. And that just sort of reminds me of...
Excuse me, Mr. Baum, you talked about the overall picture and intelligence, but what about the basics of airport security? And that is these people commandeering a plane. Would we be shocked at how easily that can be done and how easily it might have been done yesterday?
I'd love to say that I was shocked. Truth is, I wasn't. I was shocked by the outcome and the fact that probably at least 12 people could have decided to go to their deaths in such a tragic manner and killing so many other innocent people in the process. Yes, airport security procedures are going to have to be reviewed, especially domestically in the United States. I don't think it's a surprise that they targeted American Airlines and United Airlines, basically the 2 giants of the aviation industry. It used to be Pan Am and TWA. It's no surprise that they targeted flights that were going to the West Coast, to San Francisco and Los Angeles, so that on impact, those planes would have been carrying far more fuel than any other aircraft in the sky, so the impact would have been that much greater. But certainly domestic aviation security is going to have to be reviewed. But that said, it's not such an easy thing to do. In Europe, we have a situation where only the passengers can go to the gates. In the United States, as you will, many of your viewers will be well aware, anybody meeting or greeting passengers can go through the security checkpoints and up to the gates, meaning that there's an increased stress on the screeners.
Mr. Baum, maybe as a security expert, you can tell us exactly what pilots and flight attendants are instructed to do in case of an emergency, in case of a hijacking. What are their immediate instructions or procedurally?
Well, the procedures, unlike mechanical failures, are basically to evaluate the type of hijacker. There are 4 different types of hijackers. There are criminals, there are terrorists, there are asylum seekers, and there are the insane or the mentally disturbed. And this may be a combination of different types, but you have to react to the type of hijacker you have. Now, if, as we're led to believe, that these were very violent people who simply got out of their seats and started slashing flight attendants, then there is only so much that one can do, and one would have expected them to have just sort of gone back to their natural survival instincts and done whatever they could possibly do to survive. What I do not believe was the case.
Go ahead, sir. Excuse me. Go ahead.
So I certainly don't believe that it was the pilots themselves, even at knife point or gunpoint, that would have intentionally flown their aircraft into the Twin Towers or into the Pentagon.
You mentioned this briefly, you touched on this, but what will this mean for the future, security-wise, for commercial airlines? What can you see maybe immediately and through the first few months after this situation?
Well, certainly, I mean, there's already been an increase to threat code Delta in the United States, so security is basically at its highest level of alert once the planes go back in the skies. But that said, so there won't be things like curbside check-in. There will be restricting access to the gate areas. But I think that it's possibly taken an incident like this to prove that domestic security has to be treated the same way as international security on international flights. In other words, that there needs to be positive passenger bag match, that if you check a bag in for a flight, that you travel on that flight, that only passengers go to the gate areas, and certainly that the identification checks that are carried out by the check-in agents are going to be much more stringent. That said, I don't think we need to focus solely on screening of passengers. This was a very well orchestrated attack. This involved insiders, either in the airlines or in the airports. Certainly there are reports coming through this morning from Boston of people with contacts in the UAE with flight manuals were found in a car in Boston. These people knew what they were doing. They probably had very good contacts, and they didn't necessarily go through the passenger screening points.
All right, Philip Baum, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Vince, as dawn begins to break over the East Coast, we take you now live for what for many of you could be the first look here on this day after of this devastating terrorist attack. The gap in the sky where you are looking is where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center once stood. The New York skyline completely changed this morning as hundreds of firefighters are going through the rubble, trying to find if there are any survivors, trying to count the dead. We may not know for weeks how many people died in this attack on one of America's most significant financial power centers. And then on to Washington now, where we have this devastating scene of the Pentagon. There you see the collapsed area of the building where a passenger jet plowed through to the inner circle of the Pentagon. Once again, rescue operations there underway. As many as 800 or more Pentagon employees may have died in this attack. We are covering this throughout the day, but in the meantime, of course, Garrett Uckley on the scene in New York, reviewing the damage, counting the losses. Garrett?
And Carol, also at this moment, we want to take a few moments and think about some of the heroes in today's tragedy or yesterday's tragedy. Of course, we don't know how many they were and what was happening in that airplane that crashed in Pennsylvania or in the Pentagon offices or even here in Lower Manhattan. But we do know this. We do know that 80 or more members of the New York City Police Department, men and women, are missing and feared lost. We know that 300 or perhaps even more members of the New York City Fire Department are missing or lost. Who were they? They were people doing their jobs. They were the ones this morning or yesterday morning who were racing into those Twin Towers to save people, going up the stairwells while everybody else was racing out, and they raced into a trap. Here's a report from correspondent Deborah Farrick.
Many of the 300 firefighters missing and feared dead were believed to be inside the World Trade Center when it collapsed.
When I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Arriving first on scene, they ran into the burning towers, carrying hoses and trying to get people to safety.
The horror of it all is all the first alarm, second alarm, third alarm, fifth alarm companies. They're all in there. And there's a lot of companies are wiped out, from what I understand.
Fire engines were crushed, a strategic command center silenced, and several of the highest-ranking fire officials buried beneath tons of dust and steel.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Those who got out in time went back, injuries and all, to search for their friends. Others off duty grabbed their gear and raced to help dig out any possible survivors.
My brother works in the 91st floor. My brother, and he's unaccounted for at this time. So I'm just, doing a lot of praying.
Praying amidst an unnatural silence.
That's probably what amazed me the most. There was no people to be seen. Even the dogs couldn't find people.
At firehouses in Manhattan, there were flowers and mourning as everyone waited, holding out hope.
They should have been here already. The rig is not back. They're not back. They should have been back.
More than 30 police officers also died. Choking back tears, several firefighters summed up the catastrophe.
These are your buddies.
We lost a lot of friends today. A lot of friends.
A loss that will be shared by all New Yorkers. Deborah Fayrick, CNN, New York.
And now we have some of the names of the 4 most high-ranking members of the New York City Fire Department. We'd like to mention them to you because we're getting so few names of victims in yesterday's disaster. Peter Gonchi, the Fire Department Chief. William Feehan, First Deputy Commissioner of the Fire Department. Ray Downey, Chief of Special Operations Command. And the Reverend Michael Judge, the New York Fire Department chaplain, missing and feared lost down in lower Manhattan today. What more can we say? What are New Yorkers waking up to? Well, now they're waking up to their morning newspapers, and now the New York Times is there. That says it all. U.S. attacked, the picture, and the stories of what happened. Today's headline, a headline that will not be forgotten. And back to you now, Carolyn Vince in Atlanta.
Certainly not the pictures that we're seeing and continue to see. Garrick, Deborah Fayrick was reporting on what she called an unnatural silence in this city that never sleeps. What is the scene below you? What is the city like compared to how it would normally be at this very early morning hour?
Well, at this morning hour, it'd be pretty busy. 5:40, the workers will be pouring into town already, even before the sun has come up behind me here to the east. We have the streets, as you can see, which are empty. Some of them in lower Manhattan are sealed off, but the streets around us at 34th Street, traffic is being allowed, or some traffic at least. However, when you look over to the east of us, just 2 blocks away, there's an Empire State Building that's shrouded in darkness right now. But we're told that the streets around the Empire State Building have been sealed off, as has the headquarters of the United Nations on the East River, which was evacuated on Tuesday. The fact is that these are obviously 2 prime targets, 2 big high-rises, 2 of the biggest buildings in New York City. The fear is that there may be more terrorists out there somewhere, perhaps with a car bomb, and so security will continue to be totally tight during this day.
Sure. So what are you hearing in terms of how people are going to deal with their day? Are people going to try to get into the city, try to go to work, try to go about their business?
No, I don't think they are. They've been told, first of all, stay away from town if you don't have essential, absolutely critical business here. The bridges are closed to vehicular traffic, except for the George Washington Bridge, which may have just 1 lane under very strict control. So are the tunnels. Airports, of course, are closed. Much of the rail traffic has been shut down. Schools, private, public, parochial schools will be closed. The stock exchanges will be closed. Times Square, Broadway will be closed. No traditional Wednesday matinee performances tomorrow. So life is going to be very, very slow, very, very difficult. And one added little indication of how life changes here and the concern over security, Carol, right below us down here at 33rd Street, about 15 stories below us here, is the Central Post Office of New York City. This is not only the Central Post Office in the city, it's zip code 10001. some pride taken by people in this 10001 zip code area. Well, the mail will go through, but on top of that post office is inscribed the famous saying about how no sleet or rain or storm or snow or whatever it's going to be will delay the letter carrier in carrying out his appointed rounds. Well, they'll be out tomorrow, but not totally, because tomorrow there will be no pickups from the Postal Service mailbox on the streets of New York City. The reason, obviously, the concern that some terrorist might put a bomb in a package and try to mail it off. They'll be closed and sealed.
Tomorrow already being today, as we look at the scene now, and it looks like the sky is beginning to glow with possibility of the sun rising on this devastation. Garrick, also, I heard that some 3,000 National Guardsmen are going to be deployed throughout the city. Potentially, New Yorkers could be waking up to armed guards standing on their street corners.
Well, armed guards, the 3,000 mobilized by Governor Pataki have been moved in. They're there to supplement the police department, which is obviously stressed and overburdened. You can't maintain full force 24 hours a day. So, yes, we expect to see them there. There has been, this must be emphasized, no indication of security or increase in crime or looting or anything like this. For all the chaos we've seen today or yesterday and the human misery which continues today, the fact is that people have been amazingly orderly and disciplined in their behavior. And I think people in this city, in this metropolis, are taking a great deal of pride in that. So the National Guardsmen and women will be here, but there's no real security problem of that nature in the streets of New York today.
Yeah, and certainly we expect to see that typical New York can-do spirit. I don't know about you, but yesterday, as I was watching these pictures on the monitor, I was going through a mental Rolodex as to who I knew in New York, where they were working, did I know anybody in the World Trade Center? If people have those questions, what should they do? Yesterday, the telephone companies and the authorities were saying, please lay off the telephone lines. We need to keep those clear. What are the instructions for people if they're still trying to get information? What should they do?
Well, there are a number of lines that have been set up, 800 lines and other lines, not just by the government and officials here, but also by individual companies. There are scores of companies that have enormous businesses in the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers. Some of these financial companies had 10, 20, even 22 or 25 floors filled with employees. They have set up their own hotlines, their own emergency lines to allow families and friends to call them. And that's about the only way we're really going to know or get an early estimate as to how many casualties there have been in this tragedy. It'll take weeks to get the remains out, the bodies out, but if a census can be done, and the fact that de facto nose counting of who is still around, who can be reached, and who isn't, then perhaps by the end of today we'll get a rough idea of how many missing there are among the civilians, non-city employees working in the Twin Towers, and the full scope and human cost of this tragedy in New York City will begin to be known.
Boy, we're just seeing some closer up pictures of the devastation down there by the World Trade Center. Firefighters going through some of that wreckage. It does look like a war zone, and I'm wondering, are people facing any sorts of shortages there, any food shortages, fuel shortages?
Well, I ran out earlier last night to get a quick sandwich, walked into a diner here on 34th Street and said, give me a cheeseburger. And he says, no hamburgers. I said, no hamburgers? He says, no hamburgers delivered today. All deliveries have stopped. I said, what do you have? And he had some soup and a salad, and that was it. But that's a minor incident. There are no signs of serious shortages. However, if the tunnels and bridges are kept close to general delivery by trucks of foods, then in a day or two, you could have shortages. However, I would imagine, nobody said this officially, that by the end of business of this day, I think city officials will want to get traffic moving again, commerce moving again, and supplies coming into Manhattan, which after all is an island with only a few bridges across the East River and a couple of tunnels and a bridge across the Hudson here. This is an island, and the drawbridges have been drawn up.
Yeah, and I'm sure, as Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki were saying yesterday, they want calm on the streets, but I think they also want a show of faith in their administration and a show of faith in the firefighters and the police officers who are responding, the National Guardsmen and women who are going to be responding and on the street corners. New Yorkers seem to have risen to the occasion. I haven't heard much about looting or crime going on.
No, we said that, just mentioned that the fact is that there is no reports of looting of any sort, and certainly the opportunities were there in Lower Manhattan. Businesses were being closed, the merchants were racing away to save themselves, owners of shops just as everybody else was today. But we've had no indication of that, and again, people take great pride in that. I think what people are going to be doing here, as those across the nation and around the world watching these scenes right now, these big earth-moving machines are going to work down there in Lower Manhattan, is to really spend this Wednesday, as many as possible, at home. Yes, trying to find out what's happened to friends or relatives who might have been trapped in the trade towers, the two towers, and the third building which collapsed next door to it. And just pray and hope for the best. That's the spirit. That's not New York spirit alone. That's human spirit.
The human spirit, absolutely, under trying times. Thank you so much, Garrett Utley, reporting live from New York at our New York Bureau. Vince?
The day after the attack will no doubt be a long one in Washington, where U.S. leaders are deciding what the next step will be. And joining us now live again is CNN senior White House correspondent John King. And John, what do we expect President Bush, will do today?
Well, Vince, let me start first by saying just in the past few minutes we have seen the lights come on in the White House residence behind me. On a normal day, the president generally rises between 5 and 5:20 a.m. every day to begin his day. This, of course, anything but a normal day, but some activity already at the White House. We are told by senior administration officials the president will, once he reports to work at the Oval Office, receive an update on the latest on the investigation, as well as the rescue and recovery efforts underway, as well as the diplomatic efforts by the State Department and others to reach out to key allies and other governments around the world for their assessment of this great tragedy. And then the president, very determined, much like we just heard from Garrett Utley in New York, very determined, even as the investigation, even as the rescue operations go underway, to show some sense of continuity, some sense of the government at work. The president will bring major congressional leaders down to the White House later this morning. They will deliver public remarks trying to reassure the American people that as the investigation continues and as the government promises to find out who did this and bring those parties to justice, that the business of the government will go on.
John, when we are threatened, and certainly we've never seen anything like this, but does the White House assemble, for lack of a better term, a usual suspects list? And are we moving any closer to clues as to who might be responsible for this?
Well, certainly the White House has a usual suspect list that begins because of the sophistication of these attacks. 4 planes hijacked at the same time. Obviously, some of the people aboard those planes being able to pilot them. The White House saying all signs point to, and we know from briefings given by senior administration officials to key members of Congress, they are saying that they believe that they are collecting credible evidence pointing to associates and affiliates of Osama bin Laden. They also caution us that they want to continue this investigation. And as that plays out, there are always fears. One of the reasons the president did not come directly back to Washington yesterday, there were fears of a follow-up round of attacks. At one point, they had not accounted for all of the planes in the skies over the United States. They did not want the president flying back until they had done so. Remarkable security all day yesterday here in Washington around the president. Air Force One had fighter jets flying in very close proximity to it. And overnight here in Washington, there has been a great debate in recent years about the decision a few years back to close Pennsylvania Avenue to car traffic, whether that was an intrusion on the public's rights to move about here in Washington, to see the sights of the Capitol. Overnight here in the Capitol, Vince, blocks away from the White House, police, Secret Service, even U.S. military Humvee vehicles setting up a perimeter much farther around the White House than we are used to seeing. You can be certain in the days and weeks ahead, security on high alert here in Washington. We're also told throughout the country, especially at airports and train stations and at U.S. embassies and military installations overseas as well.
Yeah, I don't think any question about that. As we look at this and we try to somehow make some semblance of sense of it all, intelligence questions are arising, and Secretary of State Colin Powell said there were, quote, no specific warnings. As the White House and officials try to backtrack a little bit, are they doing that now, trying to see if maybe something was missed, something they could have acted on?
They certainly will do that, and they certainly are doing that. Their primary focus, especially in what they say and what they do in public right now, is on the relief and recovery effort and on the investigation. But make no mistake about it, we heard it throughout the day yesterday from administration officials, as well as especially from key members of Congress, people asking how could this have happened? How could 4 commercial airliners be hijacked? How could there be no evidence at all that such an attack was being planned? A great number of questions about the efficiency of U.S. intelligence services, a great deal of criticism from key members of Congress yesterday, a great number of promises from key members of Congress to look ahead once we get past the dire days ahead of us as we deal, there you see the picture of the Pentagon, as we deal with repair and recovery, assessing the toll of the casualties and getting on with the investigation. A great number of promises from key members of the Congress to look once again, perhaps all raising the question, are the CIA and other agencies that do this human intelligence, are they underfunded? Are they doing things wrong? how might this have been prevented? Could it have been prevented?
Boy, the questions just continue. Senior correspondent John King, thank you very much for the update. Carol.
Vince, as John King has been reporting, and as we spoke to James Rubin earlier today, what President Bush is looking for is support internationally for the fight against terrorism. So we move overseas now to CNN Chief International Correspondent Christiane Amanpour, who's in London. Christiane, you've been looking at the morning newspapers. What is the read today over there?
Well, Carol, the sense of shock here across this side of the Atlantic is profound, and it seems to be growing, not diminishing, as this unfolding catastrophe becomes more and more clear. In England, for instance, the normally hyperventilating tabloids are saying things like, "Is this the end of the world?" Or that you might expect from these kinds of tabloids. But the otherwise cerebral and normally cautious and careful broadsheets, the Financial Times has got a front-page headline entirely devoted to this. They call it "Assault on America." Another U.S. British paper calls it "Doomsday in America." And here in France, on a leading newspaper, The Figaro, it is saying "The New War." All radio and television programs here in the United Kingdom and around Europe that I've heard and that we've been tapping into are almost entirely devoted to this catastrophe. Leaders from all the European countries have spoken publicly about their unlimited support for the United States, not just moral support for the United States and the victims of this catastrophe, but also they pledge themselves publicly to what they say will have to be a renewed effort by all democracies, a worldwide effort, they say, to try to defeat and eradicate this kind of terrorism. In England, certain specific measures have been taken. All commercial airlines are banned from flying over central London. There is heightened security at key areas and key buildings, particularly around the airport. British Airways, the national carrier, has cancelled flights to Pakistan, which neighbors Afghanistan, also to Tel Aviv. You know, Israel has closed down its airspace to any foreign carriers. Air France, the French national carrier, has also banned its flights from going to Tel Aviv, obviously because that airport is closed, but also to North America, while that situation resolves itself in terms of airport closures there. But an intense state of alert and security. All the European governments, most of them, say that they're holding top-level national security meetings today. In Britain, the Prime Minister has convened his top ministers of defense, his Foreign Secretary and his Home Secretary, to an emergency meeting at the Prime Minister's residence. Jack Straw, the Foreign Secretary, earlier today said that it was perhaps too early to point the specific finger. They said that while they do share intelligence with the United States, he would not reveal that kind of intelligence, although he says that it should not be underestimated the magnitude of what happened in the United States yesterday.
This is an event of such horrifying, unimaginable proportions that I believe it's one where the shock grows over time rather than diminishes, as the reality of it impacts upon all of us, and we come better to understand the appalling consequences obviously for the victims, for their families, for the community in New York, for the people of the United States, and for the world's democratic communities.
Now, while leaders and commentators and analysts are generally saying that a state of war has been declared against the United States and against what they call civilized humanity, they're saying that it is important, Jack Straw saying, to keep a cool head while at the same time realizing and eventually responding to the profound nature of what happened against the targets of democracy and the United States yesterday. Now, in the Arab world, most of the Arab countries who are allied with the United States, most of the moderate Arab countries, the leadership has come out vigorously condemning the attacks yesterday. There is slightly different mood on the streets of the Arab world, where in some capitals and in some parts of the Arab world, people are saying that this was an inevitable eventuality. They say that this is something perhaps that the United States should have expected, given what they say is the U.S. Close association with the State of Israel. And as you know, this 11-month intifada has been ratcheted ratcheting up anti-American feelings amongst the Arab peoples over the last 11 months. Having said that, Libya, which has not had a history of close relations with the United States, Libya came out condemning what it called this terrorist attack. And today there is word from the OIC, the Organization of the Islamic Conference. 57 Islamic nations have come out condemning this attack, saying that it is against Islam. Carol?
Christiane, as you probably know by now, we expect that U.S. domestic flights will begin flying again around midday, although there will be extreme and heightened security at all of the nation's airports. What is the situation in Europe? Are flights going to be resuming, trains resuming, and how tight is security across the board?
Well, security is exceptionally tight, as you can imagine. There were scenes of not chaos, but controlled disruption yesterday at all the airports, with obviously hundreds of passengers trying to get to the United States and people waiting for visitors coming from the United States. And European airlines and air companies are having to deal with many, many stranded passengers as they await news from the United States as to when those airports will be open for operations sometime in the not too distant future, they hope. I was flying back from an assignment in Africa yesterday aboard Air France, the French national carrier, and there was an intense security and heightened sense of caution on the flight. The captain, in a rather extraordinary measure, came into the main cabin, took the microphone and asked everybody to be alert, to look around them, to observe whether they noticed anything alarming, different, abnormal, to report anything that they saw that was potentially cause for concern. It was very chilling, it was very tense, it was very stressful. Having said that, Air France takes these kind of security precautions in various tense areas, for instance, the west coast of Africa, and they have private security agents on board who fly on their flights, and not only that, check passengers coming onto the flight. Even once they've been through all the airport security, at the bottom of the plane, at the foot of the steps, they're checked once again, both a body search and a baggage search.
Certainly.
Carol?
Yeah, not unheard of even in normal times. Thank you very much. Christiane Amanpour reporting live from London. Vince?
Well, you can add the date of September 11, 2001 to those seared into the national consciousness. Pearl Harbor, John Kennedy's assassination, the Oklahoma City bombing, and now this one. 9th month, 11th day, 911, a national emergency. CNN's Ann McDermott tells us how some residents of Southern California reacted to this tragedy.
Everyone watched the TV. Some cried.
It's horrible. Yeah, it was very horrible.
Some raged.
I think we should retaliate and bomb the hell out of them.
And these Los Angeles firefighters watched with particular intensity because so many of their brothers and sisters in New York were dead. Maybe 100 firefighters die in a year across the nation. The figure in this one city, this one day, will be much, much higher.
Anything they need, we're there for them.
The pictures were just so insane that all these University of Southern California students could do was stare. But the younger ones had questions, lots of questions.
But when I first saw on the news, I sort of wondered how protected we really are in America.
They'll be able to catch all the people involved.
Their teacher, for once, had no answers.
How? Why? These are the questions.
And here's one more.
Do you think anything like this would ever happen again?
Will it happen again? Psychologists say that's what can make people so crazy at first.
It's not that we're afraid of the unknown. In the face of the unknown, we fill it in. We think there are monsters out there, and we actually end up frightening ourselves more.
Did the president's speech help?
I thought his point that, that they can knock the buildings down, but they cannot knock down our resolve. I thought that was a very good point he made.
Many of these people in an LA area gym admitted they were frightened and came here only for something to do.
I'm looking at the streets and it looks like Beirut. And I can't believe it's my backyard.
The smoke continues to billow out of the Trade Center building 6 hours.
I think we're definitely going to go to war.
This Korean War vet sure hopes not, but he knows the feeling.
I see what it says right there. America under attack. People didn't have to die.
But they did die, and America's in mourning. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
They're a live picture now as the sun gets ready to break over the skies of New York. The skyline itself radically changed from yesterday. A gaping hole in that skyline as the twin towers of the World Trade Center no longer standing.
Yeah, the morning after this horrible tragedy, perhaps thousands dead, and you see the sky over Manhattan starting to lighten up now as sunrise is almost upon us in New York City.
And even as we speak, hundreds of firefighters and police officers and rescue workers are digging through the rubble of what is left of the World Trade Center, trying to find survivors. We may not know for days or even weeks how many people died in that tragedy, but an estimated 50,000 people work at the World Trade Center. Some 150,000 visit there every single day, people unaccounted for, including 300 firefighters who were part of the initial rescue operation.
And good morning from the CNN Center in Atlanta. I'm Vince Cellini.
And I'm Carol Lynn. I'm glad you're joining us here. We have the very latest now on this terrorist attack on America. It's hard to believe, but just about 21 hours ago, a hijacked American Airlines Boeing 767 crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center in New York. The plane was hijacked shortly after taking off from Boston. And then minutes later, while Americans watched on televisions across the nation, a second hijacked airliner hit the Trade Center's other tower.
And not too long after these planes hit the World Trade Center, another hijacked airliner slamming into the Pentagon. This morning, emergency personnel hoping to begin searching the debris.
And then, Vince, in rural Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, this scene, yet another hijacked plane crashes. In all, 266 passengers and crew died in these plane hijackings, and authorities say the planes were taken over by small groups of men. In at least 2 cases, they used knives to commandeer the aircraft. A final account of the Day of Terror remains unwritten. The total number of those killed is not yet known. And now, live pictures of the streets of Manhattan there, just a glimpse of the devastation illuminated by some of the lights set up for the rescue operation. You saw in the lower right-hand corner there a helicopter scanning the scene, and you can't see, though, but hundreds of rescue workers there digging through, trying to save lives, if anyone has even survived.
Yeah, working tirelessly through the night. You can see now what awaits Manhattan this morning, the day after the horror. Garrett Gutley has been with us in New York and here again to talk about that as it is almost sunrise there in New York City. Garrett?
The light certainly there, Vince, on the horizon just beyond New York Harbor there, the bay in lower Manhattan where the tragedy occurred. And this new day, this Wednesday in September, what kind of a day is it going to be? Well, if you look at the weather forecast in the upper right-hand corner, it's going to be another beautiful day as far as the weather is concerned, just like yesterday. Sunny, a few clouds in the sky, high of 77 degrees. But that's only the weather corner. Here is the front page. Once again, let's go through the papers and just show you what has happened here. The New York Times, U.S. attack. You can't put it any more boldly than that. 8-column headline right across the entire paper. The New York Daily News, the leading tabloid in circulation in this city, it's war, as direct as it can be. Same with the New York Post, an act of war. Sorry, get the hand out of there. With a picture still of the plane going into the tower, and the Wall Street Journal. And of course, this tragedy occurred right in the heart of the financial district of New York, the financial center of the world economy, if you will. Does terrorists destroy World Trade Center, hit Pentagon, and raid with hijacked jets? Everybody wondering what the implications are going to be of this, of course, politically, perhaps militarily one day. And yet the immediate concern, as we saw just a moment ago, is the continuing rescue effort down there in lower Manhattan. All night long, because this is indeed a 24 operation, the rescue efforts have been going on. Members of the fire department, disaster relief teams from the Red Cross and other organizations, the Salvation Army has been providing food down there. 10,000 meals being prepared for the rescue effort overnight and during the day that's coming. In addition to that, shelters have been set up around these rescue efforts for the hundreds, even a few thousand people who live in the area who have lost all electric power in their homes and had to be taken into shelters. Indeed, some of their homes are in jeopardy due to structural damage from the terrorist attacks. Throughout the day, there will be the rescue teams here will be reinforced by more help. 3,000 members of the New York State National Guard are will be moving into the city to take up positions to serve in any way that they possibly can to support and back up the fire department, the police, and the disaster teams there. And again, just look at it. Can you guess how long this is going to take to go through all of that? More than 100 stories twice over in the two towers crumpled down there. We know about the human loss of life. We don't know how many. We can only guess. The mayor says it'll be horrendous, in the thousands most likely. And the material damage, what's been lost there, not just buildings, but all the information, the knowledge, the computers crushed in there, memos, agendas, personal letters, correspondence, mementos, knickknacks. It's all buried there in one heap in Lower Manhattan right now.
Garrick, earlier today you mentioned some of the names of the firefighters lost, over 300 of the New York firefighters missing or feared dead here. And only now, and throughout the night, periodically, we were putting faces and names to this horrible situation. And really, that's kind of when it begins to sink in as well, yes?
It's going to sink in with the names. In a way, it's been amazing. We haven't had more names yet coming out from these various disasters that have occurred. They will be coming out this day, and that's when we will begin to put the names and the faces together. How many people are there here, as there are in Washington or in Virginia, worrying about friends or loved ones in those targets that were hit? I know my wife, friends were calling friends today to find out if they were safe. I got a call back from one of my wife's friends. And she said, please tell her that she called me, she left a message in the machine, I'm all right. In fact, he said, I was fortunate, I was sick this morning, I didn't go to work in the World Trade Center. I'm at home, I've just been too shaken to call her back earlier. I think these are the kinds of calls and messages, hopefully, that'll be repeated many times as people are reassured that they're friends. Yes, indeed.
And New York City, as we mentioned, is really a city with backbone. You know, people get back to it, take on challenges, certainly none like we see here, but a city that I'm sure will brace itself, bow its neck, and just push forward.
It will push forward. And listen, Mayor Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, is a big booster and a cheerleader for New York. He talks about this being the capital of the world, and it is a unique metropolis. He talks about the can-do, tough spirit of New Yorkers. But let's face facts. The heroism here, the bravery here, which is an unlimited measure, is it any greater than that shown among those people in the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania or those in the Pentagon offices? We're talking not about New York City here. We're talking about the human spirit, and we're seeing it right here in these pictures downtown. We saw what happened yesterday and what will continue to happen in these early morning hours of this Wednesday. People pulling together, and there they are.
Garrick, of course, you've been at this as a journalist for a long, long time, and I wonder, even still, as you see some of the new video coming down, you see some of this and the wreckage, just how it hits home with you, and if you could possibly filter that through yourself for us and some of the viewers.
Yes, one thing does strike me. We talk about it's war, and people there in Lower Manhattan or at the Pentagon saying it's like a war scene. Veterans saying, I haven't seen anything like this since World War II or Korea. True, in terms of the tragedy. It's not that kind of a war. This is not World War II. Things were happening in Europe and in Iwo Jima, which were in many ways far worse than this in terms of loss of life and destruction. We grope to make these comparisons. And what happened today was really so unique. It was terrorism, which usually is seen as something being very brutal, yes, but very raw, unsophisticated, crude, if you will. And I think one of the things that shocks we Americans and those around the world watching this is that this was brutal, this was grotesque, and yet it wasn't crude. It was highly sophisticated. It took a great deal of planning. This is something new, and this is what shakes us.
Yes, it was calculated and diabolical. And Garrick Utley, we appreciate your presence there and your information this morning. Thank you. Carol?
Vince, we take you now live to Washington, D.C., where it's hard to believe, but that is the Pentagon still on fire more than 21 hours after an airplane plowed through to its inner ring. CNN's Bob Franken is on the scene. Bob, what can you tell us about what's happening?
it's not really a huge surprise to the officials who've been watching this. They're in meetings right now trying to decide when they can go into the building and start assessing the loss, particularly in human terms. But they've been waiting for the fire to go out, and as you can see, it has not. There have been embers, smoldering embers by just, how many tons inside this building. And every once in a while, one of them erupts like you've been seeing right now. And you're seeing it. You can see it on the left side of your screen. It has flamed up again. It's quite a little distance away from where the plane actually crashed into the Pentagon yesterday. But before they can really go in there, they're going to have to be assured that there is no danger of fire erupting again. And of course, they're going to have to take a real good look-see with the light of day to see when they can start going through the rubble, when they can begin the grim task of finding out just how many casualties there are inside. There have been estimates into the several hundred, but Pentagon officials have adamantly refused to give any result. They just don't know at this particular point. Right now, it's still in the hands, as you can see, of the firefighters who are trying to put things out. It was about 9:40, I believe, yesterday morning when the plane crashed into the Pentagon. A plane that was flying from Dulles was on its way elsewhere, but then was diverted and came into that. We've been told that one passenger on the plane, someone I knew well and so many viewers of CNN knew well, Barbara Olson, was able to get hold of her husband, Ted Olson, the Solicitor General, and tell him that the terrorists had thrown the pilot out of the cockpit and had taken over the plane, and that it ultimately crashed into the Pentagon. As it had crashed, the planes had crashed into the Twin Towers in New York that we've seen so much of in the fine reporting by Gary Cutley. But here we have a situation which still is not really ready, it looks, for the officials to go in and start assessing the damage. We are told that, nevertheless, the Defense Secretary intends to open this building up this morning for business as much as he can. Of course, a bit of symbolism there. They want to show the rest of the world that the military establishment in the United States can continue to operate. But the reality is that it's only going to be about half open. They've decided that about half of this building, 17 miles of corridors in the entire building, about half of them cannot be declared safe enough structurally for people to go in and work. But about half of it is going to be open. Sure, we're going to have briefings during the day. You can be sure that there will be planning going on in this building for retaliation once officials can decide where the retaliation is aimed.
All right, thank you very much,
Thanks, Bob
Franken.
Franken.
And now we want to bring you some live video here of Manhattan and where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center once stood. And you can see that dawn is breaking in New York City, and those New Yorkers, tough as they are, will come face to face with the devastation that was Tuesday. For some, we saw it on videotape here and around the world, but for the New Yorkers, it is all too real.
And Vince, take a look at this shot. This really gives you perspective and some context of the damage. In this next shot, I hope we can bring it up. It is, there it is, a wide shot of the damage and devastation. We are talking about two twin towers, more than 100 stories high. Potentially as many as 100,000 people could have been caught in that wreckage. You can still see the fire burning in the distance in the, close to the upper left-hand corner there. This is being called the most devastating terrorist assault on U.S. soil in American history.
And people there hoping, as we are, hoping against hope that somehow, some way, miraculously, there's still some people that may have survived this.
That's right. Hundreds of people still unaccounted for, including some 300 firefighters who were there in the initial rescue operation when the first plane crashed into the North Tower. There you can see.
This is amazing, the city skyline and how
the smoke still rising.
How it's been altered. And it just really hits home. It's incredible.
So evident, a true symbol of financial power gone now from the horizon of New York City. And we wish those rescue workers well today. They've got a big job ahead of them and a very delicate operation, should there be survivors amidst tons
just
of
working,
rubble.
working tirelessly throughout late evening and the night. Now we want to go to Michael Oku at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan, and he has an update for us there.
It's been eerily quiet here in Lower Manhattan, just in front of St. Vincent's Hospital, which, as you know by now, has become the major trauma and triage center here in New York. Just to my right, you can see that there are satellite trucks and police officers and personnel of all kinds on 14th Street, just north of here, a couple blocks north. Police have set up barricades, which you cannot see necessarily from this shot, but they have set up barricades, which essentially has has limited traffic just south of 14th Street here in Lower Manhattan to a trickle of police vehicles, emergency medical vehicles, which sometimes punctuate the silent night air here, the silence here that has resonated throughout the evening. Moments ago, about an hour or so ago, we have seen now 4 victims who have been brought to this hospital. The last person we saw seemed to be a police officer, but it is not confirmed, and we do not know whether any of these victims sustained any injury that came as a result of the attack on the World Trade Center yesterday. I'm joined here by Tom Collier, who is with the University of Miami Medical Center. And Tom has been working as a volunteer, can tell us about some of the outpouring of emotional support that you've seen.
Well, the community in New York has been unbelievable, as always. Not only the national chains of food like Duane Reade and Starbucks and that kind of thing, but the local residents, people coming in and helping out any way they can, not only in products and foods, but also in time. All night long, we've had every shift covered. We're getting food to the officers and to the nurses, to the doctors. We have set up 9 coffee stations throughout the hospital just so they don't leave the area and stay with the patients, which is where they really need to be.
Can you see whether it's actually making a difference?
It's making a difference, and it's, our whole thought is if we just get 2 hands free inside by doing what we're doing, then we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and that's what we're trying to do.
Tom, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The hospital officials here say that they will have a press briefing at 6:30, just a little while from now, and of course we will keep you posted on that. I'm Michael Oakley reporting live from Lower Manhattan.
Thank you, Michael. We want to go back to Garrick Utley, who's at the New York Bureau with a view of the skyline. Garrick, we've been hearing stories about things being reported on New York radio, something about people calling for help on their cell phones from the World Trade Center?
We've had those reports through the evening, indeed from city officials, that they have received some cell phone calls from those trapped in the rubble. Now, we're not quite clear whether it's in the rubble of the Twin Towers that came down or buildings around it where people are trapped because of debris, and also because a third building at number 7, the World Trade Center, also collapsed yesterday, late afternoon. So we're not sure where those calls are coming from, but yes, some messages have gotten through, and to the extent that the rescue effort can pinpoint where they are, they're certainly going to be going after them today.
Garrick, do you know whether they're saying how seriously they're hurt or how much danger they still feel they're in?
No, we've not heard anything since the news conference last night held by the mayor, Mayor Giuliani, and other city officials. They mentioned some of these phone calls. They're being very tight-lipped. Officials everywhere do not want to give out any information that can raise hopes too much or dash them too much. They're just waiting for events to unfold. I'm sure, though, that during the course of this day we'll be getting more information about that.
Sure. Garrick, do they think that these are credible calls?
Well, how do we know for certain? Certainly a prankster could do it. That would be the worst, the bleakest, the darkest, dirtiest joke, if you will, if anybody tried to pull that stunt. But they believe they are credible. That's what they say. They're acting on that information. How many they are, we simply don't know. We do know, of course, earlier yesterday, even before those towers collapsed in rubble here, many people employed and working in their offices in the Twin Towers were calling friends and families, describing what was happening. And we were also told that by one of our colleagues at CNN that he had learned that one man called his wife and he knew that he was trapped right at the top and he wasn't going to get out.
Well, we will continue to hear these stories. Garrick, right behind you in your shot, we can see that it is just about daybreak there.
The sun is coming up to the east, and we want to take a look at one of the at downtown here, as you see the lower part of Manhattan and that gaping, what can we call it, void, a hole where the Twin Towers used to be. There's still a lot of dust, some smoke, but that's a mixture of dust and smoke that's in the air there, and it's probably going to continue for some time because the rescue effort itself will keep kicking up the dust.
Speaking of that, and we have some pictures of the rescue effort that's continuing right now, that would be a difficult area to access even for regular traffic, would it not, let alone trying to do some of this massive recovery that's taking place now with the heavy machinery.
When we look, you're absolutely right. When we look at downtown or lower Manhattan, we see these modern, sleek skyscrapers. It's Wall Street, the financial district. But actually, anybody who's visited realizes this is original New York City. This is where the first settlers landed. This is where George Washington was inaugurated as our first president, just a couple of blocks from those Twin Towers some 200 years ago. This is a part of town with not a grid system of streets, but tiny little streets and lanes along which they've built these giant buildings filled with hundreds and thousands of workers. So in the best of circumstances, it's a perpetual traffic jam down there. Now, of course, even with traffic and pedestrians cleared away and the people having fled, you've got to move in this giant equipment. And look at the cars that are down there. Look at the debris you've got. How do you maneuver in this space? Right there we're seeing a shot. That's along one of the broader avenues running north-south. But around the World Trade Center, that's just a catacomb, just a maze of tiny roads and streets.
Garrick, in taking a look at this shot, we get a sense also of the New York Police Department's rescue crews trying to move through that area. Are you hearing whether the rescue crews themselves are hearing the voices of people who are still alive, still trapped under there? And are they giving you a sense of how long it's going to take to get anybody out?
Well, several questions. First, no estimate yet as to how long it's going to take. It's going to be days and weeks. That is absolutely certain. Question number two, any survivors? Yes. The Port Authority, that's the regional government institution that runs the World Trade Centers, or ran them, runs the airports, the bridges. It reported that 3 or 4 of its security officials had been pulled out of the rubble. Presumably they're on the fringes. They heard voices. They were able to recover those men who were wounded or injured, but they're said to be, they're going to be all right. We heard an earlier report last night that the special teams that were brought in, special handlers with dogs trained to look and smell and sniff out humans, dead or alive, were going through the rubble, and very quickly the dogs indicated they had no scent. They couldn't get any scent. They were disoriented. Why? Because of all the dust in the air. The dust was interfering with the dogs, even with their sensitive sense of smell, to do their job. Perhaps today it'll get slightly better, we don't know, but that's another obstacle that stands in the way of the rescue effort.
All right, Garrick Utley, thank you for being our guide through this madness that is now Manhattan. We'll be checking in with you periodically. Carol?
The toughest hour still ahead, Vince. Right now, let's go to Kelly Wallace. She's standing by at the White House. Kelly, question on many Americans' minds. What sort of action is President Bush going to take, able to take? What are some of his options in responding to this crisis?
Well, definitely, as you heard President Bush say last night, Carol, he will say that the U.S. government is going to do everything it possibly can to find those responsible for these terrorist attacks. Mr. Bush also saying, though, that they will draw no distinction between those responsible for the attacks and those who harbor them. Now, as for a sight setter here at the White House, you might expect, and that is the case, flags at half-staff all around the White House complex for what is likely to be a very somber day here. President Bush, as you know, quite the early riser, usually up by 5:30 a.m. This day expected to be no different. He will begin his day getting an up-to-date briefing from his national security team on the latest concerning the investigation, as well as the search and rescue efforts. He's also invited a group, bipartisan congressional leaders, over to the White House. And at that time, Mr. Bush will come before the cameras again. His message will be that the U.S. government is doing everything it can to assist in the disaster areas in New York, Pennsylvania, and then, of course, at the Pentagon here in Washington, D.C. He will also say that the work of the government goes on, and again, that the U.S. will do everything possible to find those responsible. Last night, the president went before the American people, a very grim-faced U.S. President George W. Bush, in what must have been obviously a very difficult moment for the president. He said that those responsible for what he called acts of mass murder were hoping to frighten the nation into, his words, chaos and retreat. But Mr. Bush said they have failed.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
Now, U.S. officials publicly and privately right now refuse to say exactly who they believe might be responsible for these attacks, but we do know that senior administration officials briefed members of Congress last night. Sources telling my colleague CNN's John King that those senior officials saying they are confident that the evidence is pointing to affiliates of accused terrorist Osama bin Laden. Also, those senior officials saying that they are going to take their time to make sure they find out exactly who is responsible and then, of course, hold them accountable. Carol?
Kelly, you have seen both sides of the coin on this story. You're obviously in Washington now, but you were in New York yesterday. What was that like?
Absolutely. Images that none of us will really ever forget. I was actually about 15 blocks from the World Trade Center complex when the first plane hit one of the towers and then went out on the streets. I think the images that really come to mind are people sort of leaving the downtown area in a very orderly manner, but calling on their cell phones, look of disbelief as people watching not one but two towers come down. And also, I talked to so many firefighters. It was an unbelievable situation, Carol. You couldn't use cell phones, really. You could barely get a call out. And so as I was holding my cell phone trying to get calls out, firefighters would come up and say, "Can I use your phone?" We said we couldn't get a call out, but we would take their names and numbers and then call their relatives or their loved ones. Obviously, they were very concerned to let their loved ones know that they were okay, but clearly firefighters were concerned about their colleagues. So many people saying that they had gone in, those firefighters had gone into those towers as the people were coming out, and many people that we talked to very concerned about the firefighters who, of course, went into those buildings, and, of course, what happened once those buildings came down.
That's
Carol?
right. Still 300 firefighters unaccounted for. How did you get out of the area?
That was another difficult thing because, as you know, airports were closed, Amtrak was down for most of the day, bridges and tunnels going into Manhattan were down, but by late in the afternoon, around 4, 5, 6, Amtrak started running, at least around 5 o'clock, started running trains out of Washington, so there was some opportunity to get out. A lot of commuters who needed to get away. Obviously, there were ferries taking people from downtown Manhattan over to New Jersey. Again, it was sort of a very orderly thing. People were moving from the downtown area, getting away from the scenes of destruction, and obviously very patient. A lot of crowds at Amtrak at Pennsylvania Station in Manhattan, but I can tell you too, Carol, how this hit so many people on the train from New York to Washington. There was one woman who had a friend of a friend who was on one of those planes that obviously went down. A man in front of me had a friend of a friend who was in an office above where one of those planes hit. So you can see how many lives these tragedies have affected.
And Kelly, what a strange situation for you to be in. I mean, you're a trained journalist, you're taught to be dispassionate, you're told time and again that you're not to be a part of the story, and yet here you were in a situation where you were almost part of the rescue operation and trying to give technical support and trying to flee as well with the crowds.
Yeah, I mean, Carol, as you know, it is impossible not to be affected by the scenes of firefighters sort of sitting on a curb, their heads in their hands, wondering, you know, about their colleagues. So it's hard to be affected. What was great is that we could be of some assistance. I mean, how happy some of these firefighters were to know that we just talked to their wife, or my boyfriend's mother was able to get through, and that they knew that their loved ones could then call all the relatives so that at least they had some comfort. But of course, you know, there's so many people who just questioning whether or not their loved ones are still alive, and it's just impossible. You just do the best you can, try to help, and get the story out. That was a major frustrating thing, Carol, though you couldn't get a cell phone to really work, so it was very difficult to call CNN New York or in Atlanta to convey what we were seeing, but that information was getting out throughout the day.
Right. Well, your instincts served you well, and I'm glad you're back safe home and now hard at work. Thank you very much. Kelly Wallace, reporting live from the White House. Vince?
We want to remind you we are just minutes away from a press conference that will be taking place at St. Vincent's Hospital in New York City. We'll get that as soon as they begin. But right now, with all due respect to the victims of this horrible tragedy, we want to see how the ramifications will affect now business in this country and worldwide. We go to David Haffenreffer, who's in New York, and he has that story. Good morning, David.
Good morning to you, Vince. As you might imagine, Lower Manhattan, the heart of the financial community. All financial markets obviously closed in the U.S. today. Even trading of U.S. stocks in London through the electronic trading firm Instinet have been halted. Let's take a
David, we have to interrupt you now, David. This is the press conference at St. Vincent's Hospital. We're taking that live.
FAL, Associate Director of the Trauma Center here at St. Vincent Catholic Medical Center. Let me first briefly update you on our numbers and what has happened during the night. and then Dr. Westphal can give you some information on our paramedics, our ambulances, what they've been doing, and what's been happening in the trauma center. Since 9:04 a.m. yesterday morning, St. Vincent Catholic Medical Center has received 361 individuals through our emergency room trauma center. 90 of those individuals have been admitted to St. Vincent's Manhattan. 4 of those individuals have died. 58 of the individuals who have come to St. Vincent are paramedics, firefighters, or police officers. We have 6 other hospitals in our system in Manhattan, Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Queens. Those hospitals received 42 additional patients, including 20 who were brought by barge over to St. Vincent, Staten Island. One of those individuals died at St. Vincent, Staten Island. Our paramedics were at the scene throughout the day yesterday. As you saw and continue to see, we are ready for what we hope will be additional survivors today. We are the closest trauma center, and thus if there are any miraculous recoveries from the wreckage, they will most likely be brought here. I'm going to ask Dr. Westphal to talk to you a bit about our paramedics and the work that they did, our ambulances, and the work that's happened in the trauma center, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mark. Dr. Westphal, Associate Director of the Department of Emergency Medicine. Mr. Ackerman has mentioned the number of patients that we've had, the conditions, and the 4 deaths in Manhattan here. Our paramedics have had about 7 crews since 8 a.m. yesterday morning that have assisted Fidney EMS in obviously this massive undertaking of responding to critical trauma emergencies downtown. All of our crews have been able to participate and treat patients and move patients, and fortunately have not been injured or been critically injured themselves. We have in the emergency department right now all through the night a triple staff of nurses, physicians, physician assistants, and technical staff. The administrative senior management has been up almost all of them throughout the night, and we've been prepared and are awaiting victims from the site as well. We are, as I think Mayor Giuliani has said over and over, we are very hopeful, we are prepared, and we are expecting to work very hard to resuscitate victims as they're brought here and brought to other hospitals. I know that through the night I've been told by OEM and Fidney that other major hospitals in Manhattan have been similar to ourselves, and we've really decompressed the emergency department, so we're prepared for major injuries, major trauma, as we have had throughout the day.
I'd like to note a couple of important things. We want to first thank all New Yorkers and people from literally throughout the world who came to the hospital yesterday to volunteer their services. Doctors, nurses, just people off the street. We had over 800 people in line at one point in time to give blood. The mayor's office was kind enough to provide buses so we could bring them to other sites to donate that blood. Today, we are still in need of blood. All of New York is in need of blood donations. You should go to the New York Blood Center or the Red Cross, and we will provide those addresses to you. We can't stress enough the thanks to all of the volunteers, our neighborhood residents here in Greenwich Village. Behind my left, there are still tables set up where neighborhood residents are making sandwiches, bringing food. It's truly unbelievable, the outpouring of New Yorkers and the help that they have been. If anyone wants to give blood, we will provide that information to you. We've also received an inordinate amount of clothing through the night. We are very grateful for that, but we are really not in any need of any more of that right now. So we would just like to thank folks for that. It is very important to note that the trauma of this, from a psychological perspective, is going to be hitting New Yorkers more and more today. We particularly encourage parents to talk with their children. I went home for a few hours last night, and I have to tell you, at 2 o'clock in the morning, my teenage children and younger needed to talk. And it's very important that we encourage all parents to do that. In an effort to help with that, we have 3 mental health hotlines that are manned 24 hours a day. We will provide you with those numbers as well. There are many mental health crisis lines. We encourage all New Yorkers to take advantage of this. We have all suffered a terrible trauma in this city. We need to understand it and our feelings and to talk about it. So we encourage New Yorkers to take advantage of these. We have facilities in Westchester, Manhattan, and Staten Island that are manned 24 hours a day for this. We can take questions. There were no additional survivors brought here during the night. We did receive a number of firefighters, police officers, and paramedics, again, mostly with the corneal abrasions and literally lacerations on their hands. I don't know exactly what time it was, but during the night, we did receive the firefighters and paramedics. Yeah, I'll let Dr. Westfall speak to that.
Yes. Well, I don't know about amputation, but to provide additional medical care, we had about 2 crews of about a dozen doctors that went down to there to assist with treating patients. We also had a group, I believe, of about 4 physicians that went up to the Javits Center very late in the night to treat additional patients that were brought there, as they had requested help. I cannot speak for that. I'm not aware.
Sir, how would you characterize your efforts to try to get people from Ground Zero? Are you frustrated by the debris you see there at this point? Are you able to get them out of there with the kinds of...
Speaking for our paramedics that had been there all during the day, along with Fidney's paramedics and all other hospitals' paramedics, and if I could just echo what Mr. Ackerman said, I can't believe the number of hundreds of vehicles and ambulances that have responded from the tri-state area and all the metropolitan areas. I've seen Jersey, Connecticut, I've seen Westchester ambulances that have all come. The thing I'd mention with the effort, I think from the very beginning, they have been working in the areas around the Trade Center and have not been inhibited. Obviously, for periods of time, our paramedics, I think all paramedics, were kept away from the buildings as they had a judgment that they were going to be coming down. So that was inhibited, but all through the night, they were assisting firefighters and other crews that were trying to extricate patients and then make judgments as to where they would bring them for care that was appropriate.
Do you expect to see a different kind of injury today as opposed to the sort of injuries you saw yesterday and last night?
Well, I think we would expect to see the victims that we would get today would probably have a number of problems besides the trauma and the injuries that they'd have, which would probably be more severe. We expect to see dehydrations and other complications of that haven't been underneath for probably almost 24 hours right now.
You talked about trauma. How's your own staff, particularly since Colin's coming? You talked about trauma. How are they doing?
Well, our staff, from the standpoint of our trauma team here, ourselves...
Psychological trauma.
Yeah.
How is your staff holding up, particularly since survivors...
Right. Our administrative staff, nurses and physicians have been assisted all throughout the 24 hours by our Department of Psychiatry, by our pastoral care, by our priests and sisters that have been down there, not just for the patients, but for our staff entirely. And, we've had a couple of individuals that have needed time to sit down and talk with them and to cry with them, and that's happened throughout the day.
I think it's just important to note, too, that a number of our nurses and physicians are married to firefighters and police officers, and they worked throughout the day yesterday and the night not knowing where their loved ones were. We're very grateful that all of our paramedics that were at the scene and physicians and nurses are okay. We did lose an ambulance. One of our ambulances was crushed in the debris, but our hearts certainly go out to our colleagues in the fire department and in the police department and all of the other victims. Just one at a time, please. One more, and then we'll go.
About anybody else who might be coming,
We have not gotten any information about new victims coming to us. Sure. We have in our system, entire system, 2,600 beds throughout the city. Yesterday we were able to transfer some of our patients to other sites, discharge patients appropriately, and then we opened up as many beds as possible here. We still have bed availability here. Sure.
Yeah, of the patients who came in, again, over 361, right, we had, again, as was mentioned, we had 5 patients expire, 2 who came in what we call traumatic arrest from the injury, needing CPR coming in the door. Those patients both expired in the emergency department. A firefighter came in with major injuries and chest pain and went to the operating room and expired there. And then we had another individual come in during the night, during the morning hours with severe burns, who ended up expiring upstairs in our surgical ICU. 5th person was, as Mr. Ackerman mentioned, was brought to Staten Island, St. Vincent's, and expired there. I can tell you we had 50 major traumas and major injuries, and I can tell you, unfortunately, I happened to be here in '93 when we had the other World Trade Center disaster. I can tell you then, throughout the city, there were 10 deaths from that disaster, and here we had the first victim. That time we had 1 death the entire time. And you folks will know better than I the hundreds and perhaps thousands of people that may die from this.
So that is the word from St. Vincent's Hospital to this point, and we are looking again at these live pictures from ground zero, basically, and I wonder if we can possibly find some of these workers, whether they're firefighters or otherwise. Maybe we could pan down there just to give people some idea of the scale of this tremendous debris that's been left behind. There you go. And just the massive undertaking that this will be.
Right, massive in the sense that St. Vincent's is saying that they received more than 400 patients at not only their hospital but their associated hospitals. 5 people out of that has passed away. 5 people have passed away, but what they clearly are doing is bracing for many, many more people. They have more than 2,500 beds available. They're not full yet. And they're saying that this is an internal family crisis for them, that many of their nurses and paramedics are married to firefighters. Some 300 firefighters are still unaccounted for. So while they're trying to treat hundreds of people who have been victimized by this terrorist attack, they also are worrying about their own and waiting to hear word about their husbands and wives who may be trapped in that rubble as we look at it there.
Well, they have gone to triple staff there, and again, seeking blood. They want blood donors to help in that New York City area.
And they talked about a huge outpouring. They had 800 people standing in line yesterday offering to donate blood, and they're saying that they have information there at St. Vincent's for people to go to the New York Blood Center or to go to the Red Cross. They do need more blood donations. They do not need any more clothing donations, but I think it's just a sense of New Yorkers wanting to try to help and contribute during this time of crisis.
And that was duly noted.
Duly noted
at the press conference. Let's go back now. David Haffenreffer is with us from New York, and is going to bring us up to speed on the effect for the financial world. David.
Indeed, Vince. Thank you. All the financial markets, as you might imagine, closed in the U.S. today. Even trading of U.S. stocks that trade over the electronic trading firm Instinet have been halted. European markets are open for business at this early hour. Early in the session, many of the major indices were at 3-year lows. They moved back into positive territory at one point, but have, for the most part, turned negative once again. Here's a look at the latest figures at this point. In London, the FT 100 index is basically unchanged at this point. We've got the Xetra DAX index in Frankfurt down by 28 points. In Paris, the CAC 40 lower by 71 points, a decline of 1.6%. The Zurich Swiss Market Index now lower by 1.1%. A look at how the dollar is trading against the other major global currencies. And the Bank of England says the U.S. Federal Reserve has now urged central banks to limit dollar trading to help cut back on the turmoil in the financial markets. We should note that the dollar fell about 2% versus the euro yesterday after the incident in downtown Manhattan. At this point, we've got the euro weaker, down about a third of a cent there at 90 cents and change. We've got the pound trading at 1.46 and the dollar trading a bit higher versus the Japanese yen, 119.58 Japanese yen. Asian markets are now closed for the day, but here is how they ended the session overnight. We had the Nikkei 225 index in Tokyo lower by about 6%. Hang Seng index in Hong Kong lower by 8%. All these declines sparking some concerns about a possible recession here in the United States. In fact, Sonia Gibbs, the chief equity strategist at Nomura Securities in London, telling us this morning that consumer confidence is expected to be hurt in the United States because of all these terrorist attacks, and that could take a big chunk out of the U.S. gross domestic product figures through the end of the year. Vince and Carol, back to you.
Thank you, David. We keep hearing that word recession, and certainly we'll be in touch with you throughout the days ahead. Carol?
Reverberations on Wall Street and markets around the world, as well as people on both sides of the Middle East conflict. They are watching the U.S. very closely today. Both Israeli and Palestinian officials are denouncing yesterday's atrocity, but not all are sympathetic with American victims. More now from CNN's Jerusalem bureau chief, Mike Hanna.
Intense security around the U.S. Embassy in Israel, and residents in a region that suffered incessant violence watch closely the unfolding tragedy in the United States. As news of the attacks spread, in East Jerusalem and Nablus, some took to the streets in celebration. Isolated groups of Palestinians who view the U.S. as an enemy because of its perceived support for Israel. But radical Palestinian groups denied any involvement in the planning or execution of the tragic events, and Palestinian leaders condemned the attacks in the strongest of terms, offering the deepest commiserations to the American people.
It is very difficult for me personally, for anyone, to speak about what had happened. It is not only against the Americans. It is not only against the American people or against the American government. It's against the whole international human being.
Condemnation and commiseration, too, from the Israeli government.
In this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people. Our hearts are with you, and we are ready to provide any assistance at any time.
Several hours after the attacks, Israel announced it was closing its airspace to all international flights, apart from its own El Al airline. In addition, Israel has closed all land crossings into neighboring countries. This not in response to any specific threats, say security sources, but a general tightening of already intense security. Mike Hanna, CNN, Jerusalem.
A diverse reaction out of the Middle East. Right now we go to Ms. Hanan Ashrawi. She is a Palestinian spokesperson. Good morning, Ms. Ashrawi. I'd just like to get your reaction to what is now being characterized as the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil.
It certainly is. I think it's the worst terrorist attack in the history of humanity, and it's a blow to humanity as a whole. It's a crime that is of just absolute immorality and evil. And may I take this opportunity to extend on behalf of the Palestinian people and the Arabs as a whole our deep sense of grief, our, I don't know how to say it, our condolences to the American people and our identification with their pain and with their sorrow. This is entirely unconscionable. This is something that has struck deep in the hearts and minds of every human being, every person who recognizes the need for a moral imperative and for a human identification. And to the victims, their families, their friends, to the American people as a whole, we stand with you and by you, and we feel your pain.
An axe struck deep indeed, as every American feels this morning, and yet right now I'm going to show our domestic audience here, our audience actually worldwide, these pictures out of Ramallah yesterday. As you say these words, how do you account for these Palestinians who are dancing in the streets, celebrating this attack against the United States?
I think this is entirely misleading. I know before people understood the implications or what was happening, they didn't understand. Some people reacted, and they're a minority. children, people who didn't understand. Once people understood the magnitude and understood what actually did happen, I know from the people I saw, I spoke to, from the leadership, from President Arafat on down, to civil society, to people in the street, to the leadership of the Intifada, they all expressed horror, they all expressed condemnation, they all expressed grief. But you cannot sort of choose a minority and a moment in which people didn't understand in order to malign the majority or to color the Palestinian people in a to label them in a way which is entirely unfair and unjust. People felt maybe this was a political thing, they didn't know that this was an act of terrorism. And once people understood, they were unanimous in their condemnation, in their sorrow, and in their shock. I've heard this personally myself. I've talked to many people, and I really would appreciate it if you wouldn't choose the initial response and the minority response in order to generalize. This has been exploited enough to malign the Palestinians and to put us as though we are condoning this act, even though we as victims ourselves, we feel nothing but sympathy to the American victims and to humanity as a whole. We feel that we have a common bond. We are being shelled and killed daily. We are living in a state of siege. Last night, 11 Palestinians were shot and killed, shelled to bits and pieces. Over 100 are wounded. Ambulances cannot get to them. So even from the depth of our own sorrow and victimization, we reach out in genuine identification to the American people, and we say, we feel your pain, we feel your sorrow, and we will do everything possible, if can, to join you in attempting to combat such an evil that is an evil against everything that is human and moral, against everybody who's struggling for freedom, for dignity, for human rights.
Ms. Ashrawi, it is very possible that more American lives have been lost in this terrorist attack, in this tragedy, than even the countless number of Arab lives, even in the last 5 years. How is this tragedy likely to change the dynamic on the ground in the Middle East now?
I think this tragedy, even though we don't measure human lives quantitatively, every single life is important, is unique, and is irreplaceable. But I think this tragedy has changed the course of human history. I think the full implications will not be understood immediately. It has to be, the situation has to be studied, depending also on the perpetrators that must be found and must be held accountable and must be punished. I believe that it will have implications for global perceptions and definitions of who's an enemy and who's a friend. Such an invisible enemy that can strike anywhere, and with such professionalism, with such deliberation, having so many resources and capabilities. This is astounding. It is absolutely horrific, and it changes the dynamic of human relations and, of course, enmities and friendships and alliances beyond national boundaries. This has to be a collective human endeavor. And I think it should also give us an added impetus, particularly in the Middle East, to solve these problems, to solve our conflicts, to end an occupation, to try to create a situation where we can join forces against evil rather than constantly be parts of a perpetual cycle of victimization.
Ms. Ashrawi, that's
this
exactly.
has to give us greater energy and commitment.
Absolutely. That is exactly what the Bush administration will be asking for today around the world. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Hanan Ashrawi, spokesperson for the Palestinian Authority. Vince?
Well, it is 8 minutes before the hour of 7 a.m. Eastern Time in New York City, the morning after. We have more pictures to offer you as rescue workers continue to work furiously, hoping against hope to find survivors of Tuesday's terrible ordeal. We also understand that former President Bill Clinton is in Australia, and we are able now to give to you his reaction to yesterday's turn of events.
We are grieving with and supporting the families affected, and secondly, we're not going to let it beat us. We're going to rebuild, and we're going to go on, and we're not going to look the other way. And like I said, the country, I thought, was very well represented, our values, our ideals, and our interests by what the President said last night. I thought it was an excellent statement, and I think all of us should support it.
Have you spoken to the President?
Again now, President Bill Clinton responding to what happened, and we want to show you again, this is morning now in Manhattan, Ground Zero, former site of where the World Trade Center once stood. And again, the fire's burning, and rescue workers, firefighters, police, emergency people on hand, and sifting through that horrible carnage.
And reports this morning, Vince, that rescuers are hearing the voices of people who were trapped underneath the rubble. They have a sense that there are people alive, and reports on New York radio of people inside the rubble trapped and talking to rescuers, talking to family members on their cell phones as they wait and wonder if rescue will come in time. Fires are still burning in that rubble as we speak. You know, you talk about what the situation is on the ground, and you get a sense of people suffering and the tragedy and the panic yesterday. CNN's Deborah Fayrick takes a look at the victims and, in particular, the firefighters lost.
Many of the 300 firefighters missing and feared dead were believed to be inside the World Trade Center when it collapsed.
When I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Arriving first on scene, they ran into the burning towers, carrying hoses and trying to get people to safety.
The horror of it all was all the first alarm, second alarm, third alarm, fifth alarm companies. They were all in there. And there's a lot of companies that wiped out, from what I understand.
Fire engines were crushed, a strategic command center silenced, and several of the highest-ranking fire officials buried beneath tons of dust and steel.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Those who got out in time went back, injuries and all, to search for their friends. Others off duty grabbed their gear and raced to help dig out any possible survivors.
My brother works in the 91st floor. My brother, and he's unaccounted for at this time. So I'm just, doing a lot of praying.
Praying amidst an unnatural silence.
That's probably what amazed me the most. There was no people to be seen. Even the dogs couldn't find people.
At firehouses in Manhattan, there were flowers and mourning as everyone waited, holding out hope.
They should have been here already. The rig is not back. They're not back. They should have been back.
More than 30 police officers also died. Choking back tears, several firefighters summed up the catastrophe.
These are your buddies.
We lost a lot of friends today. A lot of friends.
A loss that will be shared by all New Yorkers. Deborah Fayrick, CNN, New York.
Vince, we've got a wide shot which gives the context and the perspective of the damage of the World Trade Center, which no longer exists now. Those twin towers crushed. That is the rubble that you're seeing between apartment buildings and high-rises which remain in the surrounding area as the rescue efforts still go on.
You know, as we look at this, I can't help but think this is not somewhere else in the world. This is New York City, USA. And we are seeing this on our soil, on our turf. And it's still difficult to digest almost a day later.
As we watch the sun rise over this devastation, knowing that there are likely still people alive, as we've been hearing this morning, rescue workers are saying that they do hear voices underneath that rubble as they try to get to people on time. They still have no idea how many people are trapped, how many people killed, but they are very sure that it is in the thousands. This is obviously the heart of the financial center of the world, and in Washington, the devastation to the central military operation in the United States, the Pentagon. If we can take that live picture, if we have it available, still fires, Vince, burning there this morning.
You can see some of the damage. If you can have that Pentagon live shot, you see some of the damage there as well, and there it is. As firefighters still working, and as you mentioned, Carol, fire still burning there, and just a chunk of those of that ring, of the rings that surround the Pentagon, taken away. Carol.
5 stories there and several stories underneath, and this jet plane plowing into, as you said, the inner circle of the Pentagon, this military complex. And we will be obviously covering this throughout the day. 800 people, they think, died at the Pentagon alone, but still counting the devastation and the damage there. We leave you now this morning as our coverage continues, remembering the victims of this tragic terrorist attack.
is CNN.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paula Zahn in New York City this morning. And Miles O'Brien will be joining us from Atlanta a little bit later on. It is almost 22 hours after the unspeakable terrorist incident that has forever changed New York City. You're looking at pictures of some of the rubble, what is left of the 107 Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. New Yorkers just beginning to grasp the enormous devastation wrought in their city. Some 1,450 victims are now admitted to area hospitals. The mayor says that a horrendous number of lives have been lost here. Some city officials saying those numbers will go into the thousands. About the only encouraging news this morning are reports that some of the victims trapped in the rubble have established cell phone contact with their family members. And late last night, two New York City police were rescued from a surrounding area around this perimeter area this morning. We are also going to show you a picture of Washington right now, where we are told the Pentagon fire is now under control. Experts there estimating the death toll could go as high as 800. I wanted to share with you now some of the headlines Americans are waking up to this morning. The Daily News proclaiming it is war. The New York Post saying an act of war, World Trade Center destroyed, many dead. The New York Times, U.S. attacked, hijacked jets, destroy Twin Towers, and hit Pentagon in day of terror. Joining right now is the governor of New York. Governor Pataki, thank you for joining us this morning.
Paul.
What can you tell us about the ongoing rescue efforts?
Well, the search and rescue operation is paramount. We have 18 teams down there right now trying to find people who might still be alive in the rubble. We have additional teams coming in from as far away as Puerto Rico, and everything that can be done to try to save as many lives as possible is still undergoing.
How much hope is there that you actually will find people alive in
Well,
this
there
rubble?
were people found alive late last night. Two Port Authority police officers were found alive and rescued. And as you said, there are cell phone communications, so there's hope. And the devastation is enormous downtown, but there's always hope. And the teams are out there risking their lives, doing the job, trying to save other lives.
You mentioned this team that came into Puerto Rico. I understand 8 special teams that all have been flown into this area. Walk us through the challenge, though, of these rescue workers getting in there. Last night you had a great fear that there was still enough left of the bottom part of the tower that people could be hurt going in there and trying to do their
Well,
jobs.
Paul, it wasn't just the remaining part of the tower itself, but I was down there in a building. One of the high-rises right next door was still burning, and you look down, you can see it's still burning, and there was a risk that that building could collapse. And yet, in that risk, we had firefighters, we had EMTs, we had police out there going through the rubble, risking their lives in the hopes that they could save some others. And it's just incredible and inspiring, really, to see the courage among those professionals who are down there trying to save lives. And you never give up hope, and we're going to continue to try to save as many lives as possible.
I think the news that has pierced New York the hardest is the fact that some 250 firefighters have lost their lives. They were among the initial 400 that went into this area. Can you share any more information with us about
Paul,
that this morning?
there are more than 200 firefighters unaccounted for. There are many who have been found dead, and it's just a tragedy because these are true heroes and brave New Yorkers who risked their lives and gave their lives to save others. And when I was down there early this morning, you could see in the eyes of the firefighters who were down there in the rescue operation, you could see the pain, but you could also sense the courage and sense the professionalism as they went about the effort of digging through the rubble trying to save their colleagues. And this is an unspeakable tragedy, and it is an act of war. But even among the death and the destruction, you see the hope of people trying to save other lives and people trying to do their jobs professionally, as Americans always do.
If you could, bring our audience up to date on what is happening in the city. We should make it clear the markets are closed,
Right.
all flights are suspended until at least noon today.
Right.
Everything south of 14th Street, all the businesses are closed.
Right.
What else should we know?
The city south of 14th Street is closed. We lost a power substation when one of the buildings collapsed last night, and we're in the process now of moving in emergency generators to try to provide help there. The schools are closed across the city. State offices are closed throughout Manhattan. The bridges and tunnels are still closed, and I spoke just a few minutes ago with the federal officials, and they're looking to see when we can reopen them, but obviously security concerns have to be paramount. So we're hopeful that as the day goes on, the city will return more to normal, but we have to be cognizant of the security concerns, and we're letting the federal officials take the lead on that.
We touched on the fact that over 250 firefighters have been killed, 85 police officers missing. We know that some 50,000 people worked in that World Trade Center area. Any insights as to what we might be facing?
Paula, we just don't know. We don't know how many were able to get out before the buildings collapsed. We don't know how many were in there in the first place. And we just are doing our best to try to account for everyone who may have been there and to continue with the search and rescue in the hope that we can free and save some other lives as well.
Governor Pataki, good of you to join us. It's such a traumatic time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Miles O'Brien now. Miles, before I leave you, I just wanted to give New Yorkers a great deal of credit for living up to the plea that city officials and the governor has made for donations of blood. And at some area hospitals, people yesterday were lined up for hours wanting to donate blood to the thousands of victims here. We'll be back a little bit later on. Miles, you with me?
In all, there were 4 aircraft that were involved in this carefully coordinated, diabolically planned plot. 2 of them, of course, as you well know, crashed into the World Trade Center. Another one crashed at the doorstep to the Pentagon, and that's where CNN's Bob Franken is this morning. And Bob, while the effort in New York is to find perhaps some survivors trapped beneath the wreckage at the Pentagon, there's not much hope of that, is there?
No, as a matter of fact, the Defense Secretary said that there is very little hope of any survivors. What they also don't know is exactly how many casualties. That is to say, how many people were killed when the plane, the American Airlines plane, crashed into the Pentagon. It was United Airlines plane, crashed into the Pentagon yesterday about a little less than 22 hours ago and caused such devastation. You can see that in back of me. Also in back of me, you can see the medevac helicopters that are awaiting for the search teams to go into the rubble. That's not clear exactly when they're going to go in. There had been fires overnight inside the building, and of course they want to make sure that it's safe to go in before they begin the very grim job of searching for the people who in fact will be the bad news that comes out of this very tragic event. But at the same time, the damage has been done at the Pentagon. The work goes on. As a matter of fact, military officials ordered overnight the Pacific Fleet to send out ships that would go out into the coastline of the West Coast and offer a protective barrier of the West Coast of the United States and Hawaii. And that followed action on the East Coast, where ships were sent out of Norfolk, including aircraft carriers. And those ships, in fact, were up there to protect particularly the ports of entry of New York and Washington. So that is the scene there. Back here at the Pentagon, the building will open for business. The Defense Secretary, the President, all are determined to show that, in fact, this terrorism is not going to stop the United States government from conducting its business, and of course here, its military business, but only about half of it will be open. The engineers have decided that there's too much damage, too much danger of structural damage, so only about half the employees are going to show up for work. The others will have to find out whether or not they come in. Now, you've got to understand this is a massive building with over 17 miles of corridor. About half of that will stay shut down, and of course part of it will be shut down because the search is going to go on to find out just how severe the damage was in tragic human terms. Miles?
Bob, before you get away, you mentioned the aircraft carriers and the support in and around the east coast of the United States. As I understand it, the Enterprise, another aircraft carrier, will remain in the Persian Gulf. Do you have any sense from where you sit as to what, if anything, will be bolstered in the Middle East as it relates to the U.S. military?
Well, of course, they're trying to decide that, and the first thing they have to decide is what a retaliation plan will be. Even before they decide that, they're going to have to decide who would be the target of such a plan. As far as the Enterprise is concerned, it had been rotated out of the Persian Gulf. In fact, was in the the Arabian Sea, or the Arabian Sea, and it was told to stop steaming back to the United States, to stay put. So there are now two aircraft carriers in that region waiting to find out whether they'll be needed in some sort of military action.
CNN's Bob Franken at the Pentagon this morning. Let's go back to New York and Paula Zahn. Paula.
Miles, thank you so much. As you join us right now, I am struck by the image you see behind me. We're going to try to get a tight close-up of this. What is left of the World Trade Center still smoldering this morning. The cloud shrouding the Statue of Liberty, one of the most powerful symbols of this great city. Right now we're going to check in with Gary Tuckman, who joins us on the phone to give us an update on what some of the area hospitals are facing right now and trying to treat the untold numbers of New Yorkers injured yesterday. Gary?
Well, Paula, first things first, I'm about as close as you can get to where the World Trade Center used to be that you're allowed to be at right now, about 2 blocks away from where the World Trade Centers used to stand. And here's some important information we just found out. I just talked with a medic who had been on the scene for 17 hours. He was just leaving. He was thoroughly exhausted. He tells us as we speak, they are in the middle of a rescue of 2 people who are alive under the rubble. 2 men. He tells us one of the men is 50 years old. The other man, he doesn't know his age, but right now, emergency officials are in the middle of a rescue of 2 people who are alive under the rubble. And Paula, you were just pointing out the white cloud. We look at the sky. It is a beautiful blue sky. The sun just rose in New York City a short time ago. There's not a cloud in the sky except for the huge, sickening cloud that still hangs over where the World Trade Centers used to be. This part of Manhattan right now, it is just so hard to look at. There are no members of the public here. It's completely shut off only to emergency officials and to the members of the media who've been able to get past checkpoints. But what we see are police, fire officials, and then something I never thought I'd see in the streets of New York City, members of the Army National Guard in full riot gear, wearing helmets with sidearms. And it's something you see in other countries sometimes, something I've never seen in the United States of America, with all these members of the military standing there and making sure that no one passes by them that's not supposed to. It's a very hard sight to see, especially for those of us who are so familiar with New York City, a city where pretty much anything goes, where in this part of Manhattan, late at night when we were here last night, you would see all kinds of people walking around having a good time. And right now, it is just a sickening sight for all of us to see what we're seeing here in New York City. We never thought we would see it before. And literally, it's sickening when you see it. It's also sickening when you smell it. We've all been advised to wear masks here because of the fumes that are emanating from where these World Trade Center buildings exploded 22 and a half hours ago. Paula, back to you.
Gary, there was tremendous concern last night about the safety of rescuers going in there trying to get to these trapped people. How unstable does this area continue to be?
There's still a lot of concern, Paula, but there's obviously an easier situation right now because the fires are basically out. It's still a dangerous situation, but the fact is, sadly, the buildings have collapsed, and that was the main concern for hours after this happened, that the buildings were eventually going to collapse. And that's what happened. So right now they feel they have more freedom to be there, but obviously there's still a lot of problems with just everyone wandering around. So there aren't as many people there as you think there should be at this time. We walked down there. We saw there's certainly a lot of emergency officials, but right now you have to remember that you're in a part of Manhattan that's landlocked. It's not easy to get lots of rescue officials here, and they're saying they have as many as they can deal with right now in that part of Manhattan.
Gary, I know the information is quite murky at this time, but do you believe that these 2 men that rescuers are in the process of trying to get to are the same 2 men who had established cell phone contact with their families?
We asked the medic that same exact question. He said he did not know if they had established cell phone contact. He was just elated to say that there were 2 men that they were trying to get at this point.
And any kind of reaction to what appears to be the reality there from rescue workers of the loss of some 250 New York firefighters and perhaps as many as 85 New York police officers?
Paul, I've got to tell you, I have seen a number of firemen. I saw one firewoman, and I saw a number of policemen crying, sitting on a stoop earlier this morning. People realize they have lost a lot of their friends. A lot of people are just sitting there in disbelief. They just can't believe what happened. But the people who have the tears in their eyes and who have been crying obviously know it's true and know it's a real-life nightmare.
And I think probably one of the greatest challenges right now for city officials is to try to give us a better grasp on what the total devastation was there. And I think you've made it quite clear because of the difficulty getting into the area. We may not know for many days how many people actually lost their lives. Gary, if you would, we'd love for you to stand by and continue to give us updates throughout the morning because you were in fact closer to the rubble than anybody else has ever gotten. Gary, thanks so much. I'm going to leave you now and turn my attention to former General Wesley Clark, who joins us from Little Rock, Arkansas this morning. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Paula.
Sir, yesterday you expressed, I think it would be fair to say, some anger that the U.S. was apparently caught off guard by these attacks. Do you stand by that?
Well, we've known for a long time that there were groups that were planning actions against the United States. We believed that we had good intelligence on this. We'd broken up a number of previous efforts, but in the intelligence business, of course, you never know what you don't know. And it's clear that, that we weren't successful in this case. And I think across the American Armed Forces, as over the years, we've sharpened our techniques to protect ourselves. We've been involved in certain actions against terrorist groups. I think there's a sense of not only anger but resolve today to tend our losses and to move ahead in direction with the National Command Authority, with our President, and to do everything we can do to take this campaign back to those who brought it to America.
All right, General, if you would please stand by. We understand a news conference is getting underway at Bellevue Hospital, one of the many area hospitals where victims have been transported.
Do you have figures on how many people who were trapped in the rubble have been brought here?
I don't have any actual. I don't have any actual figures to give you. We do know that we at Bellevue have gotten over 225 patients, I believe, since this all started yesterday morning. And as I mentioned before, a lot of those were seen, treated, and released to go home. But I don't have what was actually trapped out of that.
Are any of you guys getting any kind of word from the scene? Any kind of people are going to be coming your way? Any kind of hope?
We are in close contact with OEM. Fire department, EMS, and they would contact us through our emergency department and let us know what potentials it would be coming in. So we're fully prepared and we're fully in contact with the city.
Are the numbers that you gave us different than the numbers, or are they inclusive of the numbers that were released earlier from St. Vincent?
Our numbers are exclusive to Bellevue Hospital.
So the numbers you gave us are only people who are here.
Right,
they
don't include.
Yes, that is correct. The numbers that I reported to you are what has arrived here at Bellevue.
So we can include the other ones then in our total when we want to do this area.
That's correct. Second
question: what's going on with your morgue? How is it being used?
Well, let me answer that question. Our mortuary is working. Our mortuary is working with the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
Hold on a second.
Our mortuary is in close contact and is working with the Chief Medical Examiner's office. During disasters like this, we do as much as we can to clear out all of the morgues to make room for the deceased and the victims. But those specific questions concerning numbers of deceased need to be addressed to the Chief Medical Examiner.
But your facility, your morgue, is not being used as a primary morgue at this point.
The Chief Medical Examiner is the primary receiving station for the deceased. And we are secondary. We're working with them as well as all the other HHC facilities that have mortuaries. And if it gets to the point where they need to go to the voluntary mortuaries, I'm going to hazard a guess and say that they would do that as well.
So
but that's a question that needs to be addressed to the Chief Medical Examiner.
One quick follow-up then. Aside from that one gentleman who died here, firefighter, I believe, is there anyone else who's been put into the morgue from the disaster scene?
There are a number of bodies that have been recovered by the Chief Medical Examiner that have been brought to the Chief Medical Examiner's office and mortuary.
Here?
Not here at Bellevue, but at 30th Street and 1st Avenue.
Is there anyone in intensive or critical care here?
We have.
We have, I believe we had 7 patients went to the operating room yesterday. One of them is still in very, very critical condition. We have the rest of them would still be considered in critical condition, but they are improving.
With what types of injuries? Yeah,
Really a variety of things. Head trauma is all blunt-related trauma. Head trauma, broken bones, broken legs, broken arms, crush injuries, those sort of things. What was that again?
Before you mentioned that one is in critical condition.
Well, there are 7 that would be considered in critical condition, but one of those patients in very extremely critical condition. Okay. The other ones are in critical condition, but they are improving. The one patient is having a very difficult time.
Are there any children among the patients?
I believe all of the children have been discharged. We did have children yesterday, but I think they all have been discharged. They were seen, they were evaluated, and there were no serious injuries among the children.
Thank you.
Robert Hessler, Assistant Director of Emergency Services.
All right, you have just been listening to some of the officials from Bellevue Hospital describing the nature of some of the injuries sustained in the World Trade Center crashes yesterday, and in one of the more chilling reminders of what the city witnessed, some graphic information on how the morgues are being set up to handle the number of deceased. Once again, city officials are not confirming the number of dead. In fact, no one knows, obviously, because the number of folks still trapped inside the rubble. Some encouraging news this morning. Governor Pataki just confirmed, as did one of our own reporters, Gary Tuckman, that 2 folks, a man in his 50s and no description on the other person, are alive in the rubble, and rescue workers have every reason to believe they can get to them. Right now, we're going to continue my conversation with General Wesley Clark. Sir, we were talking a little bit about your frustration with the fact that the United States seemed to be caught off guard yesterday. How can that be? There were a number of reports that an Arab newspaper that was based in London, the editor there, was reporting that Osama bin Laden had been telegraphing this attack for some 3 weeks now. And now we mean to make it clear that Osama bin Laden denies it had any involvement with this attack. Can you please unscramble this for us this morning?
Well, Osama bin Laden telegraphs a lot of moves, but it's in the intelligence community there are literally dozens and dozens of hints and warnings and ambiguous statements. And so we're always searching for these, but often there's not enough information to respond in a particular fashion, and so one just stays alert. And here was an action that in its scope, its coordination, the cunning with which it was pulled off, it's been unprecedented. It's something that our experts wouldn't have anticipated. It's a scenario that's out of a novel, as everybody has said, and it's going to change the way we view the total capabilities of the Osama bin Laden group. We've known for a long time that he's got a very extensive network. It's in a dozen or more countries. He's trained literally thousands of people and has many more thousands he can draw on for one-time missions as couriers. He's developed over a period of years a system of sleeper agents. He plans operations over a long period of time. They're obviously rehearsed. They work. We know in the attack on the Cove, for example, that there was a previous effort which failed some months before the attack of October of 2000 did succeed. And so we don't know how long this attack's been underway, but if we'd had indications, we certainly would have taken the measures that were necessary to protect the American people. I think we've known since February of 1998 that Osama bin Laden has declared war, a holy war on the United States and all of our people, military and civilian and families, and whether they're at home or abroad. And we didn't want to take this war to the American people and make it as public as Osama bin Laden has made it. Now it is war.
Are you telling me this morning, General, that there is no doubt in your mind that Osama bin Laden is connected to this, given the sophistication of the operation?
I think the consensus opinion from all of us who followed this is that Osama bin Laden probably is connected in some degree, but Osama bin Laden represents a complete terrorist network. He will have one or more state sponsors. Countries that he's either based in or working in collusion with. There'll have been passport support, communication support. Osama bin Laden doesn't own 757 and 767 jets, but somebody has had skill in flying those aircraft. They were recruited by this network. Perhaps they were recruited first and then given practice in flying aircraft by someone who had access to them. We don't know those details yet. But what we do know is this was a very sophisticated terrorist act. It took a large network of planning, support, communications, and coordination to pull it off. And so as we look at this, we're going back to look at those agencies, those individuals that we know have been involved in operations of that magnitude, and his name's at the top of the list. He's a prime suspect, despite the fact that he's denied involvement. That also is a characteristic operating method for Osama bin Laden. He doesn't want to admit involvement. He doesn't want to do anything more to make himself a target. Neither do perhaps some of these states who may have supported him.
I have heard a number of politicians actually increase the heat in their criticism of counterintelligence efforts. They say the government has put far too much emphasis on technical intelligence, not enough emphasis on human intelligence. Is there any explanation for how it is that 4 hijackings took place within a couple-hour period?
Well, we'll all be asking that, Paula, and it'll take several days or weeks, months perhaps, to really sort through all of the causes and effects that were at work here. We know, for example, that we've had difficulty for years penetrating these terrorist groups. Many of them are family-based. They're people who grow up in certain areas. Their backgrounds are carefully vetted. They're screened. They're under observation continuously. So it's difficult to penetrate it. We put restrictions on our own intelligence agencies in terms of who we can operate with. We've done that over the last few years. That makes it even tougher. Some of these agents that probably were involved in this may have been in the United States for years, and so they may have eluded detection. We'll be asking all those questions, and they'll be asked to the right people, and the corrective policies, as best we can understand them, will be undertaken. But
General,
everyone will feel that sense of outrage. There's no doubt about it.
General, I just need a real brief answer to this one. How vulnerable does the United States continue to be?
We're vulnerable. We are vulnerable. And we don't know how vulnerable until we really understand how those people got on board and how they got their weapons and how they took over the aircraft. But we're vulnerable.
General Wesley Clark, thank you so much for your insights this morning. We're going to head back to Atlanta, where Miles O'Brien is standing by.
Thank you, Paula. There's perhaps no other nation on the face of the planet that knows more about dealing with terrorism than Israel. We are joined now by the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, in London this morning. Mr. Barak, if we could just start off with your general reaction to what we all witnessed yesterday.
The world is a different place to live in from yesterday morning. It is not just an attack against America, it's an attack against our whole civilization. It's time for action, not just for tough talk. And I believe that the American president should lead and will lead the whole world, the UK, the Europeans, Russia. Putin will cooperate, I'm confident. He experienced the price of terror on his own skin. The Australians, New Zealand, Israel, of course. The whole world should focus an effort on putting an end to it. It won't be an easy struggle. It will take few years. It should be a concerted effort, coordinated both on intelligence level, on operational level, and diplomatic and even economic level. Whoever support or host such groups as Osama bin Laden and other terror thugs should be automatically isolated from the family of nations.
Mr. Barak, we seem to be making an assumption here this morning that Osama bin Laden is the chief suspect here. Is there anybody else you would put on the list besides him, or do you think it is him and his cells?
Look, we cannot know at the moment, but it's quite probably that it is either bin Laden himself or some organization with certain relationship to his network. But even if it is another terror thug, basically for the world it's the same. When you will have the actual death toll numbers, you will realize that we, the whole world, free world, does not have any other alternative but to take all these rogue leaders, we know their names, it's Iraq, Iran, North Korea, Afghanistan, to a certain extent Libya, maybe some other partial players, and we know all the names of the terror thugs from bin Laden down the Hezbollah, the Islamic Jihad, the Hamas, and other fundamentalists, and we know what should be done. We have an enormously capable intelligence community. Don't be kind of misled by the failure to give an early warning about this very attack. When the international community will focus its resources about these terror thugs, we will identify them. We'll clearly know whoever is ready to host them or sponsor them, and the world should be ready to act.
Mr. Barak, we saw so many chilling images yesterday, it's hard to even recount them all, but one which struck me was the sight of some Palestinians, many of them young people, cheering in the streets when they heard of the attacks. A little while ago, live here on CNN, Hana Ashwari with the Palestinians, a spokesperson for the Palestinians, said not to judge the Palestinians by that initial reaction and the reaction of a minority. I'm curious what your response is.
You know, what you have seen in the streets of the Palestinians is the result of a continuous incitement that is carried on by the Chairman Arafat and his media instruments against Israel, against the free world, against America. It's pity to see that. I don't think that this is the main issue right now. It's quite painful to see how people are responding, but the real issue is to focus our energies and to wage this war the way our ancestors dealt with the piracy on the high seas, namely to make it a fully coherent effort to put an end to this phenomena. It will be painful. We will see more painful days like yesterday on the way. It will have ups and downs. It might take 10 years, but we will get rid of this phenomena if we are determined enough to reach this objective.
Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak joining us from London. Thank you very much, sir. Paula.
Thanks so much, Miles. We are going to go back to Gary Tuchman, who is one of the few reporters who has been able to get as close as possible to the perimeter area of what used to be the World Trade Center, where rescue operations are underway. Gary, can you update us on the rescue of those two men that were identified earlier this morning?
We have been told by fire officials that at least 5 firefighters have now been rescued and a police officer who is critically burned. This right now is a New York
We obviously are having difficulty with this video phone. You do not know that with this being as fresh news as it is, some 22 hours after the crash, it's very difficult to establish any contact with that area in and around the World Trade Center. Miles, one of the things I'd like to share with our audience now is some new information that's come out, information that is going to continue to make the American public sick. The Associated Press is now reporting that into the night, the ferries carried loads of bodies across the Hudson River. This was a spokesman for Jersey City who provided this information. We understand that 3 cab companies actually ripped the seats out of their vans to help carry the dead to the military ocean terminal in Bayonne, New Jersey. This information continues to devastate anybody that lives in this city, anybody that lives in the nation for that matter, Miles. Once again, city officials have no idea what kind of reality they confront in the rubble of the World Trade Center. As you can see behind me this morning, there is still a shroud of smoke over what once was the Twin Towers, and buried or almost invisible in that cloud is the Statue of Liberty, perhaps one of the strongest symbols of American freedom. Gary, can we establish contact with you now?
Paula, can you hear me okay now?
Now I can. Yes, please update us, if you would, on the rescues taking place.
Let me explain what we're doing really quickly so our viewers understand. Because we are so close to the World Trade Center, we can't get a truck here that normally gives us our live signal. That's why we're on the video phone right now. This is the phone that you've seen us use before in China and in Antarctica before. It's a phone that you bring with you, a video phone that you bring with you to areas where you can't get a truck. And that's why we're talking on this telephone right now and giving you a signal on the video phone. What we told you, 5 firefighters have been rescued from under the rubble at the World Trade Center. In addition, an additional police officer has been rescued, but he has been seriously burned. With us right now, I'm going to have to put on the telephone, but you'll see him talk, is Bill Duty. He's with the New York Fire Department. Tell me about the people who have been rescued, sir.
From what I understand, it happened last night. There were it was a company of firefighters. There was an officer and 5 firefighters survived the collapse. They wound up in a void, and they stayed there for maybe 5 or 6 hours. I guess they had enough air, and somehow they I don't know how they got to them, but they were able to get them out and pull them out. I don't know if they're injured or, you know, as far as I know, they're alive.
Now, let me ask you about that void. Is there potential for more people to survive in that void? You saw it.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't see the void, but, you know, any void down there, there's a lot of potential for people to survive, especially underneath the first floor of the building. It goes down 5 or 6 stories with the train platforms and things. And there could be a lot of survivors.
So tell me how many hours you've been there.
I've been here since noon yesterday, so I don't know what time it is now, but...
Okay, so we're talking about right now 18 hours you've been there.
Yeah.
There's emergency vehicles, so we're going to get out of the way so we don't get run over here. Let me ask you, what is the scene like right there? Because we can't get right next to the building. We're a couple of blocks away from it right now.
It's just absolute devastation. It's just steel and rubble all over the place. There's about 4 or 5 inches of concrete ash. You really can't discern shapes or anything. It's just piles of garbage, and that's what they're using the cranes right now to pull up as much as they can and try and dig their way in and try and find one of these voids I was talking about where maybe we can find more people.
It's painful to talk about, sir, but have you seen victims, people who perished in this?
No, I haven't. There are scattered bodies around. I haven't seen any. We haven't gotten to any that I've seen yet, but I know of some that have been taken out.
And psychologically, how are you handling this?
Well, it's very tough. I have a lot of friends that I know were working yesterday, and they were up in that building yesterday, and I'm sure they perished in the building yesterday. And I'm sure as more news comes out, there'll be more and more people that I know that died, both for the fire department, police department, and that worked in the Twin Towers.
Bill Duty, thanks for joining us. We appreciate your time. We come to you, Paula, from Church Street. Church Street is a street that led right into the World Trade Center, just a couple of blocks away. This is a street where when I used to live in New York City, I used to rollerblade up and down this street, and it was a landmark. I knew that when I got to the World Trade Center building, I finished my 6 miles of rollerblading, and now you look down here, and all you see is that white cloud floating above there, and no more 2 110-story buildings. Paula, back to you.
Gary, I was touched by what your interviewee just had to say, and I guess the one piece of news that has been very difficult for New Yorkers to accept is the fact that yesterday they lost their fire chief and their deputy fire chief. What is the ripple effect of that kind of news?
I think people here still just can't believe it. We've talked to so many fire officials and police officials here who say, first of all, I mean, this has been a part of the skyline, the 2 World Trade Center buildings, since 1973. We're talking 28 years. You've had these 2 huge 110-story buildings on the end of Manhattan Island. So that in itself, the fact that these buildings are no longer here is startling. And now the fact that they know that there perhaps are thousands of people who have perished. We want to give you a look now down the street of where all the emergency officials are going, but that there are thousands of people who may have perished and whose bodies are still there. Many people are just having a very difficult time grasping the concept of that.
And Gary, we on the screen are focusing on some new information from the Associated Press that says now barges are in the process of carrying bodies to morgues across the river in New Jersey. Once again, I guess the only positive news this morning is the fact that 6 of these potential rescues are underway.
You know, Paul, I think it's certainly positive news what we just told you about, that there have been rescues. But the fact is, there were so many people in that building that it's sad to say the odds favor that some people would survive something like this, that they would be in some type of void, and hopefully many more people will be found. So unfortunately, I don't think that's miraculous news. I hate using the word miracle in any story, but certainly not in this story. You would expect some people to survive. But unfortunately, we're going to find that a lot more people are going to have perished by the time this is all over.
Gary, I know you've had a chance to interview a number of people out there this morning. What is their biggest fear as they attempt more of these rescues this morning?
Well, I think the fear is, especially you just heard from Bill Duty, that they're going to personally find their friends who have perished in this. Remember, there are 300 firefighters still missing, 30, 40, 50, or 60 police officers still missing. And we've been dealing today with a lot of police officers, and we're very close to the scene right now, and a lot of the police officers, frankly, weren't so happy that we were so close. And we try to be as nice as possible. Obviously, we try to be nice in any emergency situation, but particularly this one, because we know these police officers perhaps lost personal friends in this tragedy. So it's a very difficult situation all the way around.
All right, Gary Tuchman, thanks so much for that update. We will continue to come to you throughout the morning, because you, of course, are closer to what is left of the World Trade Center than just about anybody out there on the street. Thanks so much for that update. Let's go back to Miles now in Atlanta.
Thank you, Paula. Let's bring folks up to date this morning, giving you an update on everything that has happened to date. The devastating airborne attacks on America's financial and military power now 23 hours ago or so. We begin our recap at Ground Zero. Rescue workers on the scene all night amid the carnage of the World Trade Center. 6 survivors were pulled from the rubble this morning. We just heard Gary Tuchman report to that effect. 5 firefighters, 1 police officer. About 1,100 people are being treated at local hospitals in the New York area, but many are still buried. The death toll is expected to climb into the thousands. There is some hope with the 5 sub-basements at the World Trade Center that there may be survivors in that rubble. Hope against hope. Just as the workday began yesterday, a hijacked jet ripped through one of the World Trade Center's 110-story towers. That was the first attack there. Minutes later, another jet tore through the second tower, as you see in that dramatic image. Both towers crumbled to the ground in a cloud of smoke and debris. Today, businesses, schools, and stock markets are closed. And meanwhile, in Washington, the site of another attack, authorities say as many as 800 employees may have been killed after another hijacked plane slammed into the Pentagon. It will be closed to all but essential personnel today. But most federal offices will be open for business. Congress will convene. The FAA is expected to keep all commercial flights grounded until at least noon today. We are watching that one very closely. About this time yesterday, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, at a school talking about his education plan. To say what a difference a day makes is a bit trite, I guess. The president last night, in a very stern speech from the Oval Office, brief but stern, said he would make no distinction between the terrorists and those who harbor them. Joining us now from the North Lawn of the White House is CNN's Kelly Wallace. Very pointed remarks, Kelly.
Absolutely, Miles. I'm likely to hear more from the president today. He has invited a bipartisan group of congressional leaders to meet with him later this morning. Part of the message there to show that Democrats, Republicans, all united behind the administration, that the work of the government will go on, and that the U.S. will do everything possible to find those responsible for these terrorist acts. And as you noted, Miles, the president saying that this administration not only holding those who committed these acts responsible, but those who harbor them or provide them some safe haven. To give you a sense of what's happening here, Miles, President Bush in the Oval Office at this hour. He arrived there just shortly after 7 a.m. Vice President Cheney, in fact, just pulling in to the White House driveway here. The president expected to begin his day meeting with his national security team, getting the latest on the investigation and the search and rescue efforts. Another big message coming from this White House today is that the U.S. government is doing everything it possibly can to assist with recovery operations in New York, in Pennsylvania, and of course outside Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon in Virginia. In fact, the president will be calling on Americans to do their part and donate blood. There will be a blood drive here at the White House, the Bloodmobile pulling into the White House driveway shortly around 7 a.m. The president and the First Lady expected to drop by that blood drive this afternoon, that for government workers, reporters, photojournalists to step in and donate blood. And Miles, as you know, of course, pictures really speak volumes on a day like this. I want to show you something our photographer shot probably around 6:30, 6:45 this morning. You can see flags at half-staff above the White House, above the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, a message of the tragedy facing this country on this day. You obviously also see the tight security around the White House, around the perimeter, obviously very much concerned about what happened yesterday. And as you noted, Miles, the president going before the American people last night, obviously a very difficult moment for the president. He was to comfort the nation, but he also sent a message to those responsible for what he called acts of mass murder. Here is what Mr. Bush said in its entirety.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
That was President Bush from the Oval Office last night. Miles, U.S. officials not commenting publicly about who they believe could be responsible for this, but senior administration officials briefing key members of Congress last night saying they are confident the evidence pointing to affiliates of Osama bin Laden. Miles.
CNN's Kelly Wallace at the White House underscoring the president, underscoring the difficult balance, of course, between political symbolism and security. Yesterday had to take a circuitous route back to Washington, stopping at 2 Air Force bases along the way, ultimately getting back to the Oval Office. Congress today will in fact convene, opening up a session. The political symbolism very ripe there. Paula.
Miles, thanks so much. Right now I am joined by Aaron Brown here in New York City, a man who spent over 9 hours here perched atop our platform here. You watched both World Trade Centers collapse yesterday. You watched building number 7 collapse as well. What are your thoughts this morning as New York wakes up to a completely different skyline?
It strikes me as both reporter and New Yorker that today is remarkably different. There was something sickeningly surreal about yesterday. At one point, turning around, you watch these buildings collapse and you say, that can't possibly be. If yesterday was surreal, today is all about reality. Today we're going to start to get a sense of the dimension of this. We're going to start to get a sense of how many people perished both 30 blocks away from us and in Washington as well. And when we start to get those numbers, this will no longer be about buildings that collapsed. It's going to be about lives that have been shattered, families that have been shattered. It all feels to me quite different. At various times yesterday, you'd look down on the street and there would be thousands of people standing on the corner staring at essentially nothing, just out there together as a single community. New York is a city of many communities. Someone said to me a little bit ago that when she left here very, very late last night, that she never felt safer in the city, that she felt connected to everyone.
Aaron Brown, thanks. I think you'll be dropping by throughout the morning. Even though you got precious little sleep, like most folks on duty around here last night. Thank you very much. Right now, we are going to head to Washington, where I am going to check in with Secretary of State Colin Powell. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
I know you have said that the attacks yesterday constituted an act of war, and the United States will treat this as if it is a war. What does that mean?
It means that we'll use our full resources to go after those who are responsible for this. And it is not an action that'll be over in a week or two. This has got to be a full-scale assault, not just by the United States, but by the civilized community against terrorism. And it has to be fought on the political front, it has to be fought on the diplomatic front, the military front, and the intelligence front. And we are deeply encouraged by the responses we have received so far from international organizations, but especially from countries around the world who have expressed solidarity with us and who have come to the realization, I hope, that all of us have to respond to this because none of us is safe from this kind of attack.
You have said
our hearts go out to those who lost their lives. This is a tragedy for our nation, but at the same time, we are a strong nation, we are a resilient nation, and we will come through this, and people will see what America is really capable of doing and capable of responding to.
Mr. Secretary, I know you have said that you will go after whoever is responsible for perpetrating these attacks. You will also go after those who might have harbored others involved in this attack. Where are you in the process of determining who was behind these attacks yesterday?
The intelligence community is hard at work, the CIA, the FBI, and other agencies assembling information, doing forensic work on at the 2 sites yesterday, and a body of evidence will be developed in the days ahead. And I don't think it'll take too long, but that process is well underway. But we don't want to start speculating or making a judgment now before we actually have the evidence.
Mr. Secretary, Senator Orrin Hatch was saying this morning that U.S. intelligence actually intercepted communications between Osama bin Laden supporters discussing the attacks. What can you tell us about these intercepted communications?
We should not be talking about intelligence methods used by the United States of America. All we do is put them at risk. So we should not be talking about such things, and I will not.
Are you suggesting that Senator Orrin Hatch has been irresponsible in floating this information?
We should not be talking about how the United States collects information in cases such as this.
Well, let me move on to this. What kind of group or groups do you think actually have the sophistication to pull off an attack of this magnitude?
It has to be a group that, one, has money, two, has, I think, a significant number of adherents, members. It has to have a network. It has to have the ability to move people around the world. So it is quite a sophisticated organization with a very sophisticated planning and execution capability. And I think the fingerprints are quite clear that it has to be an organization with that level of complexity associated to it. So it isn't your average fly-by-night car bomber. This is a sophisticated outfit.
Former Secretary of Defense William Cohen is saying this has the blueprints of an attack by someone perhaps involved with Osama bin Laden. Can you rule Osama bin Laden out this morning?
We rule no one out, and we will be ruling the perpetrators in the near future, I'm quite sure.
One last quick question. Can you explain how 4 hijackers were able to take over 4 airliners yesterday?
No, I cannot. Obviously, we need to do more with respect to security at our airports. We need to do more with respect to tracking people within a society that is an open society. And we have to do it in a way that protects us, but at the same time does not cause us to be a closed society, be the kind of society that would not be reflective of American values. And all of those issues are under consideration this morning and are being studied by various members of the administration.
Secretary Powell, good of you to join us. We know how taxing of last 22 hours you have had, or 23 hours. Thank you so much for being with us. Right now, I'm going to turn my attention to Richard Roth, who has some new information for us.
Yes, I'm a few blocks north of what was the Twin Towers of Manhattan, a New York and world icon. As you've been reporting earlier, those New Yorkers who have woken up from their nightmare, which proved to be true, have gone out and gotten some newspapers, and the 2 leading tabloids in New York City both calling it an act of war. For me, it's kind of eerily familiar. Nearly 11 years ago, I stood on a rooftop in Tel Aviv with Israeli newspapers saying almost the exact same headlines and words as Iraq attacked that evening and war started in the Persian Gulf. Behind me, you see what was left of part of the 7 buildings in the World Trade Center complex. The towers dedicated in '73, they never fully opened until 1976. World Trade number 7, more than 40 stories, was the last to go yesterday. This, what you're looking at, is the heart of New York and, in effect, the world's financial center, though a lot of transactions are done electronically. Down here in lower Manhattan, Wall Street shut down, power turned off to these giant skyscrapers, streets deserted, ghost town effect. In the area of where the blast occurred from the commercial jetliners, it's like a nuclear winter. Ash, soot piled on top of cars 3 inches deep, firefighters covered with it. Of course, in the rubble, New York estimates more than 250 firefighters believe lost and trapped. Reports still, of course, of some cell phone communications from those who perhaps are still trapped in some of the lower structures. There are rescue vehicles and personnel from states surrounding New York and all through the Midwest and the South. Salvation Army units from Pennsylvania spotted, from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with coffee and cold drinks for tired, exhausted rescue workers going through the night. Mini street kitchens set up. There's a real beehive hub of activity. You may not be able to see it on this street, but further on the west side of Manhattan near the Hudson River, that's sort of where ground zero outposts have been established. Papers, financial folders, the ways of business from desks, offices, from the 2 giant structures over 100 stories tall, still cascade into the area. Smoke, of course, what you're seeing billowing up. Soon we're going to be coming up on 24 hours since the planes attacked. 78 police officers still feared dead. One insurance company estimating that perhaps more than 1,000 of their employees have yet to be accounted for. New York City still just beginning now to grapple with exactly what happened. Of course, New Yorkers have been advised not to come to work. Thus, all of the surrounding streets of Manhattan at this hour, which would normally be incredibly humming and busy, are deserted. And people are staying in and presumably watching television. Bodies have been taken to various triage facilities and hospitals along New York's west side. Blood centers have been established, things like that. Paula.
Richard, I have to admit to you, your audio was distorted at the top of your report. Would you like to reprise the first 30 seconds or so of your report, because we didn't capture that?
Well, I was holding up the two of the leading tabloid newspapers from New York, where I presumably saw It's War, and says the New York Daily News, an active war, World Trade Center destroyed, many dead, according to the New York Post. And I was relating how that was for me early familiar. Was just like what happened 11 years ago, nearly 11 years ago, on the roof in downtown Tel Aviv after Iraq struck near the Israeli Defense Ministry, and war had erupted a day earlier in the Persian Gulf. And that's pretty much what I was saying, Paula. And of course, here in downtown New York, a lot of activity at the site, the smoke. Some fear asbestos, PCBs, other poisonous substances, but nothing really confirmed yet. And of course, thousands of rescue workers down there, New York City, trying to dig out whoever could be saved in the rubble.
All right, Richard Roth, thank you for reporting that twice. As you can imagine, it is very difficult to establish any sort of communications close to that perimeter area around what used to be the World Trade Center. We're going to take a short pause here, and our coverage will continue.
This is CNN.
$8 a.m. on the East Coast, 5 a.m. on the West Coast, 23 hours, 15 minutes after everything seemed to change. From the CNN Center in Atlanta and from our reporters in New York, Washington, and all over the world, our coverage of America under attack continues here on CNN. I'm Miles O'Brien in Atlanta.
Good morning, Miles, and I'm Paula Zahn joining you from New York City this morning. New Yorkers just beginning to grasp the magnitude of what their city went through yesterday. I want to show you behind me what the scene looks like today. Smoke continues to billow out of the area where the World Trade Center towers once existed, twin 107-story towers, the third building collapsing yesterday as well. This morning, there is a ray of hope. Rescuers are reporting that they have found 5 firefighters and a policeman alive under the rubble earlier today. We also believe that 2 other victims, we are told, had established contact with their families overnight on their cell phones. There is reason to believe they may be found, but the other news is going to make all of you sick. The mayor expects the fatality numbers to be horrendous. He calls them, quote, very, very high. We have reports of barges carrying victims, the deceased, across the river from New York City into New Jersey. There were reports last night of ferries carrying loads of bodies across the Hudson River. 3 cab companies ripping out the seats from their vans to help carry the dead to the military ocean terminal in Bayonne, New Jersey. We're going to check in with Gary Tuchman right now, who is closer than just about anyone to ground zero. Gary, we join you very close to 23 plus hours since the first attack here on New York City. What can you tell us about these rescues?
And Paul, that brings up the point, 23 hours you're talking about. This was the hour in which this happened yesterday. Yesterday at this time, everything was completely normal where I'm standing, right next to where the World Trade Center complex used to stand. People were going to work. People were walking into the World Trade Center complex, many of them for the very last time ever. What we're being told right now by authorities, they're updating the information to us, that 6 firefighters and 1 police officer have been rescued in the early morning hours. We were told the 1 police officer was seriously burned but 7 different emergency officials have been rescued this morning. Last night, 2 police officers were rescued, so a total of 9 people, according to medics and emergency officials we talked to, have been rescued right now, and there is hope that at least 2 more are in the process of being rescued as we speak. But right now I stand here on Church Street, just north of where the 2 110-story buildings used to stand, and emergency officials are going in and out. We just saw about 2 minutes ago 2 incinerated cars brought out in the back of a flatbed truck. You couldn't even recognize that they were cars. They were completely melted. On the streets are a couple of inches thick of dust and grime and dirt that have flown from the buildings over the last 24 hours since this terrible accident happened. And one thing you have to keep in mind about this, you keep hearing these were huge office buildings. These were like cities. 50,000 people work inside these buildings, 2 110-story buildings. That's 220 stories of buildings in this complex. It was a huge megaplex. The bottom level itself of the World Trade Center complex had a subway station, also had a train station called the PATH station, that stands for Port Authority Trans-Hudson. It took New Jersey commuters to New York City every day, and then a shopping mall with dozens of stores and restaurants. On the bottom level alone, there are thousands of people, and we're talking about 220 stories. So it really shows you the terrible horror of all this.
Gary, before you go any further, I think I need to clarify that the statistics at the bottom of our screen right now actually can't keep up with the information you are reporting. Once again, you are confirming that in fact 7 survivors have been found, right? 6 firefighters, 1 police officer.
One thing I want to stress, Paula, oftentimes we are not comfortable with facts unless we see them with our own eyes. We have a lot of very nervous, very anxious, very sad, very traumatized emergency officials coming out and giving us this information. They tell us they are sure that there are 6 firefighters, 1 police officer rescued early this morning. We haven't seen it with our own eyes. We are taking their words for it, and that literally is all we can do because we are not allowed right next to the scene right now. But that is what emergency officials are telling us. 6 firefighters, 1 police officer rescued this morning, 2 police officers rescued last night, for a total of 9.
All right. I think I need to mention that because I think these numbers are going to conflict throughout the day. You are closer to the pool of information than anyone, and we're going to rely on your numbers. Gary, one thing that I wanted to add at this point is the American Red Cross now has opened 12 shelters in New York City. Each is staffed with mental health professionals and nurses. And one of the points you were making earlier on is that the news that New York City has lost over 250 firefighters. They were among the 400 that were first sent in, and maybe as many as 85 police officers is hitting rescue workers darn hard. Are there any mental health professionals anywhere in that area to give support to these rescuers have the very tough job to going into this area of devastation?
Oh, good question. What we have been told by emergency officials, that there are mental health professionals who are on the site who are available for discussions when people need.
Okay, Gary, I think you're breaking up. Let me see if you're still with us. Gary, you still there? Okay, we've lost Gary. We will come back to him a little bit later on this morning. Before we head back to Atlanta, I wanted to quickly recap what the status of life is like here in New York City. The NASDAQ, the Dow Jones closed, all public schools are closed, parochial schools, private schools, everything, all the businesses south of 14th Street, which is many blocks south of here, are closed. We know that the Empire State Building will remain closed. The Hudson River bridges and tunnels expected to be closed inbound. The Postal Service has suspended mail collection from blue postal boxes in 3 different bureaus. Miles, I'm sure you will continue to report this after all this morning, that all U.S. embassies and U.S. forces around the world have been put on high alert. One thing I wanted to mention as well, Miles, before you take this away, that the U.S. Navy is indeed sending aircraft carriers, the USS George Washington, the USS John F. Kennedy, to the coast off of New York, and 5 other ships, including some guided missile destroyers and frigates, have also been sent to sea to reduce the number of ships in port. So that is the latest from here in New York, besides the fact that 750 National Guard troops have reported to armories throughout the city. Miles?
Well, Paula, before you get away, let me ask you a quick question. I might be a bit presumptuous here, assuming you went home. When you came to work in the wee hours this morning, did you have the sense that it seemed like a typical day, if you will, in New York? Was traffic such as it would be in a typical morning?
No, the streets were empty, and usually there's a pretty good pulse going here at 5 o'clock in the morning. I stopped by a deli to grab a cup of coffee and a stale bagel, I might add. And there were 4 or 5 people in line trying to also buy some breakfast and get a little caffeine. And I would say that everybody was in stunned silence. People weren't even talking to each other. So clearly, not as many people are on the streets because a lot of companies told their employees not to come to work. So it's a distinctly different city today. And I think as the reality of the number of fatalities set in, this city will be forever changed. It's just the images that we witnessed here yesterday will be forever burned into our collective consciousness.
All right, Paula, we'll get back to you in just a bit. One of those days where we talk about it being before and after. Let's recap for just a moment. The horrifying images of the attack will, of course, be etched in our minds forever. It began just about 24 hours ago when the first airliner slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, was the intended itinerary. There you see the impact on the first tower, the North Tower of the World Trade Center. These are some late pictures we received overnight showing the attack from a slightly different angle. The huge fireball erupted as the jet tore through the building. Now, 18 minutes later, we have several angles on this attack. The second plane, this is a United Airlines Flight 175, also Boston, Los Angeles, its intended itinerary. It ripped into the South Tower. Both towers later collapsed into piles of rubble. The rubble we've been showing you all this morning. These are the dramatic scenes as the clouds of gray smoke enveloped lower Manhattan, causing a virtual stampede of rescue workers, members of the media who had responded to the scene. As the heroic search and rescue effort unfolds, an American flag stood amid the devastation. Let's send it back to Paula in New York.
All right, Miles, thanks so much. Right now, we're going to go to Joe Alba, who is the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Sir, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Paula.
Can you explain to us what you're going to be up to today?
Well, right now I'm in Washington making sure that we have all the resources that are necessary, both in the D.C. area, Pentagon, Northern Virginia, and for New York City. I've spoken with Governor Pataki, Governor Gilmore, Mayor Giuliani. They have what they need right now. Yesterday afternoon, I activated 12 urban search and rescue teams, 8 for New York City, 4 for Northern Virginia. They're on the ground or on their way right now. Our focus is still in a response mode, and that would be to identify, if we can, those that are still alive and remove them from the rubble.
Can you explain to us what these urban rescue teams are capable of doing, perhaps, that other rescue operators are not?
Well, they are highly trained search and rescue individuals from all over the United States. We have 28 national teams. We will use all the resources we possibly can. I'll be going to New York City this afternoon to make sure that we're doing exactly what we need to do. I think everyone understands the gravity of the situation. We have a huge task ahead of us. I'm concerned for those law enforcement officials and New York City firefighters who will be almost at the end of 24 hours in a few minutes. They'll be getting tired. We need to be rotating fresh troops in and out, making sure we continue during this time of need.
You will be briefing Congress later today, correct?
I will indeed, bringing them up to date on what we've done and what we will need in the near future.
What will you be asking for from Congress? Do you need additional funds?
Probably some additional funding right now. We're at the tail end of our current fiscal year. We've had numerous tropical storms. This is a tragedy that strikes at the heart of our entire country, and I'm sure Congress will make sure that all needs are met.
And I know, Mr. Alba, you say you are bringing in highly talented, specialized teams to assist in the rescue efforts here.
That's
correct.
What
do you think will be the biggest challenge that you and your team will encounter?
The biggest challenge right now are identifying those individuals who need assistance right now, either temporary housing or emergency cash. I would urge those individuals who have been affected directly by this tragedy to call our 800 number, 462-9029, 800-462-9029. If you need immediate assistance, identifying those folks are going to be a difficult challenge. But more importantly, we need to get to those individuals who are still alive in the building, in the rubble, and we'll do that.
And the most encouraging news, Mr. Albaugh, is that our Gary Tuckman is reporting that 6 firefighters have been rescued, 1 police officer in addition to 2 police officers last night, bringing the total to 9 victims rescued from the rubble of the World Trade Center.
And that gives us hope for others that will be alive, which has to be our focus. And I know everyone's doing their best to get to those individuals as quickly as they can.
Mr. Albaugh, thank you very much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you, Paula.
And no one is more hopeful than the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, that more victims will be found inside the rubble. Cell phone contact has been made, or at least was made in the wee hours of the morning, between 2 victims and their family members. The mayor will be holding a news conference in just about 15 minutes. It is very tough to schedule things on time right now, given the enormity of what this city is trying to grasp right now. We will bring that news conference to you live. But right now we're going to go to Bob Franken, who joins us from the Pentagon. Bob, there were reports this morning that sources were telling CNN that they believe as many as 800 people may have died in the crash yesterday, the attack on the Pentagon.
Well, that was one local fire chief. The Pentagon officials, in fact, say that figure is probably way higher than it's going to be, but they acknowledge that it could be in the hundreds. As a matter of fact, they've already recovered some bodies. We haven't been told how many. Police say that they're blocking one roadway around here because a temporary mortuary has been set up there. We're told that even with the fire still smoldering, some search teams went in overnight, that there are search dogs who are here. They're going to determine when they can go in again. Of course, there have been flames that have erupted sporadically, and that has slowed things down. Now, it is shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning in Washington, and at 8 o'clock, part of the Pentagon opened up for work. It was very important to the Defense Secretary that he show the world that this building, in spite of the catastrophe that occurred yesterday, in spite of that the Pentagon would be up for business. But only about half of it could be open because there were concerns that the structural damage that might have occurred in the other parts of the building would make things too difficult and too dangerous for the other people. But at 8 o'clock, the Pentagon opened up. It was very important, officials said, that the press office be open so reporters could locate there. CNN has a team there where we, of course, cover what's going on out here. And what's going on out here is the search, the very grim search to find out just how many people became victims of this terrorist act. Paula?
Bob, is there any new information about the flight that went down outside of Pittsburgh and what the ultimate target was supposed to have been?
Well, it's more speculation than information. There was some talk early on, according to briefings that were held for congressional leaders, according to Capitol Hill sources, some talk that the target was Camp David, but that's really given short shrift. There is other belief, though, that either the White House or more likely the U.S. Capitol was going to be a target. What they don't know is why the plane did not, in fact, continue. That's one of the mysteries that's going to have to be sorted out. Of course, there's so many. That is just one.
All right, Bob, one last question for you before we move on. Secretary of State Powell was on the air with me a short while ago and seemed to indicate that he was upset. That might not be the right word, but that Orrin Hatch is saying that U.S. intelligence actually intercepted communication between some almost Osama bin Laden supporters discussing the attacks. How sensitive of an issue is that there this morning?
Well, there, of course, is going to be real reappraisal as things go on. Another way to put that will be second-guessing. People are going to look back and say, why didn't we act on X information or Y information? And apparently there were indicators out there. We've talked to newspaper editors, we being CNN, around the world about the warnings that had been issued. Of course, there have been so many warnings over time by various terrorist organizations that sometimes it's difficult for intelligence officials to figure out which ones were real. And, of course, they sadly now realize this one was very tragically real.
The Secretary of State made it quite clear, though, that he will never talk to us about this intercepted material.
Well,
do you expect that to change?
Oh, you have a situation where the intercepted material is done by the National Security Agency. That is a hypersensitive intelligence organization. As a matter of fact, it has tried to enforce a couple of times when there's been reporting about its activities, tried to enforce criminal prosecution for doing that very thing. So it probably will never be directly divulged by a member of government, but these things do have a way of becoming publicly known, particularly since there is bound to be such a heated debate over what should have happened.
All right, Bob, I wasn't able to catch the last part of what you had to say, but I wonder, do you think the Pentagon folks there are concerned that with folks that have the stature of Senator Orrin Hatch talking about these intercepted communications, that there will be more political fallout?
Oh, there's bound to be political fallout, but of course it's too early for that right now. The nation is caught up in the tragedy and the immediate work that has to be done in the aftermath of that. I should point out also that there is probably a very, very heightened alert today to make sure that somehow there is not some second-day effort to try and further plunge the United States into despair. But as this goes on, there are going to be any number of debates about what should have happened, what could have happened to possibly avoid this. Debates that are going to be viewed by some as second-guessing and by others as a real cry to change not only the way that our intelligence apparatus works, but the way that our communication and travel systems work.
All right, Bob Franken, thanks so much for that update. We are back here in New York City, where I'm going to quickly show you a shot of the World Financial Center. There appears to be smoke billowing from either the roof or the top part of the building. We have absolutely no information as to what is going on, but that is very close to what used to be the World Trade Center area. We're going to move on now to Gary Tuchman, who joins us once again with an update on the rescue operations now underway. Gary, anything new?
Paul, first things first, I just want to tell you that we cannot see the World Financial Center from our vantage point here, so I can't tell you anything more about that smoke that you see there. All we see is the holes where the World Trade Center buildings used to stand, and that's all we could see from our vantage point. And as I'm talking to you, I'm taking a walk right now, and I'm on the corner of Church and Chambers Streets, and I'm looking at a subway station, and the subway station says on it, Chambers Street / World Trade Center. That's the name of the stop. It's just hard to believe that the World Trade Center buildings no longer stand when you look at that stop that tens of thousands of people literally use every day. And in the very same corner, it's chilling. We see 5 Army National Guard members standing there. They're sitting there with their helmets and their green fatigues, and it's a sight we never thought we would see in the United States, in New York City, anywhere in this country. It almost looks like a state of siege as they stand there right now at attention, looking out for anything suspicious. We've reported to you, and we're going to continue to report that survivors have been found. 6 firefighters have been found in these early morning hours. 1 policeman's been found from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. The Port Authority, by the way, is the department that runs the airports, Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Newark, runs the bus terminal here in New York City, and also was the landlords of the World Trade Center buildings. That police officer who was found today was seriously burned, we are told. In addition, 2 police officers were found yesterday. Now, the governor of the state of New York, George Pataki, has been at the scene for many hours. As a matter of fact, he used to have an office in the World Trade Center building. He very well may have been in that building if the office was still there. However, the governor's office had moved out of that building. He spends most of his time in Albany, the state capital. But Governor Pataki did talk to reporters early this morning.
All right, Gary, I was expecting to hear from Governor Pataki right there. He joined us at the top of the broadcast at 7 o'clock this morning and sort of walked us through the paces of what we can expect to happen throughout the day. And he sort of reinforced what Joe Albaugh just told us, the head of FEMA, that, 8 special urban rescue teams will be sent here to assist the New York Metro trying to rescue those folks. Give us your understanding of what actually has to take place to get to potential survivors, the digging process, what they have to weed through, what they have to be afraid of.
I mean, what you have here, Paula, are two 110-story buildings and a 47-story building. That was the 7 World Trade Center building. That's something I have to emphasize that I think a lot of people didn't realize. Even people in New York City, when they think of the World Trade Center, they thought of these two beautiful, tall buildings. It's a complex of many buildings, and 7 World Trade Center is considered a very small building because it was next to these two huge buildings, but it was 47 stories tall. So you have all the concrete and steel and wreckage from more than 267 stories of buildings that are on the ground, and some of the wreckage is piled 10 feet tall. So you're talking about people who are buried under a lot of rubble, tons of rubble. But what the authorities are telling us is they are saying there are voids, so-called voids, that are holes where wreckage may have fallen, but these people may be below the wreckage in holes and pits. And that's why they're hopeful they will indeed find more survivors. As of now, we're reporting that 9 survivors have been found, but we're also told that they have been able to contact 2 additional people, and one of them is a 50-year-old man. The other man they're not describing, but they are saying that there are at least 2 more survivors, so they are very hopeful they'll be able to find more in these so-called voids.
How many folks would you say are involved in rescue operations at the moment?
It's hard to tell, Paul. We're not able to be right up to the site, although I am able to see the people in the background right now. And I can tell you that there are hundreds of people here. We did know that Mayor Giuliani, Rudy Giuliani, and ironically, they were supposed to have yesterday the primary here for the new mayor of this city yesterday. They canceled that primary, and it turns out the current mayor was in the news all day yesterday. But Mayor Giuliani said they had all the help they need. So although it doesn't seem like an immense amount to us with the amount of people we've seen going in and out, they are saying that they have all the help they need right now down there. But it looks like hundreds of people to us, but not perhaps the thousands that you might expect.
Gary, as you've been talking, we've been trying to get more information. We're going to go to the shot very quickly. The World Financial Center. This is a large business center directly across the street from what used to be the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center. There does appear to be a lot of smoke coming from the top floors of the building. I know you're going to continue to effort some information on this as well. We wish we could confirm for you what started this smoke. We can at this point, but we promise you we will continue to keep you updated on that throughout the morning.
Paula, can I tell you one thing with me right now, and this is unorthodox, but this is important for us to get the information out. I have a gentleman standing with me. He's with the Nassau County Police Emergency Service Unit. Nassau County is in Long Island. It's one of the 2 counties in Long Island. He was part of the team that pulled one of the survivors out. He was above the 80th floor in one of the World Trade Center towers. And I want to talk to him really quick. Can you tell me your name, sir?
Sergeant Robert Bressingham.
Sergeant, tell me what you saw when you were at the scene.
Well, there was a concerted effort by everybody involved with the fire department, police department, emergency rescue units, and we were focusing on attempting to get one police officer that we had located. He had used his cell phone, and he was able to get rescuers to his location, which was deep in some rubble, but he was able to coordinate it because he was very knowledgeable of the building. He was a Port Authority police sergeant. Once he was located, he was about waist-high in debris and in a very, very tight quarters. Only one officer was able to crawl in at a time and was able to dig him out real slowly.
How is his condition right now?
From what I understand, at the scene, he was conscious and alert, and I'm sure that he has injuries, but I don't believe there are any life-threatening injuries.
Where in the rubble or the building was this?
He was in the courtyard, which was in between the 2 towers from the collapse. I don't know which building it was before the collapse.
Is there any updated information, sir, about the number of survivors that have been found there?
No, there's no updated numbers. There's no compilation of numbers right now.
The final question for you, sir, how psychologically are you handling this, being at the scene, being in the tower? How are you handling it?
Well, the rescue community is a very tight community. We know a lot of people that didn't make it. We were very happy to be able to help somebody that did make it. So we're real happy that we were able to put our efforts together and at least make it successful with one rescue so far at this point.
Sergeant, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. You can tell there are people from not just New York City, because Nassau County, as I said, is in Long Island. There are people from jurisdictions all over the New York area right now helping out in this tragedy. Paula?
Gary, as I heard you do this interview, and we continue to look up at some of these more close-up pictures of the rubble, it is an absolute miracle that anybody has been found alive in this rubble.
There's no question about it, Paul, and that's the sad fact of this, is that when this is all said and done, and it may take days, it may take weeks, that we're going to probably find that 99% of the people who they're looking for right now are not alive. So we're very thankful for the people they do find alive, but we're not expecting to hear any stories like, we can't believe the number of people we found alive. It's not a very likely scenario that it's going to be a great number of people.
And once again, Gary, just quickly recap for us the overall number of folks have been rescued. It's 9 altogether. Break that down for us.
Right. Authorities are telling us that in the early morning hours, since midnight Eastern time, 6 New York City firefighters have been rescued and 1 Port Authority police officer. And apparently the police officer, the sergeant we just talked to was telling us about, that police officer and that's the good news. That's something we didn't know. We were told he had serious burns. The sergeant is telling us that he does not believe the burns are life-threatening. So that is good news. We also know that last night 2 additional police officers were also rescued. So that's a total of 9 people that authorities have confirmed to us have been rescued. In addition, 2 other people are now being searched for. Their voices, they even know the age of one of the people. That would make a total of 11 if they do find those 2 additional people.
And Gary, one of those 2 is the one we believe to have that had established cell contact with his family.
Yeah, well, you know, nice to know that it perhaps wasn't, because that would mean there are 2 more people. So we don't know that for sure. That's what people are surmising, but we don't know that for certain.
All right, Gary, we're going to let you go. We're going to head over to St. Vincent's Hospital, where the paramedics there are holding a news conference on the status of their operations.
I've also gotten more information. Our hospitals in the system, St. Vincent Catholic Medical Centers, in the outer boroughs, received 65 patients in total, and the 1 fatality that I spoke to you about before. I have Dr. Jesse Blumenthal, the head of trauma, just to bring you up to date on some of the things we've been seeing overnight in the emergency room. And then we have 2 of our paramedics, Tony Suarez and Phil. I'm going to let Phil pronounce his last name. We'll give you those spellings if you need them later. These 2 gentlemen were on scene from 9 a.m. yesterday until last night. They can tell you a little bit about their experiences as paramedics at the scene, and then we'll open for questions. Sure.
Live right now. Tell us about reports about possible survivors possibly being lost.
We have heard some reports that there were survivors taken out of the building within the last hour. We did receive a call from EMS that we should be prepared, but later reports have told us that if there are anybody that needs hospitalization, we may not be receiving them. So, possibly Bellevue would be one possible scenario, yes. Okay, Doctor, just a little bit about what we saw overnight.
Well, unfortunately, we wish we had more patients to treat that came in overnight because, again, there was difficulty in getting to the scene, and I think the paramedics will describe that. But we have been busy taking care of the patients that we did receive. The three of the severe burns were transferred to the Cornell Burn Center. We have automatic transfer agreements between hospitals, and again, taking care of severe burns is a tremendous logistical strain. We have other lesser burns which we're caring for. We're in the process of visiting and getting data on all the patients that were admitted. Additional 2 patients went to the operating room last night because of fractures, soft tissue injuries, lacerations, and the like. We're in the process, obviously, of reviewing all the patients, and a couple of patients will probably be ready for discharge. But I think the staff, as unfortunately, was anticipating and hoping that we would receive survivors during the night, and I think everyone was very disappointed that we did not. Again, everyone is in a high state of preparedness. We continue to have calls of volunteers throughout the night, and even this morning, and at least we were able to thank them and record this and tell them that we really had enough staff. But again, even the community responding with food was very gratifying to all the staff that was up most of the night.
I'm going to have our paramedics come in and just tell you a little bit about their experiences, then we'll take questions.
Hi, paramedic Iggy Gurens. The paramedic Iggy Gurens. The initial sight was just horrible. I'm just wishing well for everybody that's down there, all my colleagues, everybody else that's giving help. Like I said, it's just a horrible sight. It's a horrible day, and I wish everybody well, and we're here to do whatever as much as we can.
Hi, paramedic Tony Suarez, St. Vincent's. Initially, I was there for about 15 minutes. There were a couple explosions. It became dangerous. We grabbed one person, we commandeered an ambulance, and just hightailed it out of there. My prayers are to the fellow firefighters, EMS, police officers that have died, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more out of there. We weren't able to get to the scene simply because it was very unsafe. So please, if you can, everybody, please pray for those that have fallen today.
Can you be specific about what you saw?
I was only at the scene for a little while, but it was unsafe. And basically, I heard one explosion and basically just hightailed it out of there. It was very unsafe for everybody, and that's the only thing that I saw. I mean, I had one patient. We grabbed her, put her in the ambulance. She was full of soot. She was covered from head to toe with ashes, and basically dropped her off to a site and then went back to the command center.
I think if it wasn't for the first patient I took out, Jenny, who we took to Cornell, I would probably not be here right now. She was just covered in second, third degree burns, and we just got her out of there. And I hope she's doing well.
Sir, could you explain a little bit about what the paramedics do in terms of stopping every 45 minutes or so to listen and how they proceed?
I don't understand the question.
One of the doctors here was saying that you stop or so every 45 minutes to check and see if you hear anything new to try to find out if there could be anybody in the rubble.
Oh, well, we're just listening to the radios. I mean, we're just listening. Oh, and at the scene right now?
Listening for sounds inside.
Yeah, they're listening for sounds. We're not there right now, but I understand they're just listening to make sure there's anybody caught in any type of voids, and any pockets, if they're alive, if they hear any sound. That's what they're doing right now. Excuse me.
Any other questions?
Egiguirens, E-G-U-I-G.
All right, you have just heard some of the first accounts coming from paramedics describing what they were up against in treating many of those injured in the twin attacks here in New York City yesterday. One of the paramedics describing the scene as just horrible. One of the administrators of St. Vincent's Hospital, which is one of the area hospitals where a large number of the victims were taken, describing the level of support the hospital is getting from volunteers in the area. I think that level of support has been repeated elsewhere in the city. I was on the phone yesterday with a couple hospitals confirming the fact that they couldn't even handle the number of people who would come to the hospital to donate blood. There is still a dire need of blood in New York City to treat these victims. Miles, once again, even the mayor, who will shortly be holding a news conference here, is very troubled in trying to get a better grasp of exactly what we're dealing with here. The only good news to come out of New York City this morning is the news that Gary Tuchman has been reporting all morning long, that it appears as though 9 people have been rescued from the rubble, some 6 firefighters this morning, a police officer this morning, in addition to 2 police officers last night, and there is reason to believe that 2 more victims trapped in the rubble will be successfully rescued this morning. So we're going to keep you updated on that. As you know, Miles, I know you saw the stories that one of these victims actually established cell phone contact with a family member last night. I can't imagine anything more chilling. When you look at this rubble, as we had all morning long, it seems an absolute miracle that anybody could survive the crush of 2 107-story towers unfolding on them.
Truly, the word miraculous is probably a bit overused. Normally it applies in this case. Let's move on just a little bit. The name Osama bin Laden has been used all this morning as we talk about the short list of potential suspects for this dramatic, well-choreographed attack. The short list, really, he and his organization involving thousands at the top of it. And they are harbored, it is widely known, in Afghanistan by the Taliban. We are joined now live via video phone from Kabul, Afghanistan, by CNN's Nick Robertson. Nick?
Well, Miles, certainly a lot of attention focused on Afghanistan at this time because of Osama bin Laden. We have been told by diplomats here that senior Pakistani officials are at this moment meeting with senior Taliban government officials. Now, Pakistan is one of the only 3 countries to have recognized Taliban as the rightful rulers of Afghanistan, and Pakistan is regarded by many countries as perhaps one of those countries that has the greatest influence over the Taliban. We don't know the content of those meetings at this time. However, we can confirm that meetings between senior Pakistani and senior Taliban officials are going on at this time. It has been, however, in Kabul today and elsewhere in Afghanistan, a day of apprehension for many.
Fearing what might come next after the attacks on the United States, international aid groups began pulling out of Kabul by early morning. The German charity group Agro Action, one of the first to leave. United Nations operations here also virtually closing down as key staff leave, a procedure followed in the past for safety when regional tensions are high. Apprehension also in Afghanistan's Taliban leadership. Foreign Minister Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil quick to explain their position after the attacks in America.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has always expressed its condemnation of terrorism. Afghanistan has also been targeted with terrorism, and we have been victims of terrorism. We condemn it here and internationally. Terrorism is frightening and creates hatred.
With suspicion of responsibility falling on Osama bin Laden, Mutawakil's government, well aware the implications bin Laden's involvement would have for the Taliban, was keen to say bin Laden was not responsible.
So far, no one has officially accused us. If anyone has brought up his name, it is because his reputation of the past.
Overnight, the already tense atmosphere raised by an air raid on Kabul, illuminating the sky with rocket and anti-aircraft fire. An ammunition dump hit and 2 planes at Kabul airport destroyed in an attack by the Taliban foe, the Northern Alliance.
Well, for most people here, it really is life as normal. The departure of the aid workers will fuel fears about the future, but many Afghans here are impoverished after 20 years of war, and they have few other options really than to sit tight and just wait and see what happens, Miles.
CNN's Nick Robertson, exclusively live from Kabul, Afghanistan. Let's talk now about give you a quick recap. There were 4 airliners in all involved in this coordinated attack. 2 of them, of course, we've been telling you about just recently, plowed into the World Trade Center. A third, American Airlines Flight 77, a 757, was to fly from Dulles Airport to Los Angeles. Instead, struck the Pentagon. CNN's Bob Franken is in front of the Pentagon now with the latest from there. Bob.
And we have some further information on the search effort to try and find out just how many casualties there are, and of course also to see if it's entirely at all possible that there might be some survivors in the rubble of the crash, the plane that was hijackers crashed into the Pentagon. You can see that, of course, in back of me. What we have been told by Mike Tamilo, who is a battalion chief with the Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Unit. That's the worldwide unit that has gone into so many disasters around the world and has searched for both the victims and the survivors of tragedies. He says that as early as yesterday during the day that the unit was able to take some of the search dogs and go through very gingerly some of the area. He said that they, quote, identified some bodies, close quote, by which he means that they did find some people who had been killed. He did not have a number. He did not say, however, they had been removed. We have been told that a temporary mortuary has been set up not far from here. We do not have any information from the Pentagon on any casualty numbers or even an estimate of them. There was one local fire chief who said it could be anywhere between 100 and 800 deaths as a result of this. Pentagon officials think that the upper figure is way too high. Now, he also said, he being the Fairfax County search and rescue person, that the search is resuming today. It stops overnight because it is so dark and so smoky inside that there is a concern that people are going to trip over the debris as they conduct their search. But The search is beginning inside now as they try and find out exactly the human tragedy of this catastrophe that has befallen the Pentagon. At the very same time, in other parts of the building, the Pentagon is open for business. It was important to the Defense Secretary, he said, to show that in spite of all this, that the operations here would continue. About half the building is considered safe enough to use, 17 miles of corridor, so about half of those are going to be in the safe area. That includes many of the vital operations that are conducted by the Pentagon. Meanwhile, the grim search goes on for the casualties of this disaster. Miles?
Bob, there are 20,000 workers who report to the Pentagon each day. I assume that not all of them have been asked to report to those areas that are considered safe. Is it just essential personnel?
Well, the word was spread through Washington media in the hours yesterday and overnight that people should call supervisors to find out if, in fact, they are among those who should go in. But, of course, many of them know what part of the Pentagon where they work, and, of course, some of the answers would make good sense. But the Pentagon is open for business. They're making a very important point with that, they believe, and it opened about 45 minutes ago.
CNN's Bob Franken at the Pentagon. Thank you very much. Let's turn now to London, where the markets there are taking a moment now to remember those victims of these attacks. A moment of silence. Let's listen. London markets ceasing business for a period of time to remember those killed and injured in those dramatic attacks. Paula?
Thanks so much, Miles. I think that'll be a scene repeated all over the world today. I know churches are talking about having moments of silence throughout the country, and no doubt Americans today will continue to feel the sting of this horrible tragedy that has confronted our country. Right now, I am joined by Dennis Ross, who is the former special envoy in the Middle East. He served in the Clinton administration. Welcome, sir. Good to have you with us this morning. I wanted you to provide some context for us today. Yesterday, we saw some groups of Palestinians celebrating in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank and declaring this as a victory against Israel. How widely held of a view is that among Palestinians?
I think today it's probably wider than many Palestinian officials would suggest that it is. I mean, you are dealing in a climate where there's a lot of anger among the Palestinians and a desire to hit back. But there's also a climate that has been created by their leadership. You cannot continually talk about the virtues of martyrdom. You cannot continually talk about the importance of struggle. And you cannot continually extol the virtues of the suicide bombers and talk about how the United States must also pay without there being a consequence in terms of attitudes. One of the things that is going to have to be done, not only with the Palestinians, but with many of the Arab regimes that are friendly to the United States, they cannot continue to use their media as a release for outrage and for anger, and therefore allow within those medias, which basically are not free except to spew certain hatred, they cannot use those medias to create a climate of legitimacy for this kind of behavior, and that is what they have done.
How are you going to stop that from happening?
Well, one of the ways is if in fact these governments, especially in the Middle East, among our Arab friends, want us to be engaged in terms of pursuing diplomacy at an appropriate moment, there's also going to have to be an understanding that there's no free lunch here. They have responsibilities too. And one of the ways that they can carry out their responsibilities is to make it clear this behavior does not represent their cause, it discredits their cause, and in fact, if they want the world to identify with their interests, they're going to have to behave differently.
All right, but the bottom line is a lot of people think that U.S. policy in the Middle East makes the United States much more vulnerable to attack. Is that true?
Well, there's no question right now that there is anger that is obviously directed against us because of the frustration of what's going on in the conflict. But again, I'll tell you, if we had been able, as we were trying to do last year, to end the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians last year, the people who carried out this attack would have done it anyway. They don't believe in peace. They don't believe in Israel's existence. They reject everything that we represent. So one of the things that has to happen is these groups have to be completely discredited.
And do you have any level of optimism that will ever happen?
Well, I think we all have to transform our own thinking. Yesterday was a transforming event. We're going to have to create a new priority in terms of the war on terror. We're going to have to create a very different kind of coalition internationally that focuses on how, in fact, we all work together to discredit this practically and psychologically. And I think also whatever it is we're going to do militarily has to take a long view about rooting out the real networks that exist. But I don't think one can simply sit back and say because the task is difficult, we can't take it on. We've now been confronted with something that is so dramatic, that is worse than any war we've confronted in terms of casualties in a single day. Our own thinking is going to have to change as well.
I know that Henry Kissinger stated yesterday that this is the time the United States is going to find out the true level of friendships with other nations. How critical is any role that Russia might play in this?
Well, I do believe the Russians have some capability when it comes to fighting terror, and also there is a history of some relations they have with some of the groups in the area. In the past, it would have been more profound because, in fact, they tended to support those groups. Now I think it's less profound. But in terms of creating a psychological atmosphere internationally, the more the Russians, the more the Europeans are seen as joining with us in terms of making it clear this behavior is not simply unacceptable, but it won't be tolerated. And those states that give a kind of safe haven are also not going to be tolerated. The more that happens, the more we'll be moving in the right direction.
Dennis, if you would be generous enough to stand by, I want to continue my conversation with you, but I want to remind our audience it was just about 24 hours ago, and we're going to replay some pictures here of the first hijacked commercial airliner that struck the North Tower here in New York City. Actually, this is the picture of the South Tower, which was the second attack that came 18 minutes later. Once again, this city just starting to come to grips with the impact of this double attack here yesterday. Dennis, Secretary of State Colin Powell was a guest on the air earlier this morning and bristled when I asked him about Senator Orrin Hatch's assessment that U.S. intelligence has now intercepted communications between bin Laden supporters actually discussing the attacks. Bristles may be too strong of a word, but I think he made it quite clear he is extremely uncomfortable that Senator Orrin Hatch is talking about any of this intelligence information. You understand that, I guess?
Yes, I do. Well, look, I think there are two dimensions to that. The first is we obviously have certain kinds of techniques and methods which we don't want compromised, because if they get compromised, then you lose the capacity to use those. And obviously, right now, what we're trying to do in the intelligence area is figure out exactly what happened, look back at what might have been indicators that were discounted because they weren't seen as plausible, and then pursue those leads. So anything that compromises the ability to find out what happened is obviously something that's not going to be in our interest, number one.
All right, but Dennis, do you have reason to believe these communications were actually intercepted, showing? I mean, we know that an Arab newspaper based in London, I think at least the editor had reported that these attacks were telegraphed as long as 3 weeks ago. Do you believe the intelligence information?
Look, my sense at this point is we don't really know. And the tendency is to leap to a conclusion because we all want to know in response to such a horrific set of events. I would just tell you from a historic standpoint, we were convinced early on that with Pan Am 103 it was groups based in Syria. Later on we found out that it wasn't. It may well be that the speculation about Osama bin Laden turns out to be right, but I think we really do have to be cautious at this point. The people who carried this out not only had great organization, they had people who could fly these planes. That's not something that is normally associated with the Osama bin Laden group. So I think one has to be somewhat cautious, and I think that Secretary Powell's reaction was entirely appropriate.
All right, Dennis Ross, thank you very much for all your insights this morning. We very much appreciate your joining us. Right now, we're going to turn our attention to London, and that's where we find Christiane Amanpour this morning. You're what, outside 10 Downing Street right now?
Yes, indeed, Paula. We're outside 10 Downing Street, the official residence and office of the British Prime Minister. Britain, the United States' closest ally in Europe. In the last couple of hours, the Prime Minister has done several things. He's had a 20-minute telephone conversation with President George W. Bush. He has had a press conference in which he was very forthright and very convincing towards the press about how he viewed what had happened in the United States yesterday. He's convened security meetings and he is convening a cabinet meeting. He's calling back Parliament to discuss this issue and raise a public debate as to what has happened and what measures can be taken to combat this kind of terrorism. He said that this is not just an attack on the United States, but one on the entire free world. He said that he and other presidents and prime ministers in Europe are in constant touch about how to, quote, stop this machinery of terror, how to eradicate and defeat what he called these terrorists. And this, it must be pointed out, was not just the single biggest act of terrorism against the United States, but in recorded memory, the single biggest act of terrorism anywhere in the world that anybody can remember. And to that effect, the Prime Minister said, and other analysts have said, to that effect, essentially everyone today is an American.
I want to make one thing very clear indeed. This was not an attack on America alone. This was an attack on the free and democratic world everywhere. And this is a responsibility that the free and democratic world have got to shoulder together with America. And at this time of tragedy in the United States of America that has consequences right across the world, and as I say, there will be British people that have lost their lives, this time of tragedy and this time of grief and anger and trial in America, it is important that Americans know that their allies and their friends around the world do stand shoulder to shoulder with them.
Now, the Prime Minister mentioned that he expected that there could be a great number of British casualties, since there are a lot of British people in the United States living there as residents and working there. He said to that effect, Britain's interests are effectively engaged in what he called this combat against terrorism. He called this an act of terrorism on a scale that was, quote, never before contemplated. While he would not be specific about what possible retaliation or action that could be taken against whoever becomes identified as responsible, he did insist that the leaders of Europe, in consultation with the United States, would take whatever measures necessary to make sure that this kind of terrorism was eradicated. Again, no specifics, but the Prime Minister very forceful. And then he would not be drawn on who he thought was actually responsible, but he did single out, without being prompted, the Muslim community in Britain, singling him out, saying that he was very gratified that they had come out and denounced this act of terrorism, like he said did the Muslim community of the United States. Again, when we specifically asked him, do you believe that this was Islamic terrorism, he did not answer. Again and again, he called this an attack on the civilized world, an attack not just on the United States, but on humanity and on democracy. When we asked him, do you believe that this is a declaration of war, and therefore are you, the civilized world, obligated to take action to combat this? Again, he wouldn't be drawn, other than to say that they were in close consultation and that this act of terrorism and the machinery of terrorism and the finance and the support has to be stopped. Paula?
The Prime Minister, and in that short soundbite, forcefully talked about the collective need to fight this kind of terrorism. What kind of level of support can President Bush expect in Europe?
Well, certainly from Great Britain, I would say a great deal of support. Remember, the British have stood shoulder to shoulder, as the Prime Minister said, with the United States in various actions in the last 10 years alone, much less in history. They have been shoulder to shoulder during the Gulf War, in Bosnia, in Kosovo. This Prime Minister, Tony Blair, took a leading role in the action against Kosovo. This country has said over and over again that it stands together with its chief ally, the United States. And at the moment, what we're hearing from every capital of Europe is that they are together with the United States, because this is an attack against, quote, all of us. We are all targets, they said. And Germany, for instance, offered unlimited support. This is in the words of German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, and he stressed the word unlimited. All the capitals of Europe are holding emergency security convening meetings, cabinet meetings, security meetings. All are in touch with each other. There's a special meeting of the European Union NATO's chiefs have been meeting as well. And this has really, as you can imagine, focused people's minds here. And it remains to be seen what exactly they do. Will they try to line up support in like-minded countries and in the Middle East, for instance, amongst allies and elsewhere around the world, to make people, as they say, stand up on the side of civilization against what they call these barbaric acts of terrorism?
Christian, earlier today I had a chance to peek at some of the headlines in the London newspapers on a very human level. What is the reaction of average British citizens to what the kind of wrath that we...
Well, on a very human level, I can tell you the reaction is one of shock, profound shock, and indeed fear. I've heard people talking about how this is just scary. People cannot imagine that something of this magnitude, of this organization, in a place like New York and Washington and other cities in the United States, that this could happen. And people really feel that if this can happen in the United States, well, then it can happen anywhere. United States is meant to be Fortress America. This is not meant to happen in the United States of America, and it has profoundly shocked people. I talked to people, I was flying yesterday after this had happened. I talked to pilots and air crews and passengers on the planes, all of them absolutely stunned beyond words. There are no words that can really sum up exactly what has happened and what people are feeling. Here in England, talking to taxi drivers, people on the streets, people are using the analogy to Pearl Harbor. People are using words like barbaric. This is profoundly shocking. Every single newspaper here, even the normally sedate broadsheets here, have got blaring headlines: assault on America, doomsday America, one, the Times of London, war on America, you know,